The story begins in New York City, with a monologue from Spawn claiming he doesn't belong here and he has to get back home. He claims the game was rigged, and now there is darkness in his soul, and he wants to die. He chose to come back but doesn't remember exactly why. Instead, he only remembers bits and pieces from his previous life. His name used to be Al Simmons, and he was a decorated colonel in the US Army, but then they turned on him and killed him. He remembers a beautiful woman, and making a deal with the devil, trading his soul to come to life and be with her, but the devil tricked him. He brought him back to life but robbed him of his memories. Meanwhile, two detectives named Burke and Twitch were investigating the brutal murder of a local crime boss, who had his heart ripped right from his chest. This was the third murder in the last 48 hours, and they believe a wacko must be behind the killings. Spawn hears a woman screaming in the back of an alley and goes to help. A couple of thugs were attacking her trying to take her clothes off, but Spawn was now incredibly powerful and easily deals with them. Afterwards, he goes into a state of shock and remembers more things about his life. He sees his own funeral and a beautiful woman crying over his death, but he doesn't know who she is. He wakes up and wanders the empty streets of New York, when suddenly he remembers that she is his wife. Spawn knows that he's alive, but he can't feel it and tries to take his mask and costume off. That's when he realizes the truth. The devil tricked him. He not only robbed him of his memories, but he also took his human form. He looks like a monster and starts crying, asking himself what he is now. Later at the Dawncorp building, a mob boss was screaming for help from inside his office, and one of the bodyguards rushed to help him. But when he gets there, someone breaks open the door and attacks him, ripping his heart from his chest. It was a disgusting demon who instantly kills him, saying he can now join his boss. When Spawn was brought back from the dead, he was given incredible powers, starting from 9.99.99. Every time he uses these powers, it drains him, and the number goes down. He tries to see if he can use them to turn back into a human, and it works, but not in his former body as a black man, and instead as a blonde white guy. This pisses him off, and he loses control, screaming in anger and cursing the devil for tricking him. When out of nowhere, he blacks out again and remembers more things from his past. This time it's his former boss, Jason Wynn. Even though Wynn taught him how to be a great soldier, he eventually became corrupt, and the two of them started fighting. Spawn loses his balance and falls from the top of the church straight onto the streets below. Meanwhile, the demon continues his streak of killing, attacking crime bosses and ripping their hearts out. When Spawn finally wakes up, he meets a short, fat, and ugly man with face paint that resembles a clown. The clown says he was sent here to keep an eye on Spawn, but doesn't see what the big deal is. He is a lot stronger and can easily kill Spawn if he wanted to, but Simmons grows tired of him and walks away, prompting the clown to reveal his true form. He was actually the ugly demon that was killing the crime bosses all around the city. Spawn is finally able to remember the name of his wife, Wanda Blake, and he also remembers her grandmother, a sweet old lady. It's been 5 years since he was killed, and he doesn't know what happened to her. The boys at the agency keep tabs on everyone, invading people's privacy, and he wants to sneak inside the building and find her file. He then promises to find the one messing with his life, but somewhere far away, the devil was laughing at him, saying he can't lose because Spawn is locked into a deal. He vows to make his life a living hell, saying he wasn't picked by accident. His past life of being a trained killer made him the perfect choice. Spawn sneaks inside the CIA headquarters and overhears one of the bosses hitting on his secretary. The scum was abusing his power, but she was freshly married and wasn't interested. Spawn takes the file, but before leaving, he threatens the guy to pay his alimony, which he hasn't been doing since he got divorced. And if he ever hits on his secretary again, Spawn will come back and break his hands. Spawn goes to Wanda's house outside the city and transforms back into a white dude with blonde hair. He is very nervous and completely amazed at how beautiful Wanda still is. A little girl comes running from inside the house. It was her daughter, Cyan. Spawn and she could never have kids together, even though they tried many times. It turns out he was the problem. He faints out of nowhere and drops on the porch. When he wakes up, he is greeted by Wanda and her current husband, Terry, who used to be Spawn's best friend. The two of them fell in love, married, and even had a daughter together. Spawn eventually leaves and blames the devil again for everything that happened. How could Spawn tell Wanda who he really is, especially since she remarried and has a child? He is interrupted by the clown demon once again, who says they have unfinished business. The demon attacks Spawn and stabs him in the chest, ripping his heart out. He claims he is stronger, and the others should fear him, the Violator, but Spawn eventually recovers and gets up, even though he doesn't have a heart anymore, and there is a big hole inside his chest. He confidently asks the Violator to try that again, but this time maybe do some real damage. The demon doesn't understand how any of this is possible. He demands to know who gave Spawn such powers. He thought he was supposed to be stronger, and doesn't understand how he can be alive without a heart. The demon drops it on the ground, and Spawn picks it up and uses his powers to make himself whole again. The two of them begin a brutal fight, with Spawn shooting the demon in the chest and destroying his heart. But just like Spawn, he doesn't need a heart either to survive. The fight continues with waves of energy blasts, and both of them lose their hands in the process until a loud and creepy voice screams, Enough! It was the devil himself who decided to intervene and asked the two of them to stop fighting. He gave Spawn his power to turn him into one of his soldiers and collect evil souls for his war against God. If Spawn uses his powers, it drains his life force until he eventually dies. But if he doesn't do anything, the evil and ugliness will prosper on Earth. He gives Spawn his hand back, saying he needs him to continue doing his work, but he wasn't happy with the violator. The devil was angry at him for hunting down criminals around the city without his approval. He takes away his powers and turns him back into a short, fat clown. Somewhere in a New York mental institute, the doctor informs Billy Kincaid that he is now cured and will be released from there and allowed to be a free man again. The two detectives were standing right behind him but were not happy with this decision and think the doctors are stupid for letting him go free. Kincaid is one of the most despicable criminals out there. He takes advantage of little children and then kills them. After just a few days, Kincaid goes back to his old ways, steals an ice cream truck, and then goes around the neighborhoods looking for children. He kidnaps a young girl and takes her back to his home, where he brutally murders her, and then cuts her fingers and glues them to a sick wall. Burke and Twitch decide to take things into their own hands and stalk his house during the night, but they weren't the only ones. Spawn also visits him. Kincaid was unhappy because there are no kids on the streets in the middle of the night and has to wait until morning to satisfy his sick urges. But he wouldn't get a chance to do anything evil ever again because Spawn breaks inside his home and kidnaps him. The detectives break open the door and find the house empty, but they find the fingers glued to the wall and enough evidence to put him away for life. But when they return to their offices, they find Kincaid stabbed with an ice cream scoop and hanged with chains in the middle of the office. The New York Mafia hires Overt Kill, a hybrid android hitman, to take down Spawn, believing that he is the one responsible for killing the 7 crime bosses all over the city. 2 thugs go around the streets murdering homeless people and trying to lure Spawn out of hiding. He easily takes out one of them but interrogates the other, trying to find out why the Mafia is after him. A meeting is arranged somewhere at the docks inside a factory, and Spawn goes there immediately, determined to stop the killing spree of his homeless friends. However, Overt Kill is waiting for him and instantly attacks him, calling him an idiot for even showing up. Spawn's chains wrap around his neck, but it's no use. He is just too strong and starts laughing. Spawn manages to break one of his hands by trapping it inside one of the machines. But even with just one hand, Overt Kill is able to beat Spawn to a pulp and slams him around the ground. He then punches him mercilessly until Spawn blacks out. The android's sensors are damaged when Spawn breaks his hand, and he can't sense a heartbeat anymore. Believing his job here is done, Overt Kill leaves the factory, but Spawn recovers and teleports to an unknown location. He knows the location of a military warehouse where they keep a lot of weapons, arming himself to the teeth, ready to destroy the android. The warehouse was packed with deadly weapons. Anything that Spawn could think of, this place had it, and he was now ready to deal with the cyborg assassin. But his presence here was easily detected, and a group of soldiers was trying to break inside. Spawn didn't want to kill them, so he thought of something else. He concentrated and used his powers to teleport somewhere else, ripping apart his molecules one by one and traveling at the speed of light, arriving back on the streets of New York City. Don Vito Gravano congratulated Overt Kill on a job well done, not knowing that Spawn had survived. He said the fight was easy, even though his left arm was completely destroyed. Spawn had another blackout, this time remembering the person who killed him, but he couldn't remember exactly who it was that pulled the trigger. He threatened Don Vito and asked him to send the assassin after him at the docks. Overt Kill didn't waste any time and rushed immediately to correct his mistake, threatening to rip Spawn's head off and make sure he stayed dead this time. Spawn pulled off his mask and revealed his deformed face, saying, "This is what hell looks like." He then took one of the big guns and shot the cyborg in the abdomen, blasting a hole straight through his entire body. There was nothing left of him except his crippled robot body, but Spawn was determined to finish the job and ripped off his head. He then blew up the entire place, destroying any evidence of what happened here tonight. After he was killed by Spawn, Billy Kincaid, one of the most despicable criminals who used to kill children, was reborn in hell inside a giant egg. He was greeted by 4 other people and a girl, claiming the same thing had happened to them as well. They formed a group and wanted to leave the swamp, heading toward the Tower of Hell, the only way of escaping this place. On their way, they met different kinds of demons who picked them off one by one. One of them was killed, and his soul was taken by the prime monad from the highest sphere in hell, the 10th. Another was killed by a demon from the 5th sphere, who got an addictive drug rush when consuming souls. Eventually, only Kincaid and the little girl were left, and he couldn't help himself and tried to kill her. Unfortunately for him, the girl was another demon in disguise, testing to see if he really was so despicable. She took Kincaid to the 7th sphere of hell, where they fit him with a symbiotic suit just like the one Spawn has, transforming him into a hellspawn. He was then taken to meet his master Malabolgia, one of the kings of hell, and joined his army of hellspawns in the battle against God. Issue 9 begins 800 years ago, with a woman crying, claiming she was attacked by an ogre who kidnapped her sister. A young hellspawn heard her cries and offered to help her. Together they went inside a dark cave, but there was no ogre. This whole thing was a trap set up by that woman. She was secretly an angel, and transformed into her hunter form, claiming she was there to kill him. She easily bested him and took him out using her powerful lance. In the present, Spawn was in the alleys spending time with his homeless friends when one of them called him Al Simmons. He grabbed the old man, demanding to know who he was and how he knew his real name. The old man's name was Nicholas Cagliostro, and he knew about his deal with the devil. But their conversation was interrupted by the angel who came to hunt Spawn. Her name was Angela, and she didn't waste any time and immediately attacked him, claiming she wanted to destroy him. She zapped him with her lance and he melted away in a puddle of necroplasm, but Spawn wasn't dead. Two hands emerged that grabbed Angela and pulled her inside. This hellish place hurt Angela, and she screamed in desperation, but she was eventually able to break free and fly straight into the sky. Spawn slowly recovered, and his body went back to normal, but he was curious about Angela's weapon. Cagliostro warned him not to touch it, but he couldn't help himself and pressed a button, which instantly teleported him to an unknown location. Spawn awoke somewhere else on the streets but claimed he wasn't Spawn because, unlike him, he knew every inch of the network of alleyways in the city. He knew every level of the Tower of Hell, all except level 7. He teleported once again and went straight to Hell level 7, where he opened a giant door. Inside, he found a lot of men with their hands bound behind them and their heads covered. He didn't know who these people were, but as he went deeper, he found a giant cell door with all kinds of different heroes sticking their hands out. Watchmen, Avengers, Men of Steel, Women of Tomorrow, Gods of Thunder, Crusaders, and more, all wanting to break free. Spawn tried to help and blasted the door using his power, but it was no use. The gate was indestructible. All of the heroes gave Spawn their powers, hoping he would be able to help them, but even though this made him incredibly powerful, a godlike entity, he was still unable to break the gates open. Cerebus, a beloved comic book character, appeared and asked Spawn to follow him. He told him all those people with hands tied behind their backs were comic book writers who sold their heroes to publishers like Marvel or DC. Cerebus brought Spawn to his home, where he was married to Wanda and had a daughter together. All of this was possible because Spawn's creator loved him and was able to give him anything he wanted. Spawn and Cerebus are both owned by their creators, Todd McFarlane and Dave Sims, who haven't sold them and will never do so. After meeting a talking aardvark and fighting mean angels, Spawn was delirious and talked to himself, but his homeless friend Bobby slapped him back to his senses. While the two of them were talking, Spawn heard a big boom and recognized the sound, a handheld tank stopper. A woman was screaming for help and running for her life, but Spawn tried to save her. Sadly, they were both shot, and the girl died, while Spawn ended up with a big hole inside his body. He got up and confronted the thug who shot him, but the guy was able to escape. He followed him straight to an abandoned warehouse where the nerd gang was having a meeting. These gang members wanted to take over the alleys where Spawn and his homeless friends lived, in order to attack another gang called the Creeps. The girl that was killed earlier was a member of the Creeps, and her friends attacked Spawn, thinking he might have something to do with this. Spawn decided to instigate the two gangs against each other, tricking them into thinking that he worked for both gangs. The plan worked, and the gangs went to war, taking over the alleys and shooting themselves blind. The fights were brutal, and in the end, only the strongest member of the Nerds survived. Spawn used his powers once again and teleported inside him, exploding from inside his body and killing him on the spot. The streets and his homeless friends were now safe. Spawn's former boss, Jason Wynn, sent one of his top agents to intimidate Terry, believing he was the one who dug up the files on Wanda and also the one who broke inside the army base to steal weapons. Spawn visited Granny Wanda and told her the truth, that he was still alive and that heaven exists, and there is a place there especially for her. The two detectives were put on probation after the police found Billy Kincaid's body inside their office. Burke was furious because he couldn't go on the streets to do his job and instead was forced to do boring paperwork. While Terry was returning home with his wife and daughter, two agents were waiting for him and threatened him, saying he needed to stop digging up things about Al Simmons' death. Spawn spent his nights drinking with his homeless friends, while they sang songs and told jokes. One of them took Spawn's mask and put it on, pretending to be a hero, but the mask got tighter and began to suffocate him. Spawn was barely able to pull it off and save the guy's life, saying the costume has a mind of its own and he can't control it. Suddenly, he had another flashback, remembering yet again something from his past. This time he remembered the man who killed him, his former partner from the agency, a guy named Chapel. Spawn sneaked inside a military base where Chapel and 4 other men were actively training, trying to improve their skills and become better killers. They were part of the Youngblood program, an army program that recruits and trains soldiers to become deadly assassins. Spawn was part of this program and was teammates with most of them, but now he was here to take his revenge on Chapel. The assassins threatened him, but before they could do anything, he teleported himself and Chapel somewhere else. They arrived in a swamp in Botswana, over 8,000 miles from the Youngblood headquarters. This was the same place where Chapel killed Spawn, following the orders from his boss, Jason Wynn. The two men fought, but Spawn was faster and stronger. Even though he wasn't using his powers, he was still a dangerous killer after all. He pulled off his mask, revealing his disfigured face and saying that Chapel did this to him. He eventually told the truth, saying he was really Al Simmons and he came back to get revenge. Chapel stabbed him, but it was no use. Nothing could hurt Spawn, and he could even survive without any organs. Spawn pinned him to the ground and decided to use his power, mutilating his face just like the devil did to him when he traded his soul. After Malebolgia stripped away his powers and turned him into a simple clown, the Violator was powerless to do anything, and he spent his days talking to kids, telling them stories about how great he used to be. But the kids didn't want to listen to an old man, so he bribed them with money. He was willing to do anything for some attention. Over 800 years ago lived an evil wizard, whose soul was as dark as coal, and the inhabitants of the surrounding lands feared his very presence. The Violator's boss asked him to take him out, and he gladly accepted the assignment. He followed him and butchered hundreds of people, feeding on their hearts to make himself stronger, but he was lying to the boys, making himself look like the good guy. Meanwhile, the investigation had finished, and detectives Burke and Twitch were cleared of any wrongdoing, and they were allowed to resume their regular duties on the streets. Spawn was worried about Chapel. After he mutilated him, he left him alive, and now he knew his secret. He feared the Youngblood assassins might come after him. Back in the past, the Violator captured the wizard's mom and used her as bait to lure him out. The wizard backed him against a tree line, with help from his trusty horse, who kicked the Violator in the back. But he wasn't ready to lose the fight just yet, so he waited until the Hellspawn got closer, and then used a deadly attack on him. He shot him using a powerful fire breath, a maelstrom of acidic flames that had completely disintegrated him, leaving the Violator victorious. The clown continues to brag about his fight against the Spawn wizard, but the boys were starting to doubt his story. He checked the remains and made sure he was dead before turning his attention to the wizard's mother, who was still tied to the tree. He wanted to torture her and used his finger to cut her face up, but someone attacks him and slices his finger right off. The Spawn had teleported right before the attack, and the Violator only managed to destroy his armor. He was now just in his deformed human form, and he looked like a demon. The brutal fight continues right where they left off, and the Violator wanted to use his fire breath once again, and waited for the right moment. He struck the Spawn wizard once again, but the armor and chains were still alive and managed to trap him. The Spawn used his hell-given powers to defend against the fire attack, and using his sword, he cuts off the Violator's head. Even though he was victorious, his mother was scared of him. She'd never seen him without armor and was absolutely terrified. The Violator claims the people told stories about him, and he became one of the first dragons. The devil brought him back to life, saying he did a good job in testing the Hellspawn, and making sure he has the potential to become a fine officer in his army. Issue 16 begins with two soldiers walking in a small town called Simmonsville. They are attacked by two demons who jump out of the ground and brutally kill them. Jason Wynn was showing this place to an army general, saying this place is a doorway to hell and created out of a substance called psychoplasm. Meanwhile, two thugs were bullying a homeless man and wanted to light him on fire, saying they were doing the city a favor by cleaning the streets. Spawn stops them and kicks the shit out of them, breaking one of the guy's hands, who begins to puke because of the pain. Spawn remembers more things about his past, but isn't sure what happened to his body. He visits the cemetery and digs up his own grave, trying to see what lay inside. He is shocked to find his human corpse rotting inside the grave, meaning that his current form isn't actually his own body. In order to restore the balance of power, after Angela was defeated by Spawn, the angels kidnap Jason Wynn and infuse him with elemental fire, turning him into one of their soldiers called the Anti-Spawn. After finding out the truth about his body, Malebolgia couldn't help but laugh at Spawn's desperation and teleports him to Simmonsville. Psychoplasm reacts to human emotion, and this place was created out of Al Simmons' memories when he died. Now at full force, Anti-Spawn is sent to deal with the Hellspawn and restore the balance of power in Heaven's favor. Spawn is confident at first, but has no idea just how powerful his opponent actually is. He gets thrown through a church's window and beaten without even the chance of defending himself. If this keeps going, he will die soon, so he does the only thing he can and teleports back to New York City's Bowery. He tells his homeless friends to run away, but the Anti-Spawn follows him and attacks him again, dealing even more damage. He draws out a sword made from elemental fire and prepares to end Spawn's life, but his friends couldn't bear to watch their friend getting beaten up. They group together and attack the Anti-Spawn, hitting him with sticks and rocks. The homeless defend their friend, saying that if he has beef with Spawn, he has beef with all of them. This gave Spawn enough time to gather his strength, and he attacks his opponent from behind, punching him with everything he's got. But that's not enough, and the Anti-Spawn retaliates, stabbing him with the elemental fire sword. Spawn escapes by punching him again, but this time he pins him to the ground and grabs his head. He then punches him straight through his face, leaving a big hole in his head. Elemental fire starts pouring out everywhere, and Spawn deals the final blow and blasts another hole through his body, destroying him for good. Jason Wynn is returned back to the Angel Orbital Station, high above Earth, and two angels claim they need to increase the soldiers' power by adding even more elemental fire. A man visits Spawn, a friend of Cagliostro, saying that heaven and hell aren't the only players in this game. He gives him a blank business card, promising to be in touch when the time is right. For the first time ever, nuclear technicians from the former Soviet bloc nations will be meeting their global counterparts in the 3-day conference, which opens at New York's Columbia University. The 4 technicians have never traveled to a Western country and can't help but be amazed by New York street life. They even visit a few strip clubs and have a good time, but during the show, they sneak out the back, ditching the Russian escorts that were following them. Yusef Volokov, a Ukrainian technician, separates from the group and goes to see a former colleague who defected from communist oppression a long time ago. Meanwhile, Spawn was resting on a pile of garbage on the streets when a powerful explosion nearly kills him. He sees the person who detonated it and chases him down, but is stopped by Harry Houdini, the amazing magician. The two of them quickly become friends, and Houdini teaches Spawn to use the costume to his advantage and not use his own powers, which are depleting. Houdini gained his magical powers from a place called Overlap, a world between worlds where magic flows freely. The two of them team up and follow the man who detonated the bomb earlier, leading to a building in the Ukrainian district. Here he finds Yusef, the Ukrainian technician, asking for help to fix a broken detonator which he needs during the lecture at Columbia University. As luck would have it, the man who builds bombs lives in the same building, and he fixes Yusef's detonator. During the conference, Yusef takes the stage and brings out an atomic bomb and enough plutonium to level a good-sized section of the city. He talks about his country, saying that Ukraine is languishing in poverty and demands $1.5 billion in compensation. All hell breaks loose once the CIA arrives and starts shooting at Yusef and his people, forcing him to activate the bomb. With only seconds left before detonation, they were running out of options until Houdini has an idea. He concentrates and uses his escapist knowledge and powers to teleport the bomb somewhere else. The Overlap, more precisely, the same place where he gained his powers and flowing with magic. In the end, the danger was averted, and the bomb disappeared completely. Yusef and the people who helped him were arrested and taken into custody. After dealing with yet another bozo, Spawn is injured, and his friend Bobby uses a shoelace to sew the cut on his face. Bobby tells him about his beautiful wife, who sadly died of cancer. Going over her death was one of the hardest things he had to do, and doesn't want Spawn to end up like the other people on the streets. Jason Wynn continues to put pressure on Terry and turns the CIA, the FBI, and even the police on him, accusing him of being a traitor. The Mafia is looking for Spawn on the streets, thinking he is the one responsible for killing 7 leaders in the past month. He swiftly deals with one of the thugs that was interrogating one of his friends, but the guy threatens Spawn, saying the mob will end him and he is already a dead man. Spawn removes his mask and agrees, claiming he's already dead. Vito Gravano thinks that Terry is the one responsible for destroying Overt Kill, who is now badly damaged and recovering. He sends his people to deal with him, saying he can't allow himself to look weak, especially in front of his fellow Dons. Joe Sejcik is the mob's greatest accountant, making sure he hides anything illegal from the paperwork. He is Vito Gravano's trusted accountant, who maintains the legitimacy of everyday operations, ensuring that nothing appears to be illegal. Spawn pays him a visit and threatens to kill him if he doesn't hand over important files on the mob. Joe isn't really good at dealing with pressure, so he gives Spawn everything he needs. Terry tries to understand why everyone is attempting to frame him and accuse him of things he never did. His secretary screams in horror after opening a package and finding a dead rat inside. For the past few weeks, Terry had to deal with constant harassing phone calls and face-to-face threats. But this is too much for him, and it scares him. Spawn sits on a throne that his friends made while looking through the files he got from the accountant, trying to find something incriminating. Terry is home alone, relaxing, while Wanda and his daughter are out visiting her grandmother. His house is being watched by 2 FBI agents, when out of nowhere, 2 mobsters show up. They start shooting each other, and Terry goes outside to help, but it is too late. The FBI agents are already dead. The mobsters threaten Terry, saying they kidnapped his wife and daughter, and if he wants to see them alive, he needs to go to the Bowery at midnight. Terry is scared, but he agrees to go. However, Overt Kill, who was sent by the mob to kill Spawn, thinks Terry is him and attacks him. The poor man stands no chance against the deadly cyborg, who throws him around the trash cans like a toy. Spawn tries to help but is stopped by detectives Burke and Twitch, who want to arrest him. Spawn has no time to explain and just runs away, prompting Twitch to shoot him in the leg, but it doesn't faze him at all, and he just keeps running. Overt Kill grabs Terry and slams him against the wall, nearly killing him, but Spawn arrives eventually and saves him. The two of them fight to the death, but the cyborg is a lot stronger and faster than before. The mob wanted to make sure he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Wanda goes back home and finds the police and the press surrounding the place. The neighbors were already threatened by the mob and act like they didn't see anything. The 2 detectives arrive as well but have no idea what is going on. Burke asks Twitch to shoot the cyborg and he hits him in the ear. This triggers something inside of him and he stops the attack, leaving Spawn alone and leaving the Bowery immediately. Twitch checks Spawn, but he seems dead, so they remove his mask, revealing his disfigured face. Terry wakes up and they interrogate him, but he has no idea what's going on or why the cyborg wanted to kill him. Wynn asks his people to go there and arrest Terry, pull rank on the police if they have to. Just bring that traitor in. Terry wants to go after his wife and daughter, saying the mob has them, but Burke doesn't believe him. Nevertheless, he gets up and runs away, while Spawn hears everything and slowly wakes up. The detectives catch him from behind and arrest him once again, but the homeless people form a mob of their own and attack them, throwing garbage and beer bottles at them. Two of Vito Gravano's men have orders to kill Terry and drive towards him at full speed, nearly running over the detectives, but Spawn gets in the way and crashes the cars. He uses his powers to increase his density and becomes harder than steel, severely injuring the passengers. He is tired of everybody taking over his streets and decides to leave a warning on the walls, claiming the alleys belong to Spawn. He then visits Jason Wynn, threatening to expose connections between him and the mafia if he doesn't leave Terry alone. He visits Detective Burke and gives him a file on his boss, Captain Banks. He also pays Vito a visit, threatening to expose his illegal operations and showing the files he stole from the accountant. Issue 25 begins on the streets, with a thug beating one of Spawn's friends, saying the streets belong to his boss, and if Spawn wants a turf war, it's gonna get bloody. Terry is now acquitted of all charges and is back to work as usual, but he still wants to get to the bottom of everything and find out why everyone wanted him dead. Wanda visits him and offers to help him. The thug from before returns to his hideout, an abandoned warehouse where a monster is waiting for him. He is happy and claims the puzzle pieces are falling into place, and pretty soon he's gonna nail that mafia scumbag, Vito Gravano. The man who got beaten up earlier comes to warn Spawn, but he doesn't want to hear about it. He thinks this doesn't concern him and wants the people on the streets to solve their own problems. But he can't stay away and goes looking for the monster. He finds him and the two of them begin fighting, but Spawn is stronger and grabs him using his chains, demanding he stay away from the streets and leave his people alone. Spawn thought this guy was a demon, but he used to be just a man working for the mob. They forced him to become one of their soldiers and transformed him into the creature he is now. He escaped, but they killed his entire family, and ever since, he's been trying to kill Vito and get his revenge. Spawn agrees to help and gives him one of the files he stole earlier, hoping he will take Vito Gravano down. Issue 26 begins with a man frantically talking on the phone with his lawyer, who informs him that he did everything he could to keep him and his daughter together, but sadly the judge feels she'll be better off with foster parents as providers. After his wife died several years ago, the man had to take care of his daughter all alone, but seeing how he didn't have a job for the past 11 months, and no other way of providing for her, the judge agrees it's in the girl's best interest to live with another family. Cagliostro visits Spawn and tries to answer many of the questions about his role in the war between heaven and hell when they are interrupted by Fred Barnett. The man just lost custody of his daughter. He wants Spawn to use his magic and create some money, but he refuses and calls them nuts, saying he is not some walking bank machine. He is tired of solving everyone's problems and wants them to solve their own problems. Out of nowhere, Spawn is teleported to a beautiful garden similar to heaven. Gabrielle, the angel in charge of terrain affairs, greets him and offers him something to drink. She knows that Angela tried to kill him and wonders if he knows what happened to her lance after he pressed the button. He hasn't got a clue, and she sends him back to the Bowery, but not before saying that there is a great war coming soon, and he needs to pick a side. Spawn later finds out that the man who lost his daughter committed suicide. He can't help but feel guilty for not helping, and for the first time since coming back, he truly feels dead. Somewhere in Massachusetts, inside a beautiful house, a man was praying to God and talking to someone, claiming he is ready to accept the test of his faith and will go to meet the Spawn. He travels hundreds of miles and arrives in New York, a city filled with depraved and unholy people everywhere. The man who killed Spawn 5 years ago came to kill him again, but he killed Bobby instead and then shot himself in the head. Spawn, who grew very attached to Bobby, uses his powers to bring him back to life, but this puts a strain on his body, and his powers decrease even more. Someone used this opportunity and shot Spawn in the back. The man who traveled here to confront Spawn calls himself the Curse, and he claims he killed him in the name of God. Thinking he is dead, the Curse leaves and forms a cult with the people who believe in God. But it didn't take long before Spawn was up again, and he armed himself with guns to take him down. The two of them fight to the death, but Spawn gains the upper hand and slams him on the ground. The homeless get in the way, but Spawn didn't care and continued the attacks, taking all of them down along with the Curse. In the end, Spawn was victorious, and he hangs the Curse like a trophy next to his throne in the Bowery. Even though he is defeated and his body destroyed, he claims his spirit hasn't been broken and threatens Spawn. Spawn says he is the king here and isn't afraid of revenge. He leaves the Curse hanging on the wall and goes for a walk. Determined to help her husband, Wanda came to the city searching for Spawn, but instead of finding him, she runs into the curse. She panics thinking he wants to hurt her and runs away, but she runs straight into a group of thugs. These guys corner her and want to take advantage of her, but Spawn emerges from the shadows and easily deals with them. In the end, he and Wanda meet for the first time since he was killed. She came here to thank him for helping her husband. If it wasn't for him, Terry would have been killed. She gives him a photo of her family, but she is terrified of him and runs away, even though Spawn wanted to keep talking. In the end, he spends the night staring at the photo, unable to take his eyes off his ex-wife. After an intense battle in heaven with angels, Spawn is badly injured and teleported to a small town in the middle of nowhere. A little boy named Andy Frank picks him up and carries him home, wanting to help the poor Hellspawn. Andy and his brother Eddie live together with their dad, a mean, drunk policeman who constantly beats and abuses them. Andy hid Spawn inside the shed behind the main house and brings his brother to introduce them. Spawn couldn't help but notice the bruises around Andy's eyes and blames the dad. Meanwhile, Detective Burke looks over the file he got from Spawn, reading about the connections between his boss and the mob, and is determined to take him down. After breaking his last beer bottle, the dad loses his temper and abuses the boy once again, taking out his gun and threatening to kill him. Spawn finds the two boys crying and wants to teach the dad a lesson, but he'd already left to drink. He found him on his way home and gave him a beating, tattooing the words, "I beat my kids," on his body as well. The dad loses his temper again and jumps poor Andy, beating him senselessly on the ground. Eddie decides to help his brother and takes their father's gun and shoots him, killing him on the spot. Spawn is stranded somewhere in Alabama, trying to get back home after walking nearly 1,000 miles on foot. He sees two cars filled with Ku Klux Klan members and decides to follow them. A black man and his family are desperately trying to put out a fire that was started by the racists and prevent their farm from burning. Spawn, being a black man himself, understands too well how it feels to be persecuted based on the color of your skin and decides to help the family. However, he didn't expect the hillbillies to be so well armed, and he gets shot in the head. They then use chains to tie him up and hang him on the side of the road. Spawn eventually recovers and is furious, determined to take his revenge on the Klan members. One by one, he makes their lives a living hell, destroying the things they love the most. Eventually, he goes after their leader, who was also the judge. He ambushes him and asks him to come by the farm and settle things face to face. The judge was dumb enough to go, thinking his weapon would be enough to handle Spawn. Spawn easily takes him out and decides to do something unexpected. He turns the judge's skin black, and when his fellow members arrive, they mistake him for the farm owner. The hillbillies bring the judge outside and then hang him just like they did with Spawn by the side of the road. After being gone for several weeks, Spawn finally returns to New York City and couldn't be happier to see the World Trade Center towers once again. He sneaks up on his friends and scares the living hell out of them, who are happy to see him again. Gabrielle was replaced with a new angel, Raphael, who is now in charge of terrain affairs. The orbital space station was preparing the suit for a new soldier to replace the anti-Spawn, who was previously defeated by Spawn. A new vessel is chosen, a simple man who feeds the homeless and loves serving the Lord. He is empowered with elemental fire and becomes a devoted soldier of heaven. This new soldier is called the Redeemer, and he is interested in Bobby. After Spawn used his powers to resurrect him, he was radiating necroplasm, and the Redeemer wants to take him. Spawn tries to stop him, but this guy is many times stronger than the anti-Spawn, and he gets destroyed. None of his attacks even scratched his opponent, and Spawn is left with his face in the dirt. The Redeemer takes Bobby and teleports back to the orbital space station. Spawn is determined to get his friend back and climbs one of the highest towers in the city, which is also Heaven's headquarters on Earth. As the new head of terrain affairs, the angel Raphael welcomes the arrival of several dignitaries from heaven, including a cute little old lady. Out of nowhere, Spawn breaks inside the room and demands to see Bobby. Raphael is pissed and says this place is a conflict-free neutral zone and he has no right to attack them. She immediately calls the guards, but Spawn takes the old lady as a hostage and threatens to kill her if they don't release Bobby. He forms a bubble of green energy around her neck and begins to suffocate her, counting down from 5 until her death. Raphael is left with no choice and calls the orbital space station, asking them to release Bobby. The Redeemer brings him down to Earth and then immediately attacks the Hellspawn. Spawn defends himself, trying to protect Bobby and the old lady at the same time. He apologizes to her, saying he never really wanted to kill her and was only bluffing. The guards start shooting, and he teleports at the last second, bringing Bobby back down into the alleys of New York. Cagliostro is impressed with Spawn and says he just survived a battle with God. The old lady was impressed with Spawn, saying she allowed him to do that because he was fighting for his friend and thinks he might be the one. Spawn talks to his homeless friends and warns them about the dangers of staying around, saying they need to be prepared for war at any time, in any place. Bobby doesn't want to move or abandon his friend, thanking him for bringing him back to life after Chapel shot him. But Chapel was just a soldier, and like all good soldiers, he was just following orders. Spawn needs to find the person who was giving him orders. He is the one responsible for ruining his life. Meanwhile, Twitch recovers in the hospital, surrounded by beautiful nurses who couldn't be happier that he was finally awake. Burke blames Spawn for the beating and vows to go after him, but Twitch wants him to focus on their boss, who was involved with the child killer Billy Kincaid. The Angel's Tower was rebuilding after the recent attack, but the outside was disguised to look brand new for the unsuspecting people of New York. The Violator ambushes Spawn and drags him inside the sewers, threatening to kill his homeless friends if he ever leaves the Bowery. He wants to know where he is at all times and doesn't understand why Malebolgia chose him to be a Hellspawn, which is considered an honor in Hell. The two of them fight, but Spawn gains the upper hand, morphing the uniform to his advantage. While the Violator claims he shouldn't be able to do this so early, someone must be helping him. The fight is stopped when a giant pipe breaks, flooding the sewers and nearly drowning the Hellspawn. But he wasn't the only one who nearly died. The Violator was in a similar situation. It turns out that demons and Hellspawns can't breathe underwater. Luckily for him, someone pulls him out of the water and saves his life, but then quickly disappears into the dark sewers. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a young boy is wandering the streets alone. He is grabbed by some thugs and pulled into the dark alleys where they force him to buy some drugs from them. Stinky, their leader, then goes and attends a private show where two girls are wrestling naked inside a puddle of mud. Several men are watching the show and enjoying themselves when out of nowhere Spawn attacks him. The attack is brutal and blood splatters everywhere, including on the girls who panic and stop the show. The Violator pays Jason Wynn a visit, saying he wants him to hurt Spawn from a distance because getting close to him is too dangerous. He wants to do it by making Terry's life a living hell, going after Wanda and even her grandmother. Cagliostro tells Spawn that killing Stinky wasn't a good idea. He is slowly becoming exactly what the devil wants him to be. That little boy who bought the drugs is actually running the streets in his neighborhood, involved in 2 murders, drugs, and even selling weapons. Detective Twitch finally recovers and goes back to work, where his colleagues throw a surprise party to welcome him back. Burke can't help himself and threatens his boss, saying his time is slowly coming. Terry started working for Jason Wynn, and he wants him to head up the data reorganization for their security systems. Chief Banks complains to Wynn about the detective's threats, but he says the real threat is Spawn, who is hiding on the streets. Wanda is happy about a big anonymous donation made in the name of the Children's Society Foundation, while Terry is happy that he was transferred to work for Wynn, thinking this will help him find out why they tried to kill him. Banks takes some of his trusted men and goes into the Bowery to look for Spawn, but his homeless friends pretend they've never heard of him. Eventually, they find his throne, but the chief calls these people crazy for worshipping him. Spawn shows up and threatens him, but it doesn't take long before Burke and Twitch show up as well. Burke knows that Banks is involved with Kincaid, but he doesn't want Spawn to kill him. The chief whispers in Spawn's ear that Jason Wynn is behind everything, and this pisses him off. He teleports immediately to Wynn's office, determined to end him. He slams him against the wall, blaming him for taking away his life, when suddenly, a swarm of agents runs inside the room, led by Terry himself. Spawn calls him a traitor for working for Wynn and trying to save him, but Terry doesn't want to kill him and tells the soldiers he is more valuable alive. The soldiers disregard his order and start shooting, with the whole room erupting in chaos. Spawn grabs Wynn and jumps with him from the top floor, crashing through the floors below, but they are both still alive. Wynn escapes, and Spawn runs as well, but the soldiers are hot on his trail, trying to kill him. He goes down the stairs and breaks through the wall, ending up on the roof of one of the buildings. A helicopter is sent to take him down, and they even shoot a rocket. The explosion takes out the entire top floor of one of the buildings, but Spawn teleports just seconds before. Detective Burke gives the files he had on his boss to Internal Affairs, thinking they have enough dirt on him to lock him up, but his friends at the CIA clear him of any wrongdoing, and he is cleared of all charges in just a few hours. Wynn is taken to the hospital, but a bunch of guys in suits pays him a visit. They accuse him of attracting too much attention, saying the people they represent need deniability regarding their arrangements. He needs to handle this situation quietly because everyone is expendable, even him. However, the Violator is pleased with the way he pissed off Spawn and wants him to keep doing it. The man who saved the Violator from drowning comes to speak with Spawn, who is sleeping on a pile of garbage, when out of nowhere a group of thugs ambushes him. This man calls himself the Freak, but the thugs are part of a gang and want to cut him for coming onto their turf. Spawn wakes and easily deals with them, and the Freak shakes his hand, thanking him for saving his life. The man claims he used to work in undercover operations, but someone named Dr. Delirium killed his wife and son in cold blood. When he went after him for revenge, the doctor kidnapped him and brainwashed him, turning him into a freak. Spawn agrees to help kill the doctor, and the two of them go into the sewers. The freak knew a secret entrance to a room filled with machines used by the doctor. They head toward the top floor while Spawn deals with the soldiers. They break inside the office where Dr. Delirium was sitting and threaten him. The freak pushes him out the window, saying he came to take his revenge, and then drops him from the top floor. The way out wasn't as easy though. The entire place was crawling with police who responded to the alarms. The freak thanks Spawn for helping him take his revenge, but as it turns out, this guy was actually crazy, and the man he just killed was a real doctor in a mental institute. His wife is still alive, and she is the one who had him committed because he was acting crazy, and they never had any kids to begin with. Issue 38 begins with a strange man entering an abandoned castle. He was looking for someone, but all he could find were rusty machines, things thrown everywhere, and a working VCR. Meanwhile, Spawn digs up his stash of weapons, which he stole from the CIA, and performs some quick maintenance, determined to kill Win once and for all. Cagliostro visits him and asks if he's getting ready for war with so much ammunition laying around. The man in the castle puts a videotape in the VCR and starts watching, learning about a man named Frederick Wilhelm who works here. Wilhelm is a scientist who was hired by the US Army to head up their cybernetic simian project and develop a superhuman soldier. However, his beautiful wife got sick and was slowly dying, so he concentrated his work to find a way of curing her. The wife eventually died, and the professor wanted to transfer her brain inside the super soldier, vowing to bring her back to life. He never got a chance to accomplish his dream because he died trying, and the man found his corpse next to his wife's brain. The video continues to play, and the doctor reveals the project was successful, and even though he never managed to create a human super soldier, he did create a cyborg ape called Cygor. Cygor hadn't eaten anything in 3 months and kills the strange man, satisfying its hunger. Issue 39 begins on Christmas Eve, in a cozy apartment where a family was enjoying their dinner. The mother leaves the children alone because she has to work, and asks the big sister to babysit her younger brother. However, the girl leaves as well to attend a party with her friends and leaves the boy all alone to watch TV. The boy falls asleep watching his favorite Christmas movie but wakes up in the middle of the night because of some loud noises coming from the roof. He immediately thinks it must be Santa, but it was actually Spawn fighting a group of bandits who had just robbed a store. Spawn beats the living crap out of them and then leaves, but the young boy calls out his name thinking he forgot to leave him presents. Luckily, during the fight, one of the bandits dropped a stack of $20 bills and the kid takes it, thinking Santa left it for him. His mother finds the money and decides to spend it on the poor families inside the building, buying presents for everyone and organizing a party. After spending time with his homeless friends and drinking a bit too much, Spawn returns to his hiding place and finds 3 people decorating his throne. They claim they were curious and only wanted to make it better, but he asks them to leave. Spawn goes to sleep but is awakened by wires that send thousands of volts through his body, electrocuting him. He faints and is kidnapped by a group of cyborgs who claim their master will be pleased. In another part of the country, a group of hunters is following the trail of some kind of big animal that had recently attacked a farm. They eventually find the creature, but it wasn't Bigfoot. It was Cygor, the cyborg ape created by the US Army in their attempt to create a superhuman soldier. Even though it could easily kill them, the ape runs away, choosing to camouflage itself in the darkness of night. Spawn was kidnapped by the Curse, a crazy religious fanatic who wants to please God by destroying one of Hell's creatures. This lunatic cuts Spawn in half, separating his torso from his legs, claiming he wants to cut him into tiny pieces and study necroplasm, the primary substance of Hell. The Curse was able to separate the costume from Al Simmons and plans to melt his body into necroplasm. He leaves Spawn tied up and goes to do something else but vows to return and cut off his head, the only way to actually kill a Hellspawn. Meanwhile, Cygor was going south, a direction it's been heading for 5 days. But the cyborg ape knows right from wrong and sees a couple in the back seat of a car. The woman complains about the man's bad breath and pushes him away, but Cygor thinks he was trying to violate her. He breaks open the car and kills the man with ease, then disappears again into the night. Spawn cuts off his own hand and tries to break the glass container to free his costume, but he was too weak to do it. The Curse returns and wants to kill Spawn for good, but his severed hand was enough to crack the glass, and the costume was able to escape. While trying to reattach itself to Spawn, the costume destroys the entire lab and nearly kills the Curse. Left without any choice, the lunatic activates the self-destruct and blows the entire laboratory to pieces. The costume tries to protect Spawn and wraps itself around him, flying at incredible speed and landing several miles away. Somewhere close to him, a young boy was being chased by bullies who wanted to steal his comic books. The boy wants to hide inside an abandoned shack, but when he gets close, the costume attacks him. Spawn was hiding inside as well, trying to recover after he was badly injured by the curse. The two of them talk about the comic books and the boy tells him about his favorite superheroes. Back in New York City, the two detectives break inside Chief Banks' office, trying to dig up some more dirt on him since they weren't successful in taking him down earlier. Luckily for them, they find a file linking him to Jason Wynn and Billy Kincaid, the kitty murderer. Eventually, the boy leaves and goes back home, but the bullies ambush him right in front of his house. The costume followed the young boy and attacks the bullies, and Spawn couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Eventually, the boy gets in between them and demands the costume stop the attack. The next day at school, everybody thinks the boy is a hero for standing up to Spawn and saving the bullies. Detectives Burke and Twitch head towards work, confidently claiming that they have enough evidence to prove that Chief Banks was being bribed by Jason Wynn and that Internal Affairs and the CIA are all involved. However, when they arrive, someone revoked their parking rights and they weren't allowed to park inside the police station lot anymore. Sadly for them, the chief officially fired them and asks them to clear their desks and leave. This is payback for trying to expose him, but Twitch isn't impressed and threatens him, saying they are taking him down with them. Since the CIA and Internal Affairs didn't do anything to arrest Chief Banks before, even though the detectives provided enough evidence, they decide to meet with a reporter and give him the file they stole from Banks' office. After several days of research, the Daily releases the file, linking the kid killer to the chief. All of a sudden, all of his friends at the CIA distanced themselves from him, and nobody wanted anything to do with the chief, including Jason Wynn. The FBI arrive and want to interrogate him and go through his office. But before they could get a chance, Banks kills himself in an attempt to spare himself public humiliation. After the curse tried to kill him, Spawn's costume was damaged and his body was still healing from the injuries. As night covered the lands, the creatures of the dark were all drawn to him, darkness' way of replenishing itself. Giant wolves surround him, trying to protect him, while worms, maggots, and other earthly creatures hiding in the dark try to heal his body. Spawn draws dark energy from all the creatures, including a giant bear who gets close to him, when out of nowhere an angel hunter attacks him. She accuses another angel by the name of Angela of being a traitor. Instead of trying to kill Spawn, she helped him and even kissed him. It's forbidden for angels to help hellspawns, and she came to correct Angela's mistake. Spawn wasn't yet fully recovered, and she is able to impale him on one of the rocks from the swamp. She draws out her sword and wants to decapitate him, vowing to make sure that Angela holds his head before she dies. She strikes a powerful blow and decapitates Spawn, separating his head from his body. But Spawn's head wasn't real. The costume had made an illusion using the maggots that were helping to heal Spawn. This angel is young and inexperienced, and Spawn is annoyed that they would send a child to do their killing. The fight continues, and he is able to trap her underground, the place where madness reigns. After absorbing the latent evil flowing in the soil, Spawn is in a hellish high and gains the advantage, dealing several powerful blows against his attacker. Meanwhile, in New York City, the two detectives were jobless, and Twitch hadn't even told his wife he doesn't have a job anymore. Burke gives him some money and says he doesn't want to be a detective anymore. Instead, he wants to create his own agency, doing private detective work, and needs a partner. The fight continues, and Spawn's power meter decreases each time he uses his powers. But just as before, the creatures of darkness are drawn to him and come to help him, attacking the young angel from all directions. Spawn's chains immobilize her while the terrifying animals devour her completely, leaving nothing but an empty skeleton. Spawn returns to New York City and talks to Cagliostro, who says the costume is taking over his body, and he needs to do something about it. He wants Spawn to become its master and take control over it, not the other way around. Issue 46 begins with the mob killing one of their own men because he was stealing money from one of the bosses, Vito Gravano himself. But Vito answers to a master of his own. The head bosses from Sicily threaten him and ask him to find Overkill, who went missing during a mission a couple of weeks ago. Wanda is happy that the recent donation will help her hospital build the children's wing, and things were progressing nicely. Terry returns home, but he was feeling sick. A recent flu was bugging him, and he needed to rest for a couple of hours. Someone killed one of Gravano's best men, cut his head off, and then threw it in a box. He thinks someone is moving into his turf and wants his best men to find him. After his recent separation from the costume, Spawn hasn't been himself and was using worms to heal himself. Cagliostro warns him about the worms, saying they absorb the evil and sins from the world, and says he needs to control the suit and not the other way around. It turns out that Tremor was the one who killed Gravano's men, trying to get close to him and avenge his family's death. Gravano says he didn't murder his entire family. His brother is still alive. Tremor leaves him alive but takes another one of his men to interrogate him to see if he was actually telling the truth. Tremor goes straight to Spawn and asks him for help, saying that the man he just interrogated knows about Wanda and Terry as well. Spawn agrees to help Tremor, and they both go after the mafia boss. Gravano had barricaded himself inside one of his villas, surrounded by giant walls and guarded by security guards. But it couldn't keep Tremor out. He jumps from the floor and immediately attacks him. One of his guards shoots him in the shoulder, and that's when Tremor realizes that the man is actually his brother. He thought his brother David was killed as well, but Gravano convinced him that Tremor is the one responsible for killing off their family members. David refuses to listen to Tremor and shoots him several times, injuring him. That's when Spawn shows up and threatens Vito to stay away from Wanda and her family, saying he knows things that his Sicilian cousins are dying to know. He gives him a copy of the proof and then leaves with David and Tremor, leaving a trail of dead bodyguards in the backyard. Detective Burke rented an office where he plans to open an agency, working together with Twitch as private detectives. Sadly, he didn't have a lot of money to afford a nice place, and this place is literally a dump. Someone shoves an envelope under the door containing top-secret files on Jason Wynn and his associates. Spawn's costume was becoming more violent, and it was getting harder and harder to control it. He gathers trash from around the alleys and wants to build something. Ever since he came back from the dead, Spawn was attacked constantly, putting others in danger. Cagliostro shows up again, but Spawn isn't in the mood to humor him and just asks him to leave. Terry works all night again, but this flu wasn't going away, and on top of that, his heart was racing and he blacks out for several minutes. Something was wrong with him, and he didn't know what it was. Spawn continues his ritual of using the worms to heal himself, but he wasn't in control anymore. The costume was performing this ritual, and he was just along for the ride. He tells Bobby that something is happening to him, and he can't stop it. He wants everyone to think he left the alleys, but in fact he'd still be around. He just wants to isolate himself for whatever was coming next. He continues to build something, slowly draining away his powers. Terry finally decides to see a doctor and find out what was wrong with him. The doctor is unsure of what is going on and thinks it is nothing serious, but he wants to do a few x-rays to make sure he is right. Spawn was finally done. A small fortress in the alleys of New York City, strong enough to stop anything from entering. Cagliostro comes and wants to help, but the chains attack him and it wasn't safe for him. He doesn't give up, however, and breaks inside but is shocked at what he sees. Spawn was trapped inside a web of necroplasm, with tumors growing all over his body. A giant creature grabs Cagliostro and eats him alive, but it spits him out after just a few seconds. This triggers the costume to revert back to its original form, shrinking down again and leaving Spawn in a weakened state. But the old man is there to help him. Meanwhile, Cygor arrives in New York City after walking for nearly a month, calling out Al Simmons' name. On his way home, Terry blacks out again, but this time while driving, and he crashes into an oncoming car. He wasn't killed, but he was still badly injured and is rushed immediately to the hospital. Wanda arrives and the doctor reassures her he's going to be just fine, even though Terry thinks he's a dead man. He finally comes clean and tells her about the blackouts, saying he had one tonight as well. Cagliostro tells Spawn that because he was recently separated from the costume, it was now accelerating its evolution, and Spawn isn't able to guide it any longer. It wants to return back to hell and feeds on Spawn's anger. He wants Spawn to let go of his anger, saying that if he doesn't find a way to do it, the next time he uses his powers, the costume will take him straight back to hell. The old man knows all of this because he too used to be a Spawn a long time ago. The results finally come through, revealing that Terry has a cancerous tumor growing in his brain. It's too deep and too big to be removed, and he only has a few months left to live. Wanda couldn't stop herself from crying. The thought of losing a second husband absolutely terrifies her. In just a few days, Terry goes into a coma, and there's nothing left that the doctors can do for him. Spawn remembers he once made a promise to Wanda that he'd keep her happy forever. If this means saving Terry's life, then so be it. He sneaks inside his room and uses his powers to cure his cancer, but in return, he is teleported to hell by the costume. The doctors are stunned and couldn't understand how any of this was even possible. Terry was fully healed and allowed to return home, where his family threw him a surprise party. Granny Wanda tells him she was the one who sent Al to heal him, but he doesn't understand what she's talking about. Spawn was teleported to Hell's second level, a place filled with terrifying creatures. The creatures immediately attack him, trying to eat him alive, and he is barely able to defend himself. In Malebolgia's realm, warriors are made out of necroplasm, but here, it's a food source for these creatures. A giant insect tears off the skin from Spawn's body, trying to consume it and eat him alive, but he powers up and blows the creature away. At least in Hell, his powers are unlimited, and he can use them to defend himself. He kills the creature by stabbing it with a piece of rock, and then stays triumphant on its corpse. Out of nowhere, he is teleported to another level of Hell, while Malebolgia laughs confidently, saying everything was going according to his plan. Spawn arrives in level 4 of Hell, a great void with no sense of perspective. This is the place where humanity's greatest sins and atrocities are laid out to be witnessed by the unfortunate few. He is crucified and his costume is ripped apart from his body, causing him immense pain. A grotesque demon appears, claiming to be the leader in this part of hell. He says Spawn was the perfect candidate to become one of their generals because he was a trained killer who committed many sins. It's his capacity to become an even greater evil that appealed to Malebolgia in the first place. Meanwhile, Burke and Twitch arranged a meeting with an informant who gave them top secret files on Jason Wynn. Burke used the last of his money to buy a beautiful car, saying they need one since they've become private detectives, and calls it the Crime Mobile. The demon tells Spawn the costume isn't trying to defend him, because this is where they are created. The costume is finally home. He then stabs him in the chest and rips out his heart, keeping it as a souvenir, saying Spawn doesn't need it anymore. Malebolgia is amused by this, saying that his warrior's transformation continues as expected. Spawn is teleported to another part of hell, this time level 5. This place is inhabited by billions of souls who welcome his arrival, claiming he came here to save them, just as the prophecy predicted. They surround him and ask him to free them from hell, but Spawn is overwhelmed and demands to be left alone. But not everyone believes he is the Messiah, because not so long ago, another prophet arrived who bears another feature foretold in scripture. The two prophets fight to expose the impostor, but Spawn uses his powers at full capacity and easily deals with the impostor. The people pick Spawn to be their savior and want to crucify the other prophet, but Spawn wants to talk to him first. The hulkish creature thinks this isn't real because just a few days ago he was working as a policeman when somebody shot him and he ended up here. Spawn tells the people to spare him because he didn't do anything wrong, but the real Messiah would never spare a false prophet. The people turn on Spawn and want to crucify him as well. They use a dagger to carve the mark of the Hellspawn on his chest, but before they could kill him with stones, Spawn is teleported away to another part of hell. He arrives in level 9 where Malebolgia creates armies for the upcoming war with God. Hellspawns are his generals, but first Spawn needs to prove he has what it takes, so he is put through a series of tests. His first test is fighting Billy Kincaid, the Kid Killer, who is now a Hellspawn himself. Spawn easily takes him out. With a swing of his arm, he decapitates him, killing him for good. Once he is done, 4 Wandas show up, half naked and trying to seduce him, but this was just another test. These women are actually ugly demons who try to kill Spawn, but he gets pissed and easily ends them. He claims he's suffered enough and demands the devil show himself. Malebolgia appears and claims he is happy with Spawn's progress, slowly turning him into one of his greatest generals. After giving Spawn a few more tools to make him stronger, the Visage of Death, the Black Heart of the Dead, and the Mark, he teleports him to Earth to continue doing his work. Ever since Spawn cured Terry's cancer, the two of them have been linked somehow and Terry goes to the city to look for him. He is now certain that Al is still alive, but the alleys are not safe for people like him. Some homeless people ambush him, but Cogliostro saves him and takes him to Spawn. He barricaded himself in Rat City, one of the lowest and most dangerous places in the Bowery. Spawn attacks Terry, accusing him of stealing his wife and defending Wynn, the man who killed him. Terry explains he is only working for Wynn because he wants to get close to him and expose him for being a monster. But Spawn doesn't care and keeps pressuring him, jealous that he took his place and became Wanda's husband. In the end, Spawn believes him and agrees to help him take down the man who killed him. Terry shows him many files detailing shipments of weapons that were delivered to the wrong countries, enemies of the United States, Iraq, North Korea, Bosnia, and many more. According to the data, Wynn's taken the profits from sales of the armament shipments and diverted the money to buy political favors in other countries. While Spawn digs deeper through the laptop, Terry looks around his hideout and finds a garbage bin filled with worms. Spawn is pissed and asks him to never touch them again, saying he's already dead and became a walking grim reaper of hell, and some things are better left unexplained. Spawn travels to a military base somewhere in Serbia to check if the weapons delivered here belong to the United States Army. Sneaking inside undetected is a piece of cake for the former military assassin. He's done it hundreds of times before. The soldiers here have recently slaughtered an entire village just 90 miles to the north, and Spawn doesn't hesitate to take them out. It turns out the data was correct. He finds hundreds of cases filled with weapons that were illegally delivered here. He takes a few of them as evidence and then uses explosives to blow up the entire base to cover his tracks. Some people lost a lot of money, and they blame Jason Wynn, saying that Spawn is his problem, not theirs. Issue 56 begins with a man remembering his beautiful wife and his son playing with toys when, out of nowhere, Jason Wynn walked inside the room and killed both of them. In his mind, Wynn resembles Genghis Khan as being a ruthless killer who didn't bat an eye at killing his entire family. As if this wasn't torture enough, the man was also locked inside a solitary prison, where he spends his days eating scraps and remembering his former boss. He used to be a military strategist using the philosophies of those like Genghis Khan to help Win advance in his military career. Eventually, he didn't want to help him anymore after finding out what terrible things he'd done. So Win killed his entire family and then locked him behind bars, condemning him to a life of solitary confinement. One day he hears explosions and people screaming. There was a big fight going on, but he had no idea what was happening. Out of nowhere, Spawn breaks open his cell door and calls him by his name, Forsberg, saying he's come to free him. Meanwhile, back in New York City's dark alleys, Cygor found Spawn's hideout and sat on his throne, attracted by his scent, which was stronger here, but Spawn was away on a mission, so he waits. Spawn brings Major Forsberg back to New York City, but he couldn't even talk to him. He was locked, tortured, and brainwashed by Win for so long that it turned him crazy. Terry thinks he still might be useful and wants to keep him around when, out of nowhere, two hands come out of Spawn's throne and attack him. Cygor had laid a trap for him, hiding inside his throne, waiting for the right time to strike. The ape was in a crazy state, with only one mission in mind, to kill Al Simmons. The chains wrap around the giant ape and drag him to the rooftops where the battle continues. Spawn unleashes a wave of darkness that hits it straight on. Thousands of bats and worms surround it, entering the ape's body and covering its orifices, suffocating it in the process. Spawn brings it back to the ground, while Major Forsberg recognizes the name Cygor. While working for Jason Wynn, he stumbled across a project to create a super soldier, using one of Spawn's former colleagues, a man named Mike. Spawn remembers him, and can't believe what they did to him, turning him into a cyborg ape. Two young brothers arrive in the city looking for Spawn, unaware of the dangers waiting for them. A thug named Snake takes advantage of their naivety and offers them a place to sleep and some food in exchange for delivering packages for him. In a short time, the older brother Eddie gets entangled in New York's criminal life, but they still go looking for Spawn. Some time ago, Spawn got involved and attacked their father, who was abusing them, which only made him more violent. In the end, Eddie had to kill his own father to save his little brother, ending up orphans on the streets. Eddie blames Spawn for getting involved, but he didn't feel guilty and sends them away. Snake is a ruthless criminal and wants to kill Spawn for getting involved in their criminal life, and asks Eddie to show him the hideout. He and his gang go inside the Bowery but had no idea what they were about to face. Spawn takes them out one by one, leaving only Snake. To save himself, he takes Eddie hostage and shoots his brother by mistake, thinking it was Spawn. Eddie pushes him straight into the throne, impaling Snake and killing him on the spot. Luckily, Andy wasn't seriously injured and he was quickly bandaged. Spawn tells them to go back to where they came from and face their problems, advising them to stay on the right side of the law. Spawn visits Terry during the night and scares the living hell out of him. He's tired of waiting for Forsberg to snap out of it and wants Terry to speed things up and take down Win faster. He leaves for work in the morning, while Wanda spends the entire day with Cyan. After losing Al, her daughter made her life worth living, and she loves her to death. Meanwhile, Win gets the results of his probe for internal security breaches and finds out that Terry was using his clearance to access top-secret files. Wanda left her daughter to play alone for a few minutes, but somehow she disappeared. She goes into her room and sees Spawn next to her crib, who kidnaps Cyan. Terry doesn't understand why he did this, and tells the police the location of his hideout. The Bowery is flooded with policemen who came to find Spawn and take back the girl. Spawn has no clue what's going on and thinks they came for war. He arms himself and prepares for the worst, while he watches everything from the safety of the rooftops. It turns out the Violator is the one behind the kidnapping, trying to frame Spawn and push him even further into chaos. Wanda was devastated and couldn't stop herself from crying, while Terry was trying to figure out what drove Spawn to do this. Meanwhile, the streets were crawling with SWAT teams, searching every corner of the streets to try and find him. They find his throne made out of body parts from low-life criminals and even Cygor, the cyborg ape, which lay unconscious on the ground. Spawn visits Terry and claims he's not the one behind the kidnapping, but Terry finds it hard to believe. Before leaving, he visits Cyan's room and takes one of her toys, hoping it will help him to find her faster. The doll is part of Cyan's past, and he is able to track the residual energy to find her location. The clown creates a cocktail of poison and wants to force the girl into drinking it, but luckily, Spawn arrives just in time and protects her. The Violator tries to revert back into his demon form, but the chains wrapped around his body prevent him from doing so. His body is deformed and injured, dripping necroplasm everywhere. The costume wraps itself around the clown's head, suffocating him, and Spawn uses a lot of energy to burn him alive, leaving only his empty skull behind. After the clown was finally dead, Spawn takes Cyan back to her parents, and they couldn't be happier to be reunited. Even though the little girl was now safe, Wanda wants to know what drove Spawn to kidnap her in the first place. The police reassure her they are still looking for him and will eventually get to the bottom of it. An informant tells Mr. Wynn everything that happened and also that Cygor was transported to a containment facility and scientists were already experimenting on it. Spawn returns to another part of the Bowery and claims his turf by impaling the violator's head into the ground. Cagliostro tells him the clown isn't dead. Just like with the angel earlier, Spawn still hasn't figured out how to kill demons. His homeless friends build him another throne, after the last one was destroyed by police, but this time without any human parts. Spawn is mad and says he just wants to be left alone. He doesn't want to put them in danger by being close to him, but he still compliments the throne. Tired of things progressing way too slow, Spawn visits his former boss while he was sleeping. He puts a gun in his mouth and threatens to blow his brains out, but Wynn says that if he dies, so do Terry and Wanda. He made sure that if anything happens to him, his friends are taken out by assassins. Spawn leaves him alive but vows to return to his office at midnight to prove that he can get to him anytime he wants. Several hours later, a powerful lightning strikes the city, and Angela appears, even though she was galaxies away from Earth. A second lightning strikes the city, hitting Spawn and sending him crashing into the walls. Angela finds Spawn but doesn't understand why she was brought back to Earth and thinks Spawn might know the answer, but he is just as clueless as she is. And during the conversation, Angela is teleported a second time, leaving Spawn alone in the alleys. He goes back to his throne while a friend starts a fire in one of the barrels nearby. Out of nowhere, the man is shocked to see that Spawn's face healed, and he was looking like a normal man once again. Spawn doesn't believe him and checks for himself, and he really has his human face back, but the eyes are still hollow, remarking that the devil is still mocking him. He has no idea if this is going to be permanent or not and wants to take advantage of the situation. He immediately gets dressed in a fancy suit, puts on a pair of glasses, and leaves the alleys. The two detectives find out that Spawn had recently kidnapped a little girl, even though it wasn't true, and head to the alleys to look for him, questioning why Spawn dumped Kincaid's body in their office. Spawn visits Terry while he is playing with his daughter and tells him about the transformation. He tells him about his plan to attack Wynn in his office tonight, and when he's done, he plans to tell Wanda he's still alive and threatens Terry, saying they are enemies. He arms himself and makes sure he has everything he needs, even though Cagliostro advises him to stop playing the devil's game. He wants Spawn to focus on his new transformation and other more important things in life rather than vengeance. But Spawn doesn't care and wants to take down his former boss one way or another. Jason Wynn took his threat very seriously and gathered every agency available to guard the CIA building where his office was. Over 400 soldiers were called to protect the building, but using his magic, Spawn easily disguises himself as one of them. Meanwhile, Burke and Twitch find Cog, who tells them Spawn specifically chose them when he dumped Kincaid's body on them, and it wasn't random. Spawn hacks the security systems and locks the main gate, trapping nearly 300 men outside, while over 100 still remain inside the building. Hiding in the shadows, he easily takes out most of them and slowly makes his way toward the top floor. Security cameras go blank just seconds after spotting the terrifying Hellspawn heading toward the target. Spawn easily sneaks inside Wynn's office and confronts him, telling him to leave Terry and Wanda alone or else he's going to gut him. He came here just to prove a point, how easy it was to get to him even though he was guarded by over 400 soldiers. Before leaving, Spawn shows a glimpse of his true self, even though Wynn wasn't able to recognize that he was Al Simmons. Cogliostro tells the two detectives the truth, that Spawn used to be a soldier working for the US Army, a trained killer who was very good at his job, but when he wasn't needed anymore, his own people had him murdered in cold blood. He came back from the dead, however, and is now a tool, a pawn of Hell, primed for an upcoming war between Hell and Heaven, Armageddon itself. When Spawn died, he lost the only thing that mattered to him, his wife, and Hell knew this. So at the time of his death, Al heard a voice that claimed it was willing to help. Al asked for one last chance to see his wife, and the devil granted his wish. But like all deals with the devil, it came at a cost. Al Simmons returned from the dead, but he wasn't himself anymore. He was turned into a hellspawn. Cog says that every person who ever lived is capable of extreme good or extreme evil, but it's the choices we make that determine who we are. He tells the detectives they were picked for a reason, and this reason is to help Spawn in his journey, to help him recapture his lost humanity. After threatening his former boss, Spawn walks confidently on the streets without realizing that his face is changing back to a hellspawn. Some people make fun of him and his ugly face, and it pisses him off. He slams them against the ground, wanting to break their necks, but he eventually leaves them alone. While Wanda is visiting her grandmother, Cyan is playing with the dog, but she panics after the dog steals her pacifier. The pacifier was attached to a piece of string that was part of Spawn's, and she feels a strong connection with it. Spawn is furious and starts destroying his hideout, blaming the devil for making fun of him. Cog says he should have used the time looking like a human to do things he cares about instead of chasing his former boss and threatening him. Even though Malebolgia is the one who brought Spawn back from the dead, God is the one who chose where to place him. He was given a second chance, but not to become human again, instead to become better than he was before. Spawn finds Terry again and apologizes, saying he wants to help him take down Wynn by disrupting his foreign affairs. Eventually his allies will turn on him, but Terry is still pissed about before when Spawn threatened him and said they were enemies. Twitch and Burke receive a visit from their only customer, Mrs. Bird, a crazy old woman who claims she was abducted by aliens. Twitch abruptly leaves the office and leaves Burke to deal with her, which pisses him off. Winter was approaching, and the nights were much colder now, so the homeless gather together and try to entertain themselves. Bobby shows everyone a gift he got from his daughter Susie. She found him a few years ago on the streets and gave him a crystal deer. The topic switches to religion, but Johnny says he doesn't believe in a higher power. Spawn is curious and joins the conversation, saying he used to be just like him, believing that life is just about today. Now he thinks there is a gray area where most people live, where neither God nor Satan is truly good or evil. Johnny gets pissed and wants to leave, but he accidentally breaks Bobby's gift. Spawn follows him and overhears him and his thug friends planning to rob a pawn shop and then blame it on one of his religious friends. Spawn confronts him and says he won't allow it, but they all draw their guns and shoot him multiple times. For some unknown reason, his costume doesn't react and doesn't defend him, leaving Spawn in a puddle of his own green blood. Johnny then gets close and pulls the trigger, blowing his brains out. The two detectives are called to investigate the murder of Mr. Bird, the husband of the crazy old woman. Someone had shot him in the head, but there are no signs of forced entry. They find his wife in the bedroom watching TV, pretending like nothing happened and worrying about the movie's ending. Twitch doesn't know if she's really crazy or just faking it to avoid going to prison, which shouldn't be too hard considering she has them as witnesses. Cogliostro appears out of nowhere in the back seat of their car and gives them the complete files on Mr. Bird, hoping to aid them in their investigation. He also tells them that Spawn was shot and needs their help. After giving them the exact location to find him, the old man disappears once again. After finding out that Spawn was shot, Bobby and his other friends go searching for him, but Bootsy doesn't want to get involved, saying he doesn't want to die over this. Johnny returns to his part of the alleys and reports back to his boss, saying he killed Spawn and provides a sample of his blood as proof. His boss is someone named the Freak, who met with Spawn not too long ago. This guy is completely crazy and stabs Johnny in the eye for acting without his approval, saying that in these alleys he is the king. Even though it was a pain in the ass to move him, Johnny crucified Spawn and left him headless somewhere in a dark corner. Burke and Twitch explore the alleys, searching for Spawn, going exactly where Cog told them to go, and they eventually find his decapitated body, crucified and hanged by his own chains. Cog confronts Bootsy for refusing to help Spawn, but it turns out he isn't who he appears to be. He's actually an angel in disguise living among the homeless men and observing, but he is under strict orders not to get involved. Burke frees Spawn from his chains, but they had no idea his body weighs over 400 pounds, and it nearly crushes Twitch. They are confronted by Bobby, who wants to save Spawn, but they aren't the only ones getting involved. Another group of thugs shows up, happy that Spawn is now dead and wanting to take over the alleys once again. The two detectives don't know who to trust and threaten to shoot everyone if they don't lay down their weapons. Out of nowhere, Freak takes Twitch prisoner from behind and threatens to kill him. Burke calls out his bluff and stands his ground, saying he never really liked his partner, but in the end, he lays down his gun and surrenders. Unbeknownst to everyone, creatures of darkness start marching towards Spawn's lifeless body, including worms, flies and rats, healing his body and giving birth once again to Hell's Grim Reaper. This part of the alleys is called a dead zone, and it belongs to heaven, meaning that Hell has no power here. That's why Spawn's costume wasn't defending him earlier when he got shot, but the two detectives carried his body far enough to escape the dead zone. Spawn opens his costume and all hell breaks loose. Twitch escapes his attacker, allowing Burke to jump him. A small confrontation erupts and Freak is able to escape, leaving the detectives unharmed. The homeless men engage in a brutal confrontation with Freak's people, each fighting to decide who gets to rule these alleys. As more and more people join the fight, the violence increases, with people hitting each other with crowbars, breaking bones, and mutilating each other, all while Spawn is in a state of frenzy and unleashing darkness upon them. Meanwhile, Cyan has another frenzy episode while her mother is driving on the highway. She nearly gets run over while trying to recover her pacifier after dropping it from the car, prompting her mother to worry about her mental state. Bobby is stabbed during the fighting, but Bootsy comes to his rescue and drags him somewhere safe. Spawn couldn't help them because they were fighting inside the dead zone, the place which negates his hellish powers, so he goes after the Freak who ran away. He finds him and does something unspeakable to him, something fitting for the horrible person that he is. Spawn is able to pull out his karma from his body, give it a tangible form, and then send it back, covering the freak in complete darkness that suffocates him. As always, Cagliostro confronts Spawn about killing again, saying he can't stop doing hell's work for them. But Al is tired of his patronizing, saying the freak was a horrible human being and deserved everything. Terry comes home from another long day at work, and Wanda tells him about the incident on the highway. He didn't take it seriously, which made Wanda lose her temper and scream at him. After losing Spawn yet again, Burke brings his partner to unwind at a strip club, but when they open the door, they find the entire place in chaos. Someone attacked the people inside and kidnapped one of the girls. They quickly run after him towards the back exit, but they are too late. One of the girls is lying dead on the ground with her throat ripped out. After the war is over, the police show up and can't believe what happened here. Spawn watches from inside one of the buildings, but he isn't alone. A renegade vampire named Wolfram attacks him unprovoked, saying he came here to hunt him. Sadly, they are in the dead zone, and Spawn can't use his powers to defend himself. Wolfram pins Spawn to the ground and is about to rip his head off when Bootsy shows up to save him. Wolfram claims he and Spawn are the same, undead, cursed to walk the earth hiding in the shadows. But unlike him, he wears the mark of heaven. He is one of the many agents that God uses to fight the devil. But Bootsy says he isn't sanctioned to hunt the Hell Spawn and is in violation of their rules. He manages to break the two apart, but Wolfram threatens Spawn, saying he will come for him another time. The police show up, and everyone disappears, leaving Bootsy to be arrested alone. Another homeless person named Eddie Beckett is wandering the empty alleys, drinking his wine and rummaging through garbage. He comes across the bag filled with Spawn's blood, green necroplasm, the same substance that hell is made of, and he decides to keep it. A group of thugs are terrorizing a young boy, preparing to electrocute him, saying his day of reckoning is coming, but Spawn breaks inside and asks them to release him. He quickly deals with the thugs without breaking a sweat and then unties the little boy, setting him free. After Spawn leaves, the boy starts laughing while glinting his razor-sharp teeth, revealing that he too bears the same mark, only in reverse, black on white, the brand of heaven. After seeing the girl get killed at the strip club earlier, the two detectives return to their office and are pissed because the elevator wasn't working. Cog is waiting for them in the darkness and gives them a file with everything they need to know on Al Simmons, saying that something big is coming and they need to help Spawn. Eddie Beckett, the man who found Spawn's blood in a bag, was attacked by a thug and lays injured on the ground. The necroplasm is attracted to his pain and suffering and bonds with him, stripping away his flesh and bone, replacing them with crumbling filth, broken glass, and other forms of garbage. In the end, Eddie was transformed into an abomination of a monster. Spawn goes looking for Bootsy to question him about his connection to heaven, but runs into the monster made of garbage. It instantly attacks him, surrounding him in garbage and trapping him inside. Twitch analyzes the file from Cog and find out everything they can about Al Simmons. Spawn, Jason Wynn, Senator Jennings, and Billy Kincaid are all connected, and the two of them are right in the middle. They suspect that Spawn might be a government project working for Wynn. Either way, they have enough evidence to hold him for questioning. The battle between Spawn and the monster rages on, with the costume using the chains to fight back and injured the beast, but any injury was quickly healed by consuming more garbage. Cog and Bootsy arrive on the scene, but they are too late. The monster opens up a big mouth and swallows Spawn alive. The only left behind was his sigil of the Hell Spawn, which is a sign that he is dead. Simmons is transported to a place filled in complete darkness, and Eddie Beckett is waiting for him. He doesn't remember what happened to him, but he points him in the right direction, telling Spawn to follow the light. He goes through the door and arrives in a beautiful garden that resembles heaven. This place is surrounded in dense vegetation and there are tons of animals running around, but as he walks deeper, something doesn't feel right. He is attacked and trapped by powerful vines sticking out from the ground. A creature appears, saying he is the keeper of Greenworld, and he speaks for the Emerald Parliament. Apparently, there are more than two forces in this world, besides hell and heaven, the third one being Mother Nature, the planet itself. If this wars between heaven and hell continues, it's going to destroy the planet, and the Keeper can't allow that to happen. He would rather kill every human on Earth to prevent the two sides to fight over their souls, thus stopping the war. The Keeper tells Spawn he's in the middle of everything, and only he can stop this war, but they can't risk him screwing up everything. Meanwhile, back in New York City, Bootsy decides to break the rules, which forbid him from getting involved, and he breaks Spawn's sigil. This instantly brings him back on Earth, but he was injured and confused about what just happened. Suddenly, a bright line shines in the dark alleys and two angels drop down from the sky, coming to arrest Bootsy and take him to heaven to stand trial at the Seraphic Tribunal. Just before being taken away, Bootsy tells Spawn to look for a child. He must look to the child, but this only leaves Spawn even more confused. Grandma Wanda visits the cemetery to pay tribute to her late husband, Jackson Everett. Spawn arrives and says that something happened to him, Ever since he returned from Greenworld, he feels like the world is alive, the entire city. He even felt her sadness. That's why he followed her. She tells him the story of how she met her late husband in a diner many years ago. It was love at first sight, but sadly, he had to leave and fight in the war. She was saddened, but he didn't die and returned to marry her. The two of them had a beautiful life together and had 2 children of their own. Jackson started working as a lawyer, going after the mob, unions, and even the government. This all caught up to him later on when the mob killed him by planting a bomb in his car, the same explosion that blinded her. Spawn decides to do something nice for her and brings her to the Dead Zone, the small territory in the heart of New York that belongs to heaven. She is transported to another place where she meets her late husband, and they have one final dance ending with a beautiful kiss. Just like her and her late husband, Spawn and Wanda are soulmates, but for now, he has to let her go so she can live her life. They will be reunited in the afterlife to spend an eternity together. Cog decides to tell Spawn the truth about what a Hellspawn is and brings him to an old church that was turned into a museum. Somewhere in the basement, there is a secret room containing archives about the history of Hellspawns on Earth. Immediately, something attacks him, the ceremonial headdress that belonged to a lethal angel named Immaculata. Cog was a Hellspawn himself, and he killed her many years ago. He was able to escape his costume, but not without consequences. He was now cursed to walk the earth forever, and neither hell nor heaven can claim his soul. Meanwhile, Bobby was wandering the alleys searching for something to drink. His hands were shaking, and he was missing Bootsy a lot. He stumbles across the dead body of a fellow homeless man and steals his bottle of whiskey. Instead of calling the police, he just chooses to get himself drunk. Cog believes that the only way for Spawn to end the war is to give in to his costume and become the ultimate Hellspawn, becoming so strong that he could even kill Malebolgia. By doing that, he can take his place and become the new king of hell, ending the war but spending an eternity trapped there. There might be another way though to gain heaven's favor, but so far they haven't been too willing to accept him. In another part of the alleys, a man appears from the shadows and shoots the 2 detectives without provocation, hitting Twitch and nearly killing him. Twitch spends the next 3 days in a coma, with Burke by his side. His partner blames himself for not reacting faster to prevent this, and even though he shot the attacker, he is powerless to help him. Spawn shows up and offers to cure Twitch, but he wants the 2 detectives to belong to him, becoming his helpers. The next day, Twitch miraculously recovers, and his family was thrilled about it. A doctor named Sarah Frost was amazed and gives Burke her card, saying she also runs a rehab center called Saving Grace. While his partner was recovering, 3 brutal murders occur, and Burke leads an investigation of his own. 2 days later, a 4th murder happens in Central Park. Someone stuffed a person's genitals inside his stomach. Burke investigates the body of the person that shot Twitch and finds a marking behind his right ear. Spawn investigates these murders as well, trying to get to the bottom of it, and recognizes the mark in one of the books from the archives. Apparently, the mark appears when the soul exits the body, condemned to hell for the crimes it committed, but not much else is explained. The 2 detectives look over the evidence and find several clues linking the murders. But before they could tell Spawn, someone informs Burke of another murder, this time a child. On a gloomy, rainy night, a mysterious man was sitting at his desk typing on his laptop, writing about the recent murders that shook the entire city. He gets dressed and goes outside to grab a taxi while the doorman calls him Mr. Crone. The police arrested Bobby and accused him of committing the recent murders, but he claimed he was innocent. Sadly for him, his fingerprints were all over the whiskey bottle he took from one of the bodies, making him the primary suspect. He pulls out a card and calls Dr. Frost. He knows her because she wanted to help him get sober with the Saving Grace Foundation. Spawn investigates the crime scene where the little girl was murdered and could picture everything that happened. Everything except the person who did it. Burke kept in touch with Dr. Frost, and they go out on a date. He thanks her for looking after Bobby and vouching for him, saying he's a good man. The mayor reassures everyone that they are doing everything they can to catch the killer, while the mystery man watches from the back. Burke likes Dr. Frost a lot and pays her a visit to the foundation. But he sees Bobby in the alleys nearly passed out. He wants to help and drags him inside the office, but when he opens the bathroom door, he finds an altar decorated with body parts from all of the recent victims. This proves that Dr. Frost is the serial killer going around the city, and they immediately tell Spawn. He wants 1 hour alone with her before calling the police. He pays the young doctor a visit just as she is walking out of a shower. He sends hundreds of bugs and insects to attack her, crawling all over her body while she screams in panic. It turns out she's a germaphobe terrified of insects and nearly has a heart attack. Spawn touches her face and confirms that she is the one who murdered all these people recently, seeing all the horrible things she's done. Thousands of insects appear and cover her entire body, making her extremely desperate. She takes a bottle of bug spray and sprays it all over her face, trying to free herself, but it's no use. When the police finally arrived, they found her body lying on the ground covered in hundreds of cuts. They think she killed herself using toxic bug spray. She even had it in her mouth. Burke checks behind her ear and finds the same mark as the one from the morgue, meaning the two persons are connected somehow. The two detectives were hailed as heroes for uncovering the mystery killer and bringing her to justice. But when they return back to the office, they find a bag in front of the door. Inside was the decapitated head of an unknown person, and someone had written on the wall, saying they've got the wrong person. Signed, Billy. A young boy is attending church with his family and neighbors, but something is wrong. Suddenly, he gets up, takes out his gun, and shoots the priest right in the head. Everyone starts panicking and screaming, but the boy runs away, while somewhere else Billy Kincaid's ghost is laughing maniacally. Spawn awakes from a restless sleep and jumps straight into the air, flying toward an unknown location. Twitch and Burke have dinner together, talking about what just happened, finding a severed head in front of their door and someone pretending to be Kincaid, a kid killer who is supposed to be dead. Cog tells Spawn that the mark from all those dead bodies describes an evil spirit sent from hell, which temporarily possesses a human soul, forcing them to do dark things. Even though Dr. Frost was the one who killed all those people, she was being controlled by such a spirit. The same thing happened to the boy who killed the priest, but the guilt was too much for him to bear, and he kills himself with the same gun. Spawn eventually finds the ghost responsible for all of this. It was Billy Kincaid's spirit, sent back by the devil to collect souls for his army. Kincaid is able to use Spawn's chains against him, saying he did the same deal with the devil, trading his soul in exchange for serving him for eternity. He knows everything about Al Simmons and threatens to hurt him, but for now, he disappears. Later, Twitch finds Spawn and gives him the severed head, asking him to get rid of it. He knew exactly where to find him because ever since Spawn cured him, he feels a connection with him and knows things. Twitch's beautiful wife, Helen, takes the metro with one of their kids when, out of nowhere, someone draws his gun and takes everyone hostage. This person seems completely crazy and threatens to kill both of them when suddenly the lights go out. Billy took over this man's body and forced him to do these things, but Spawn shows up and demands him to leave him alone. But Kincaid refuses and forces Spawn to kill him, allowing him to collect his soul afterwards. Spawn is tired of this cat and mouse game and sneaks inside Burke's car, scaring the shit out of both of them. He wants them to find Kincaid faster and stop wasting time. Kincaid now directs his attention to Jason Wynn, the ruthless CIA boss who killed Al Simmons. He puts evil thoughts in his mind, images of barbaric atrocities similar to the ones Genghis Khan used to do, whom Wynn greatly admires. His plan is successful, and he eventually takes over his mind, forcing him to attack a diner and slaughter everyone inside, including women and children. Just like Genghis Khan used to do, he rips out the hearts of the people inside and then leaves their corpses on the floor to rot, while he sets the entire diner on fire. Wynn wakes up the next day in the alleys, covered in blood and human body parts, without the slightest clue of what just happened. As if this wasn't bad enough, two thugs attack him and steal his phone and wallet, beating the crap out of him. Bobby finds him in the morning but thinks he's just another homeless man in trouble, so he decides to help him. Somewhere else, Kincaid visits Cyan and holds her in his arms, claiming he loves children very much. He uses his magic on her and her eyes turn green, signaling that he has control over her as well. Bobby offers Wynn some donuts, thinking he might be hungry, but this time he remembers everything and pushes him aside, calling him a cretin. He uses the phone to call the CIA and asks to be picked up, but the person on the other line seems suspicious, and he doesn't trust him. Twitch tells Spawn that even though he doesn't want to believe it, he is still human underneath that costume and offers him a beer, saying it's the little things that count and he deserves it. He then goes back home and asks his wife to leave the city, fearing that something dangerous is approaching and doesn't want her getting hurt by Kincaid, but he can't tell her the real reason. Wanda panics after Cyan finds Al Simmons' burial flag and doesn't understand how she found it. She says the sad man is scared for them and that he's trying to protect them, but Wanda has no idea who she's talking about. While the two detectives are having some drinks, a policeman gives Twitch a package and then leaves. Inside was a note made by Kincaid, detailing all the people he plans to kill, including Wanda's family and his own. Kincaid was now walking the dark alleys, searching every corner looking for Spawn, but Spawn had thought of a plan together with Cog and confronts him. However, he doesn't stay to fight and instead runs away. They eventually stop in another part of the alleys and Kincaid shoots him, injuring him in the shoulder. His costume didn't protect him because Spawn brought Kincaid into the dead zone, which negates all Hell's powers, trapping the kid killer inside the policeman's body. The two of them begin fighting, surrounded by Cog and other homeless people, preventing Kincaid from escaping. But the kid killer knew about this place and also knew that this body was younger and fitter than Spawn. allowing him to gain the upper hand and strangle him using his own chains. Spawn fell right into his trap, and without his cape he was powerless to defend himself. Kincaid whispers in his ear, detailing everyone he's going to kill, including Twitch's entire family, and ending with Wanda and Cyan. But, out of nowhere, someone shoots him in the head, instantly killing him. It was Twitch who heard everything and wanted to keep his family safe. But the cop that Kincaid controlled was a good man with a family of his own, and Twitch is overwhelmed with guilt. But sadly, there was no other way. Spawn brings his body back to Rat City, while the creatures of darkness begin to decompose him immediately. He blames himself for his death, saying tonight there are more souls in hell thanks to him. Out of nowhere, someone who looks exactly like Al Simmons visits him, saying it's time the two of them had a heart-to-heart conversation and asking Spawn to follow him. He brings Spawn to Al Simmons' grave, saying the grave belongs to him and Spawn isn't Al Simmons anymore. He needs to let go of the past because he will never be that person, ever again. Ever since he was brought back from the dead, innocent people were killed. There isn't a single life he's touched that hasn't ended up in complete disaster, including the two children who are now orphans because of him. Al Simmons asks him to let go of the past and of Wanda, saying she belongs to him, not some freak from hell. This pisses Spawn off, and he attacks him, kicking him to the ground and then punching him mercilessly. He wants Spawn to be his own man, take his own decisions, and stop listening to Cogliostro. Spawn returns to the Bowery and asks every homeless man to leave the alleys. He doesn't care where they go, he just wants them out of there. He powers up and uses his magic to clear this place, destroying his throne and burning the entire streets, telling the old man that he quits. Issue 87 begins with Ethan Crone, a writer obsessed with Spawn and the dangerous alleys in New York City. His publisher presses him about finishing his next book, but he can't stop thinking about Spawn and wants to learn more about him. He hires a crew and goes around the city, interviewing people who've seen him or been in contact with him. Bobby claims they used to be friends, but after Spawn forced everyone to evacuate the streets, he's not so sure anymore. Wanda and Terry want nothing to do with him and ask him to leave them alone. Crone wants to spend the entire night in Rat City, but his crew is scared and quits, leaving him alone. It's been 3 months since Spawn torched the alleys, burning any trace of his existence, but Crone goes deeper searching for clues. After several hours, he hears something in the building nearby, but when he gets closer, the window breaks and thousands of bats come flying out. Spawn appears like a shadow, cornering the obsessed writer and scaring the living hell out of him. In the morning, the last person he interviews is Cogliostro, but he says Spawn isn't even real. It's something the homeless made up to pass the time. As he leaves the streets, his notepad catches fire, burning his notes, and we can see some writing on the wall. These alleys belong to Spawn. Somewhere in a dark, gloomy apartment, a little girl named Mary lays frightened in her room while her stepdad watches TV. The dad locked the girl inside, accusing her of being a bad girl and threatening to punish her once the fight on TV was over. Somewhere else, Cogliostro attends a dinner with 2 emissaries, one from heaven and one from hell. But Cog couldn't believe that hell sent someone so important to attend the meeting. Apparently, all the little girl did was touch her stepdad's antenna by mistake, causing the TV to lose signal. He sits next to her door, taunting her, saying her time is running out. Once the fight is over, her punishment will start. Ever since Spawn quit 3 months ago, neither hell nor heaven has been able to track him, and they can't allow him to not be a part of their war. There's just too much at stake. The emissary from hell threatens Cog to find Spawn and bring him back, or he's going to make his life a living hell. While Mary is fearing for her life in her room, Spawn pays the dad a little visit. He grabs him with his chains and then impales him on the TV antennas, making it look like an accident. Burke and Twitch arrive and immediately realize this wasn't an accident, but likely the work of Mary's guardian angel from hell. Somewhere in Connecticut, Spawn finds a judge who likes to watch CP, but instead of killing him, he forces him to write his own confession, enumerating his sins and making a list with names and whereabouts of his co-conspirators. After he is done, the judge couldn't bear the humiliation of being exposed, so he takes his gun and blows his brains out. Spawn returns to New York City and visits the library of Hell Spawns, but he finds someone laying on the chair, waiting for him. This person claims he owns Malebolgia, and because of this, he owns Spawn's soul as well. He wants him to return and be a part of the war, offering him Wanda, and even to make him the king in Hell's 8th level, replacing Malebolgia. Spawn calls him a liar, but this only angers Hell's emissary, and he transforms into his demon form. Spawn slaps him, throws him against the wall, and then uses an angelic lance to threaten him. He could kill him on the spot, but doesn't want to do Heaven any favors, and instead scars him across the face so that everyone will know he failed to break him. On Earth, nobody has any power over Spawn anymore, and he only does what he wants. Several hours later, Angela arrives and finds this place in chaos. saying it was about time things got interesting around here. Somewhere in Illinois, in an old abandoned home, 3 teenagers panic and accuse each other of murdering an innocent young girl. Spawn shows up and demands to know the truth, asking which one of them is the real killer. He forces the young men to say what really happened, but each of them tells a different story. The first guy says they came here and found 4 black men abusing the girl and then killing her. The second guy accuses Dan, the pretty blonde guy, saying he was racist towards the girl and then lost his temper and stabbed her. But Dan defends himself, saying the other 2 guys called him to come to the house, but when he got there they handed him the knife. Before he could see there was blood on it, his fingerprints were already on it, incriminating him. Spawn gives him the knife back, asking him to take revenge on his friends for accusing him of murder, and he does just that. He viciously attacks his friends, leaving them in a puddle of blood. But Spawn knew all along he was the real killer, and he just wanted to punish the other 2 guys. In the end, he wraps his chains around Dan's legs and drags him up the stairs to end him. A young girl runs away from home and wants to live with her gang friends. But Mark, the gang leader, doesn't want to let her join the club. He tricks her into taking a pain test. If she can handle a burning cigar longer than him, he will allow her to join and live with them. But her tolerance for pain is low, and she immediately gives up, prompting him to send her away. Mark finds the girl again at a club and apologizes, saying he was too hard on her and wants to make it up. He offers to bring her to his place and gives her drugs, but Mark isn't what he appears to be. She quickly gets sick and starts hallucinating, running to find the bathroom, but accidentally runs into a secret room. She finds a cage and a rotten corpse of another girl on the side of the room. Mark traps her inside the cage and performs a satanic ritual in the middle of a pentagram, claiming he wants to attract the attention of some unholy force. He wanted to attract a Hellspawn, and he succeeded. But before Spawn could help the young girl, Mark sets the floor on fire, forming a ring around Spawn and trapping him inside. He claims that Spawn is now his prisoner and wants him to listen because he has an offer to make. Mark wants to become a Hellspawn himself and offers to trade places with Spawn. Some time ago, he found a ritual that will allow them to switch places, allowing Spawn to be a free man and get back his former life. The girl, however, will have to be sacrificed. The ritual demands it, and there is no way around it. Spawn thinks about it, but before agreeing to trade places, he wants to make sure that Mark knows exactly what he's getting himself into. He shows him grotesque and evil things, people being mutilated and tortured, but Mark doesn't mind it at all and calls it cool. He is actually dying, and has nothing else to lose. He would rather serve the devil for eternity than die. Spawn shows a giant tower, but before going inside, he frees the young girl and tells her to run away. Each level of the tower is more horrific than the other. Each step is more excruciating and painful, with fire burning his skin. But Mark continues to go up the stairs, claiming it doesn't bother him. On the top floor, Spawn shows him the true face of hell, with thousands of malefic creatures tormenting human souls for eternity. Spawn begs him to change his mind, but Mark refuses, saying he feels on top of the world. But out of nowhere, the ground starts shaking and the tower breaks apart, causing Mark to fall down, leaving this hellish world and ending up impaled on a fountain. Somewhere in England, 7 people are having dinner and toasting to lost friends. They are preparing to start a hunting game, but the person being hunted is going to be one of them. Reginald draws the short straw and is given a few minutes to prepare himself for the hunt. He starts running, trying to escape, blaming himself for even getting involved with these crazy people. He always hoped it wasn't going to be him, but tonight, his luck ran out. One of the other men finds him and stabs him in the back, but he is still a big guy and is able to run away. Crawling on the ground through the bushes, he runs into Spawn and tells him everything. Their group is called the Coven, and there used to be 13 people at the start. They hunt and eat each other until only one of them remains alive, feeding on the other's souls. This is an old ritual performed to summon an ancient demon named Urizen. Spawn lets him go, but he trips on a tree root and falls down, breaking his neck. Spawn then touches his face and uses his magic to do something to him. Later, his friends find him and eat his flesh while he is still warm. But something is wrong. They all start puking blood, but it is thick and black. Spawn had tainted the meat, killing the Coven and preventing the resurrection of Urizen. Wanda brings Cyan to a psychologist because she is having nightmares lately, talking about the sad man. The doctor doesn't find anything wrong with her but wants to see her again next week. Terry, however, doesn't approve of this and thinks his daughter is just fine and they are wasting money on the doctor. During the night, a creepy man visits Cyan and asks her to get back to sleep, but when she checks under the covers, she sees the Violator. She panics and starts running, but Spawn grabs her, saying he came to protect her. It turns out Cyan was just having a nightmare and her mother comes to console her. They spend the night in the same bed, but something unexpected happens to Wanda. She rolls in her sleep as if she's being possessed. Several days later, she gets a phone call from her doctor informing her that she's pregnant. Somewhere in Pennsylvania, two men are driving recklessly with a dead body in the back seat. Spawn appears out of nowhere and blocks their view, forcing them to crash on the side of the road. The two men die instantly, but in just a few moments, they come back to life covered in tattoos. Terry is upset because he and Wanda haven't made love in months. If she's pregnant, that could only mean she was cheating on him. The bodies of the two men are possessed by two demons, and they come over to a diner with a deadly plan in mind. Their names are Ab and Zab, and they were sent to finish the ritual started by the Coven, which is to kill 13 people and bring forth the arrival of the ancient demon Urizen. They kill everyone in the diner and drag 13 bodies on top of a hill, tying everyone to wooden sticks. They then set everyone on fire, finishing the ritual and summoning Urizen. Spawn goes back to his grave and talks to the ghost of Al Simmons, but he feels something is different. Something evil has awoken, and he rushes immediately to face it. The demon is a giant compared to Spawn and stares him down provocatively. The 13 corpses jump out from the ground on fire, grabbing Spawn and trying to kill him, but he easily deals with them. Spawn attacks the demon, using his costume to wrap itself around it, but it's no use. The demon sends him crashing into the ground. He does, however, land a powerful punch, which sends the demon crashing into a diner nearby. But the fight is just getting started. Urizen grabs Spawn and he is shown a vision of a lifeless, deathless, dreamless, and soulless realm of despair. The demon doesn't collect souls like hell or heaven. He devours and destroys them completely. Urizen impales Spawn on the diner sign, leaving him unconscious while he continues his mission of destroying the planet. Even though Spawn is still unconscious, the ground becomes alive and surrounds his body, covering him in green dense vegetation, talking to him. Ab and Zab decide to spend their remaining time on Earth indulging in the 7 deadly sins. But before they can do anything, Angela grabs them and pulls them into the dark alleys, demanding they tell her everything they know. The green world decides to intervene and help Spawn in his battle against Urizen. The green vegetation around him also heals him, giving him strength, but he isn't alone for long. Angela arrives and frees him, saying she came to help and wants them to work together. Meanwhile, in the ether, which represents the celestial realm, near the edge of reality, angels who made an oath to protect Earth and its people prepare for battle against the ancient demon, but they are instructed by God to not interfere and stand aside. Cogliostro tells Angela that Urizen is just bait. If the angels decide to intervene to try and stop him, Hell will have a reason to start the war, unleashing Armageddon on humanity. He knows the two demons, Ab and Zab, but has no idea who ordered them to unleash Urizen. Angela wants to find out who started all of this, who benefits the most from this, but Spawn wants to confront the demon himself. After a small skirmish between the two of them, Angela kisses him, saying she did it to surprise him. Spawn always acts on impulse but is never prepared for the unexpected. She kind of has a point. Meanwhile, Urizen continues his reign of terror, destroying entire cities and killing people in his path. The gynecologist informs Wanda that she's made a mistake. She isn't recently pregnant, she is actually 6 months pregnant. This eases Terry's concerns, since he thought that Wanda was cheating on him with someone else. Spawn agrees to listen to Angela and interrogates the two demons, but they are under some kind of enchantment, preventing them from saying the name of who sent them. In the celestial realm, the army of angels is divided. Half of them want to stop Urizen, while the other half prefers to do nothing and listen to the will of God. One thing's for sure, if they do decide to intervene, they will suffer the wrath of God. Urizen is wreaking havoc in Pennsylvania, and they don't know how to stop him. When Mother Nature heals Spawn from his injuries, they also give him a cool gift, the ability to control nature. He summons a giant wall of trees, surrounding the demon and trapping him for the moment. Angela sees something in the sky. It's her sisters who disobeyed God and came to stop the demon. She flies to them and asks them to stop, claiming that if they get involved, Armageddon will start. She threatens to fight all of them if they refuse to listen. Spawn attacks Urizen again, but this time he has Ab and Zab tied to his costume. He is able to block a few hits and even hold his leg from crushing him, but the fight is far from over. Angela attacks her sisters, telling them to step down and abandon their attack on Earth, but the other angels refuse to listen, calling her an outcast. Spawn's battle with Urizen continues. He shoots a powerful blast of energy from his chest, hitting the demon and even injuring him. Spawn says the world has spoken to him and is not afraid of him anymore. He claims he is much stronger and will end him. Angela is an older and more experienced hunter, while her sisters are young amateurs. She takes the leader hostage, but out of nowhere, 3 heavenly hosts appear, asking everyone to stop the fighting. Angela returns to Earth to help Spawn and stabs the demon using her heavenly lance. She then uses the ribbons of heaven, while Spawn summons the vines of Earth to trap the demon and immobilize him. They hit him with everything they've got, using all the elements: water, wind, fire, and ultimately earth. The ground shatters and opens up, devouring the dark god Urizen and returning him to the cold, stony prison of the earth. Once the fight is over, the two demons Ab and Zab finally confess that Malebolgia is the one who sent them to earth to resurrect the demon. The devil screamed in anger, pissed that his plan failed and Armageddon hasn't begun. Another demon that bears Spawn's mark couldn't resist gloating over his associate's failure, saying his time will come very soon. Meanwhile, Wanda is rushed to the hospital because of her pregnancy. She lost a lot of blood and passed out, so Terry panicked and rushed to the ER. Spawn wants to kill Malebolgia for what he did, and Cogliostro shows him a doorway into Hell, saying that now is his chance, because the other lords of Hell won't help him. Spawn walks through Hell while thousands of demons watch him, but nobody dares to lay a finger on him, afraid of what he has become. He confronts the devil, and a brutal confrontation erupts. Malebolgia is still stronger in his realm, but he isn't alone for long, as Angela follows him there. She uses her lance to gut the devil, injuring him greatly, but he still claims they are nothing compared to him, calling himself the Lord of Hell. Angela is able to slice open his abdomen, causing his insides to spill everywhere, and then impales him straight in the heart. Malebolgia falls to the ground unconscious while she claims victory over the Dark Lord. But the devil isn't dead just yet. He gets up and uses her lance to impale her from behind. Spawn is furious and takes her sword, jumping toward him and seeking revenge. He is able to cut off the devil's head and confidently claims the battle is over. The Lord of the 8th Circle of Hell is finally defeated. Another Lord appears and congratulates him on his victory, saying that now Spawn needs to take Malebolgia's place and become the new King of Hell. But he refuses and takes Angela out of Hell, claiming he's made his choice. The angels appear and ask for Angela from him, saying they will put her to rest and honor her spirit. For his actions in stopping Urizen, Spawn is forgiven and is offered the chance to become an angel himself, allowing him to enter heaven. But Spawn refuses, accusing heaven and hell of being the same thing, with neither being better than the other. He goes back to Earth and asks the angels to stay away from his world. But before leaving for good, one angel visits Wanda in the hospital and gives her one final gift, curing her of the awful Hell's curse. Granny Wanda awakes in her house, sensing that someone has come. She checks on Cyan and makes sure she is sleeping safely, and then goes to make tea. She could sense when Spawn entered her house and he apologizes for waking her up. Everything he ever wanted was to have a nice simple life, with a wife and a couple of kids, a white picket fence around the house. But now he's dead and he can't even remember how it feels to laugh anymore. Granny hoped that he would find some peace since the last time they talked, but that hasn't happened yet. Back at the hospital, Wanda gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, but Terry wonders if they are ever going to be able to sleep again until the babies are 8 years old. Spawn tells Granny that heaven is the same as hell, and the only thing they care about is gathering souls for their war. She claps back at him, angry that he came just to tell her that her faith doesn't matter and that she's a fool for believing in something good. She's 88 years old, and the only thing left for her is belief that she will be reunited with her husband in the afterlife. Spawn didn't want to hurt her, he just wanted her to know the truth. He disappears and says he won't be visiting her anytime soon, while Granny prays for his soul. Cogliostro warns him that hell is left without a master, and sooner or later hell's demons will come after him and won't leave his loved ones alone. They won't just let him walk away from this. A young girl named Thea was lying on the ground staring at a bottle of whiskey, looking hopeless and desperate. A demon approaches her, asking if she remembers him. She's been bending over to his side of the field and wonders if she's ready to accept his deal. Thea is a special girl. Since she was a little girl, she could see things other people couldn't. During her mother's funeral, she saw an old lady and knew she was about to die soon. She could sense when people were close to dying, and this affected her greatly. She couldn't focus on anything in life and ended up begging for money on the streets and doing drugs. When two of her closest friends overdosed, she was devastated and ran to the streets but ran into Spawn. She was frightened of him, thinking he was some kind of demon who wanted to hurt her. She ended up in the hospital, and that's where she met the man in a tailored suit, who comforted her and gave her answers. He lied to her and told her Spawn wanted to hurt her because of what she is and because she knows what he is. He offers to take her hand and make all the pain go away, but she needs to do this willingly. She agrees and takes his hand, but in the last moment, he tells her the truth that Spawn was actually trying to help her. But it was already too late. Thea had taken her own life because she was lied to and confused by the demon. A man dressed in a fancy tailored suit visits an antiquity shop specialized in selling old war relics, especially related to Germany and Nazism. The man is looking for something fancy, and money is not an issue. The shop owner shows him something, an old lamp decorated with Nazi emblems and a strange mark. The young man is obsessed with Nazi items and couldn't stop himself from staring at the lamp. He calls it beautiful, but Spawn shows him a vision of its true origin. During World War II, a German captain was in charge of registering and assigning new prisoners inside the camp. All of the prisoners were tattooed with the same mark as seen on the lamp. But this captain was haunted by the deaths of all the innocent people imprisoned there and couldn't even sleep anymore. He falls in love with one of the prisoners, but she despised him, calling him a monster. One day, his superior sent the girl away to Berlin as a gift for one of the generals, which left the captain heartbroken. The chimneys were pouring smoke out night and day, and the ashes from everyone killed inside the camp were pouring down like snow. The captain ultimately takes his own life, remarking that it doesn't really matter what he does. Someone else will come to replace him. The young man wakes up from the vision that Spawn showed him, asking God to forgive him and saying he was sorry. In a small town called Malice, Mikey Mallow was attending church with his family, but he was scared for his life, afraid of what the Miller boys might do to him. This is one of the towns where Urizen went on a rampage, destroying entire communities and killing people. The Miller boys used to play where the demon was devoured by the earth, but one day, Preston stepped on something, and he saw a vision of the demon showing him vile and macabre images. When he woke up, he started behaving strangely. He told his brothers about the vision, and ever since that day, something changed inside them. The boys were meaner, angrier, and even exhibited some powers, forcing one of their teachers to choke herself. During Halloween, when all the kids dressed in cute costumes, the Miller boys slaughtered some pigs and used their skin to make masks for themselves. They kidnapped Mikey Alloy and tied him inside a barn, claiming they wanted to slaughter him as well. Spawn shows up and wants to help the young boy, but Preston, empowered by Urizen's evil magic, transforms into a pig demon and attacks him. He was no match for Spawn, however, who punches a hole straight through his chest, removing the piece of rock that infected the young boy. Spawn destroys the rock and then heals Preston, returning him back to normal. Mikey goes back to having a normal life, but Preston fell victim to some kind of strange illness and is terrified of the dark. Issue 105 begins with a plane crash just on the outskirts of New York Harbor. Spawn had miraculously taken all the bodies out of the airplane and placed them on the docks, but one man recorded everything with his camera. Somewhere in a warehouse, two thugs were paid to break open a crate, while the person who paid them watched from a distance. Inside, however, was Overkill, who was rebuilt from the ground up and smuggled into the city. The person who brought him here wants him to kill Spawn, calling his debt repaid if he does it. To get Spawn's attention, Overkill kills an entire group of people at a coffee shop, but this only pissed him off more. Ever since their last encounter, Spawn had gotten much stronger, and he easily gains the upper hand. The fight was being televised, and the person who filmed him at the docks recognized him. Someone, however, breaks inside his home and kills him in cold blood, stealing the tape as well. Spawn wants the cyborg to tell him who hired him, but he refused to say anything, so Spawn draws out the big guns. He blasts Overkill to hundreds of pieces and then tortures him to get the information he wanted. Spawn follows up on the info and arrives at the United Nations, where he confronts General Franklin Marder, but he wasn't the mastermind behind Overkill, someone else was using him. Spawn eventually finds the person who wants him gone, his former boss, Jason Wynn. He is now a wanted man, hiding in the shadows, pulling strings behind the curtain, but his time has finally come. Even now, Spawn doesn't know the full extent of his powers, but tonight he decides to try something new. He tears the skin off his enemy's body, leaving him with his entire flesh exposed. But it wasn't actually real. Spawn implanted the image of him being skinned alive in his mind, making him believe it was real and turning him completely crazy. As paramedics were dragging him out, he couldn't stop screaming, claiming that he doesn't have any skin anymore, although nobody else could see this. A criminal operation was happening down at the docks, but things go south really quick, and the thugs started pointing guns at each other. Spawn shows up and claims this is his city, and he's taking them down. They all start shooting him, but he makes the bullets reverse trajectory, taking themselves out. A man called Simon Pure visits a bar and finds Wolfram sitting at a table, a renegade vampire working for Heaven, but he wasn't looking so good. Simon calls him a beast without a code, then takes out his sword and slices his throat. He then walked outside, confidently claiming that very soon he's gonna deal with Spawn as well. Meanwhile, Detective Twitch's oldest son, Max, ran away from home and met a cute girl named Dawn. Max's parents had a divorce a few years ago, mostly because his dad worked all the time and didn't spend any time with his family. Dawn was going through the same thing and offered to be his close friend. It's already been a week since Max ran away, and just now Helen decided to tell Twitch about it. They get into a heated argument, but eventually cool off and focus on finding their missing son. Twitch wants to ask Spawn for help in finding his boy, so Burke makes a Spawn signal, hoping to draw him out. Surprisingly, it worked. Spawn shows up and offers to help them. Spawn gazes into the night. His awareness bleeds out through the shadows, but he feels something he can't define, a faint blur on the edge of his vision. Out of nowhere, someone attacks him from behind, but his costume reacts and saves him. The attack continues, with the man claiming the night of cleansing approaches and his days on earth are numbered. The man eventually reveals his name, saying he's called Simon and he has seen the light. But for now, he chooses to run away, leaving Spawn with more questions than answers. Somewhere else in a dark place, a group of people were performing a dark ritual in the name of God. Simon was leading the ritual and cuts his hand, offering his blood to several people to drink, calling them his disciples. Max and Dawn were getting very close to each other and even end up kissing, but she wants to show him a secret and asks him to follow her. Meanwhile, someone had killed 7 people and hanged them right in front of the entrance to the police precinct. The police chief was furious that nobody saw anything, making the entire force look bad. Spawn finds the 2 demons who resurrected Urizen, Ab and Zab, and forces them to work for him. Since he killed Malebolgia, he is the new king of hell and wants the 2 demons to find whatever darkness is hidden in the city and report back to him. Dawn says she wants to share something special with Max and bites her lip. She then asks him to kiss her and taste her own blood, which he does without questioning too much. The 2 detectives were put on the case of solving the gruesome murders, but Burke's first interview with the press didn't go as planned. Soon, Max started to feel strange. He was visibly shaking and had a small fever and couldn't wait to see Dawn again and kiss her. He could feel himself dying, but she says she's going to fix him and make him all right again and asks him to follow her. The group of teenagers who took part in the blood-drinking ritual earlier confront a couple of thieves who were trying to steal a car. The ritual turned all of them into vampires and they wanted to kill the thieves, but Spawn stops them. Even though they are fast and very strong, they are no match for Spawn and he easily deals with them, but he had to use a lot of his magic. The discharge of power reveals something unexpected, however. A giant invisible tower reaching high into the sky, but it quickly faded into nothingness. Spawn and the 2 detectives have another meeting on the rooftops, while Ab and Zab arrive with the proof requested by their master. They found the severed head of Wolfram in a dumpster, but he wasn't dead just yet. Dawn brings Max inside the hidden tower and all the vampires gather around him. Max is scared shitless and wants to go back home, but she says this is his new home and they are her family. Wolfram tells them a story that happened long ago when Semen Pure appeared in the desert and shocked the people by performing miracles, like walking on water or going long periods of time without eating or drinking. Pretty soon he had many disciples following him around, but they were outcast and persecuted by people, calling them devils and blasphemers. Simon offered his blood to them, saying that the ones who drink it will live forever. After many years, Simon said he had to leave, but his followers continued his teachings without him. And even though they were always persecuted everywhere they went, their numbers grew, waiting for the day when Simon would return, and they would inherit a world that was rightfully theirs. Simon and his people have been gathering in New York City for the past months, and plan to kill everyone who isn't a vampire yet, sending a clear message to the entire world. Luckily, Spawn knows exactly where they are hiding, and goes to the invisible tower. He blasts a beam of energy towards the building, but he didn't even land a scratch. The horde of vampires attack him from every direction, fast, strong, and deadly, but still not enough for Spawn. He deals with them easily, but their master eventually shows himself, threatening him with the sword. Out of nowhere, hundreds of vampires appear and Simon claims they are the future. The kingdom of God is spread upon the earth, though men do not see it. Spawn kneels down and touches the ground, summoning a giant wave heading straight towards the docks. The water engulfs everything, leaving even the vampires helpless to do anything. Spawn then wraps his chains around all of them and uses his magic to blow them up, dismembering them into pieces. Max appears in his dad's dreams, apologizing for running from home. He was mad at him for divorcing his mother and working all the damn time. Twitch wakes up sweating like crazy and just wishes his son would come back home. After losing many of his loyal followers, Simon regroups at the tower and asks his people to prepare because the night of cleansing will begin soon. He tricks people into volunteering to be his most loyal disciples, vowing their allegiance to him. He then gathers everyone on top of a building and shows them the mark on people's foreheads. Everyone bearing that mark is a sinner who must be erased from God's sight. The attacks finally begin as Simon and his horde of vampires descend down to the streets below. The citizens of New York stood no chance against the initial attack. People tried to run away, but it was a massacre. Burke and Twitch ask the police chief to clear Central Park because Spawn is planning something, but they have no idea what it is. Meanwhile, in the vampire's tower, Dawn tells Max she cares about him and turned him into a vampire to save him, when out of nowhere, Ab and Zab sneak up behind her and break her neck. 7 minutes after midnight, Spawn teleports all the vampires inside the park, but they come at him from every direction. He uses his chains to grab trees and kill a bunch of them, but it's no use. Their numbers are too great, and they keep coming. The two demons are up to something and draw a big sign using a special marker in the ceremonial chamber inside the tower. Spawn pins Simon to the ground, but his disciples come to his rescue, jumping on top of Spawn and forming a big pile. Issue 113 begins 7 days from now, with Twitch looking over a family photo, overwhelmed with guilt about his son. He takes his gun out and puts the barrel against his head, claiming he failed as a man. We now jump to the present. Spawn is overwhelmed with the giant number of vampires who jumped on top of him, biting him. He doesn't have any blood, however, and they can't infect him, so he calls the armies of darkness to his aid. Swarms of bats appear and attack the vampires, distracting them long enough for Spawn to free himself. He uses the chains to his advantage and clears all the vampires that were on top of him. He then wraps his chains around Simon and pulls him closer, using his magic to burn his face and draw the sign of the sinner on his forehead and on the foreheads of his most loyal disciples. The army of vampires now turns on him, following the sign and believing he is just another sinner, unworthy of God's kingdom. Meanwhile, in the tower, Ab and Zab finish drawing the sign, which opens a doorway straight to hell. This creates a powerful explosion, destroying the tower and all the remaining vampires inside. Spawn then uses his powers to purge the remaining vampires, turning them to ashes. After the purge was avoided, Twitch still couldn't find his son and assumed he was dead, so he tries to kill himself. But Spawn stops him, saying he won't allow him because he may need him again. A man named Ben Nakadai traveled all the way from San Francisco and arrives in Japan on a business trip. His company is working on this resort development, but they found the remains of an old temple on the property, and it's his job to inspect the site. Down in the restaurant, a man with a scar on his face introduces himself and asks if he can tell him a story. In the days of the samurai, there was a great soldier named Izanagi Nakadai. While he was away, his wife and child had been taken by fever, and he isolated himself to mourn their loss. An old man told him that each of us has a dragon we must slay, and if we refuse to face it, it will devour you in the end. Nakadai abandoned the throne and went to search for his dragon and eventually found it inside an ancient temple. The battle was brutal, but the samurai was fearless and overcame the great beast. In the end, however, he forgot to look it in the eyes, just like the old man had told him, and the dragon escaped. The great warrior returned home but found his kingdom in ruins. The towns were burned and the fields laid to waste. When he entered the great hall, he dropped his sword on the ground and couldn't believe who was sitting on his throne. But before the man could finish his story, Ben had to leave and take a phone call in his room. The man warned him to not make the same mistake his ancestors did and to beware of unanswered questions. The next day, Ben visited the ancient temple and found something old and valuable inside. A mysterious box with many great wonders contained inside. After Spawn ordered Ab and Zab to open a doorway to hell, all kinds of strange things started to happen. Ghosts started appearing everywhere in the city. People who'd lost their lives or were brutally killed searching for people closest to them. Spawn confronts these ghosts and frees them, allowing them to return back to where they came from. However, there was another ghost who wasn't so easy to set free, the great samurai Izanagi Nakadai. Spawn summons a sword and fights the warrior head-on, using his skills from his previous life to aid him. The fight was brutal but quiet, with neither of them saying a word and doing their best to honor each other. Nakadai receives the death blow with grace and gratitude, thanking Spawn for giving him an honorable death. Ben was in his hotel room and couldn't stop himself from staring inside the mysterious box. The demon sneaks inside his room and steals the box, thanking him for retrieving it for him. Cogliostro returns to New York City after being gone for several months and goes searching for Spawn. Spawn could sense that the old man was dying and wants to cure him, but he refuses the help. Somewhere in Tennessee, a young man named Eddie was recently freed from the juvenile center and writes a letter to his brother. The boy killed his abusive father because he wanted to kill his brother and blamed Spawn for putting him in that position. This event destroyed both of their lives, and Eddie ended up a criminal on the streets. Cog accuses Spawn of changing into exactly what hell wants him to be, but he doesn't believe it and wants to prove him wrong. He teleports the old man on top of the highest building in the city and shows him something. Spawn stops time, freezing everyone in the city and blaming God for creating humanity with so many flaws. He wants hell to win the war and take over the world, and since he is the king of hell, he will turn hell into a second paradise, allowing everyone to enter. Cogliostro calls him a madman, but doesn't think it's a bad idea and offers to help. Meanwhile, Eddie arrives in New York City and pulls out a gun. He goes nuts and shoots a bunch of people and then shoots himself in the head. He is rushed to the hospital where the doctors are able to save his life, but he goes into a deep coma. A bright light shines over him and he is engulfed inside a cocoon and then transformed into a soldier of heaven named the Redeemer. While Eddie's human body was still in the hospital bed in a coma, the Redeemer was flying at lightning speeds through the city, trying to find Spawn and exact punishment. But Spawn was thousands of miles away in Tunisia, where he brought Cog to change the world. But first, he needed Earth's permission. The Redeemer finds him and attacks him with full force. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, the demon Mammon visits Eddie and reads him a story, saying that he and his brother lived a happy life with their dad, and that Spawn came along and ruined it. The young man could hear these lies, prompting the Redeemer to become even more violent and go all out. But Spawn didn't even know who he was or what he wanted. He summoned 2 statues of Eddie and his brother Andy, but Spawn claimed he tried to help them, he didn't want to ruin their lives. Mammon eventually tells Eddie the truth. Their dad was a mean drunk who often took out his frustrations on them, and that Eddie is the one who shot his own dad. After realizing he had made a mistake, the Redeemer leaves Spawn alone and flies toward the sky. Spawn was left defeated on the ground with half of his body ripped apart, but out of nowhere, creatures of hell appear and drag him back to hell, leaving Cogliostro all alone in the desert with no way of returning to New York City. Al Simmons wakes up screaming in his bed next to Wanda, but she is annoyed with him making noise and asks him to sleep the rest of the night on the couch. The next day, while waiting at a red light, he sees Wanda and Terry hugging but thinks he saw someone else. Out of nowhere, the Redeemer passes him by, and he gets distracted, crashing his car and dying on the spot. Mammon appears next to Cogliostro in the desert and gives him the mysterious box from Japan, while remarking that there's a tree about 10 miles away if he wants to take the easy way out. With no other option, Cog finds the tree and hangs himself, earning himself a direct ticket to hell. After the fatal car crash, Al Simmons' ghost attends the funeral but hasn't got a clue why nobody could see him. He overhears Wanda talking behind his back, saying she's happy that he's gone so she can be with Terry now, the true love of her life. With his life destroyed, he ends up on the streets, wishing everything was just a cruel nightmare. A Hellspawn appears and offers him a bargain in exchange for his life back, but the Hellspawn is actually an evil demon from hell, trying to trick him. Spawn wakes chained against a big rock while Cogliostro tries to free him, as the Redeemer fights hordes of demons and monsters in the background. After Spawn defeated Malebolgia but refused to take its place, Hell was left without a king, erupting in a civil war with many factions fighting amongst each other to seize control. The Demon Lord captures Cog, saying he never thought he had the guts to come here, and then takes out his mystery box, asking where he got it from. The demon tortures Spawn, asking him to say the words and give up the throne, saying he's waited a long time for a chance at ruling over Hell. He knows all about Wanda and vows to go after her and torture her in unimaginable ways, but he shouldn't have mentioned her name. This enraged Spawn, and he powered up, using his chains to destroy thousands of demons attacking him. Something inside him shifts, like a hidden eye awakening. He is in Hell, and Hell belongs to him now. He anchors himself to the ground, using the chains to feed on unlimited power and becoming stronger than he'd ever been. Every inch of this accursed realm belongs to him, and he is able to summon an army of Hellspawns to aid him in his battle. He asks the traitors and rebel demons to choose a side, because the King of Hell has returned. Issue 120 begins with a vision of the first act of violence ever committed, when Cain murdered his brother Abel. He didn't know just how fragile God made humans, and he also couldn't have guessed the cruelty of his judgment. As the brutal war for domination continues, we learn that this damned place was created with one purpose in mind: to punish Cain and others like him. We learn the truth that Cogliostro is actually Cain himself, and after Hell was created, he vowed to never serve a day in this place. And so far, he's been true to his word. The demons couldn't stop themselves from staring at the Redeemer's beautiful angelic wings, but they were jealous and wanted to rip them apart. The battle rages on, with hordes of demons and cursed souls attacking Spawn from every direction. But this was merely a show because the victor was named long ago. While everyone was busy fighting, the freak opens the mysterious box and looks inside, but he gives it to the Redeemer, saying it's too painful to look at. Cog takes the box and asks Spawn to stop the war, remembering their earlier conversation when he wanted to make a better world. He gives him the box, which contains the seed of paradise, the last patch of Eden preserved by a rival god, hidden away eons ago. Spawn opens the box and transforms Hell into paradise, a beautiful garden filled with lush green vegetation. Wanda appears to him, giving him what he always wanted, and he immediately drops his crown and abandons his throne of Hell. But just as fast as everything appeared, paradise disappears in an instant and things go back to normal. Cogliostro took advantage of Spawn and picked up his crown, proclaiming himself the new king of Hell. A long time ago, he vowed to never serve a day in this place, and he intends to keep that promise. He returns Spawn to New York, but not as a Hellspawn, instead as Lieutenant Al Simmons. He still has all of his memories, but he thinks they are all just bad dreams. 2 cops question him, but he reacts instinctively and attacks them, landing him in jail. His cellmate is curious and wants to know why Al was arrested, but he isn't sure of anything. The man brags about being a ruthless killer, killing hopeless women and using razor blades to his amusement. but Al ignores him and just goes to sleep. During the night, a hellspawn sneaks into the prison and goes straight for the loudmouth, claiming he came to punish him. Burke and Twitch return to the precinct after a long day of work, and a colleague tells them about the man who just beat two of their colleagues. They take a good look at his profile picture and realize he doesn't have a shadow, but before they could investigate further, someone from the holding area screams for help. The hellspawn had stripped the man of his skin, leaving him to die a painful death with his flesh exposed. Wanda receives a dreadful call informing her that someone dug up her ex-husband's grave and stole his body. She and Terry have no idea who could have done such a thing and don't understand why the past keeps haunting them. A strange woman could feel that Al Simmons was back in New York City, but she doesn't know who he is or where he came from, but she wants to know where he is going. Twitch finds out there was another man locked inside the prison tonight, but they eventually had to let him go. He pieces things together when one of the guards mentions that his wife's name is Wanda. The strange woman is some kind of witch, dabbling in the mystic arts, and she performs a ritual trying to pinpoint Simmons' location. Al walks into the alleys unwillingly, like something was drawing him there without his knowledge. He stumbles upon the ghosts of his homeless friends, who wanted to know why he abandoned them, leaving them to die. He goes deeper and finds the hellspawn lying on this throne, claiming he was waiting for him. Al is scared and runs away, fearing for his life, but runs straight into the strange woman from before. She offers him a coffee and something to eat, saying her name is Nix and she's here to help him. The story then jumps inside a high-security prison with two guards opening a cell door, asking the person inside to come with them because the boys upstairs would like to chat with him. Nix buys Al something to eat. He hadn't eaten in ages and was very hungry. He doesn't know what happened to him and doesn't remember his past, just glimpses of a dark creature that follows him. Meanwhile, Jason Wynn is interrogated by his superiors, who demand to know everything he knows about Lieutenant Al Simmons. The Violator appears and talks to him, telling him how to get out of this, but only he can see it. Wynn wants to take a hot shower first, get some well-made clothes, a nice meal, and then maybe he'll talk. Nix brings Al back to her apartment and offers him something to drink. She invites him to her bedroom and gets on top of him, saying it's probably been a long time since he's been with a woman and she wants to make it all better for him. He falls asleep and dreams of Spawn, but when he wakes up, something is wrong. Nix tied him to her bed and pulls out a knife, saying the moon's at its apogee and it's time. She gets on top of him a second time, but this time she marks a spot on his chest where she plans to stab him. The dagger goes straight through his skin, and Al thinks he is going to die because the pain was unbearable. Nix opens his ribcage and exposes his heart, saying that now he is separate from his darkness, or his shadow, and it wants to get back to him. She takes a needle and starts sewing his heart while Al remembers all the bad things from his past, when he got mad and slapped Wanda, when he left the Redeemer in hell to fight hordes of demons, all the people he's killed over the years, and even being mean to Grandma Wanda. When she is done, Nix has drawn a pentagram on his heart, which binds him back to the costume. The room begins to shake, and thousands of creatures of darkness invade the room, sliding towards Al and entering his body. He screams in pain, but there is nothing he can do about it. In the end, the mark of the devil appears again on his chest. He gets up and is pissed at Nix for doing this to him, but she only wanted to help him. She thought it would make him feel better. He claims she destroyed him and slams her against the wall using his chains. He then breaks through her window and disappears into the night. He wakes up 3 days later back in Nix's apartment. She followed him when he ran away and found him passed out in the alleys. He was now a hellspawn again and could feel the costume slithering under his skin, but he could transform into a human anytime he wanted. They go for a walk, and she tells him that she draws her powers from the green world, the place that gives life to everything on Earth, and Spawn remembers being there once. Jason Wynn was reinstated back into his former position at the CIA, and everyone greeted him back. They even gave him a bigger office than before, and the Violator was pleased with the way things were progressing. Spawn wants to make things right from his past, starting by finding Major Forsberg, who he abandoned in the alleys. Going back feels strange somehow, and demons block his way, telling him to turn back, but he doesn't care. He finds Forsberg trapped inside a cage, half naked and unconscious. Meanwhile, Twitch is going over the files of the missing suspect at the precinct and realizes that he and Al Simmons are the same person. Spawn tells Forsberg he came to save him and make things right, but the demons get in the way. He easily deals with them with a single swoop of his chains, but the Major doesn't want to leave or let Spawn touch him, saying he's only going to drag him under. An illusion takes over them, and they are both transported to another place. Somewhere inside a deep jungle, Simmons tries to save the Major and drags his injured body, but he doesn't want to be saved. Demons crawl out of the ground and try to grab them, trying to stop them from escaping. Eventually, they are surrounded from all sides, and the Major begs Simmons to shoot him, saying he doesn't want to be one of them, faceless, inhuman, and without an ounce of dignity. Spawn wishes there was another way, but there is no way to save him. In the end, he does the only thing left and shoots him. This kills Forsberg in the real world as well. But with his dying breath, he thanks Spawn for coming back for him, calling him a damn fine soldier. When he and Wanda got engaged, they threw a big celebration at a restaurant and invited all of their friends. Terry asks him if he plans to quit the CIA and get a safer position now that he's married, but this pisses him off. Al claims he likes his job and doesn't run away from confrontation, calling his friend a pussy and then punching him. They return to the restaurant and take a group photo, pretending like nothing happened. Some years later, Al leaves for a secret mission and Wanda begs him to stay with her. They get into a heated argument, and Al grabs her tightly, hurting her arms. This is not the first time he got violent. It happened before when she lost her pregnancy, and she blames him for it. He gets up, takes his suitcase, and leaves for the mission. While he is away, Wanda goes shopping and meets Terry on the street. She was angry at Al and asks him to go shopping with her, saying she wants to spend his money on clothes. During lunch, he notices bruises on her hands, probably from when Al grabbed her so tightly. They end the night with a kiss, but she doesn't allow things to progress, saying she's the wife of his best friend and they're all going to know each other for the rest of their lives. Back in the present, Terry quits his job at the CIA and they put the house up for sale, trying to leave the tragic past behind them and move on. Jason Wynn attends his first mission after he is reinstated and brings his superiors up to speed on Al Simmons. He tells them about his past, saying he was a good soldier who followed orders without questioning. He wants to do a full investigation into the disappearance of his corpse, calling it a national security issue, and wants access to considerable funds to complete his task. The violator congratulates him on the success of the meeting but reminds him he is the one pulling the strings and calls Wynn his monkey. Nix wants Spawn to perform a ceremony that will help him control his powers better. The meditation is working, and he is able to sense all the wrath, envy, greed, and vanity dwelling inside the city at all times. He changes into Spawn and then transforms back to a human. He is happy to finally be able to do this. Wynn takes a shower and gets himself ready to hook up with a prostitute. The violator thinks it might be good for him to be with a woman, and they made sure to ask at the agency for a black woman named Wanda. Al goes for a walk but runs into someone he hasn't seen in a long time. Detective Twitch recognizes him and pulls a gun on him, accusing him of killing his oldest son, Max, and also of killing the other prisoner inside the jail. Meanwhile, the prostitute is waiting for Wynn on the corner of the street, but when he rolls down his window, he scares her because he looks crazy and is bearing the mark of the violator. While Twitch was busy with Spawn, Burke finds the prostitute that Wynn hired dead behind the dumpsters, with the name Wanda written on the walls. Instead of taking him to the police, Twitch brings Al back to his apartment and threatens him, blaming him for his son's disappearance during the war against the vampires. Jason Wynn wakes up in his apartment covered in blood and with blue paint all over his face. He doesn't know what happened but has flashbacks of killing that woman. The violator took control over his body and forced him to kill her, saying he shouldn't feel so bad because he's already killed over 2,000 people. Al begs the detective to put the gun down, but he refuses, saying he doesn't want to live anymore and thinks of himself as a failed father and husband. Eventually, Al has enough and transforms into Spawn, breaking his restraints. But Twitch takes his gun and shoots him 2 times. He takes the detective and throws him through the window, asking him to choose between life and death. Twitch chooses life over death, thinking of his other children and ex-wife. Spawn changes back to Al Simmons and offers to help him find his boy, but he still had the gunshot wounds in his human form. Somewhere in an abandoned house outside Boston, 7 ghosts live together, each killed for different reasons and drawn to this place like moths to a light. Max was also drawn to this house and now lives here together with the other ghosts. He isn't dead, however. The ritual performed by the vampires wasn't finished, and he wasn't completely turned into one of them. He now lives his life stuck between 2 worlds, in the gray spaces. Nix was able to make a compass that pinpoints where Max was staying, so Twitch and Spawn fly to Boston in order to find his son. Meanwhile, there's been another Wanda murder, and Burke is sent to the crime scene, but he couldn't find his partner. Max shows a gun to Sally, one of the younger ghosts inside the house, and she asks if they can use it to kill other people so more ghosts can come and live with them. The 2 men eventually find the house, but when they go inside, one of the older ghosts doesn't want to let them pass. The ghost grabs Twitch, but Spawn uses hellfire to burn its face and force it to let the detective go. Sally comes down the stairs carrying the gun that Max showed her, and she wants to kill Twitch. She wants to turn him into a ghost so he can be together with his son forever. She pulls the trigger and shoots Twitch right in the chest, and he falls to the ground unconscious. Max begs his father not to die, but there is something else hiding in this house. Somewhere in the basement, there is a doorway to hell that one of the demons is able to break and enter through. He claims this is his home and the ghosts are his food. He attacks Spawn, calling him a failure in everything he does and wanting to taste his pain. Spawn punches him straight in the face, sending him several feet away. But this only angers the demon and he retaliates more viciously. While the fight rages on, Twitch wants to sacrifice his own life so that his son can be alive once again. Spawn eventually gains the upper hand and opens another doorway to hell, pulling the demon inside. The entire house is dragged down, including the 7 ghosts living there, while Spawn uses his chains to anchor himself and protect Twitch and his son as well. He then uses his magic to heal his wounds and restore the detective to full health. After returning to New York City, the entire family and Burke visit Twitch in the hospital, happy to be reunited once again. As part of the deal to be reinstated in the CIA, Jason Wynn attends a meeting with the Shrink, but the Violator couldn't stop himself from teasing him. He wanted him to confess to the Wanda murders and tell the doctor how good he felt when killing them. The detectives tell Simmons about the murders, saying all the women are African Americans, young and pretty, and they all look like his wife. He didn't even know that Wanda and Terry had sold their house and moved to California to start a new life. Wynn kidnaps another woman and takes her to a construction site, bragging about all the cool weapons he can use to murder her. The woman says her name is not Wanda and that he's probably made a mistake, but this only angers him even more. But Spawn was on the case and the creatures of darkness spot them at the construction site. He shows up out of nowhere, shocked that Wynn was actually the one behind everything. He wants to expose him for killing these women and ruin his reputation forever. And once he sinks to the bottom, then he will come to end him for good. Wynn tries to run away but slips and falls off the edge, landing a few stories below. The Violator wanted to use Wynn as a tool to do his bidding, especially since he was so easy to manipulate. But now he doesn't need him anymore and wants to end him. He steps on his fingers, causing him to fall 20 stories to his death. But as soon as his body hits the floor, it immediately gets back up and puts itself back together. The Violator has now taken over his body completely, claiming the clown is back. Spawn didn't know what happened to Wynn's body, but he could feel that something was off. Somewhere in the city there is a dark presence taunting him, laughing at him. Now in possession of a new body, the Violator walks the dangerous streets and stumbles upon 2 thugs selling drugs. He kills one of them in cold blood and rips off his head, but he spares the other one. His name is Rex, and the Violator touches his head and does something to him, turning him into one of his subjects with the mark of the clown. While Al was sleeping, Nyx decides to help him figure out what dark forces he was talking about. So she performs a ritual that allows her to ascend to a different plane of existence. She stumbles upon the demon Mammon, who wants to have a talk. He knows her entire life story and knows about a friend she used to have. Her name was Thea, and she could sense when people were about to die, making her extremely powerful but also troubled. Mammon claims that Spawn killed her in cold blood in a dark and cold alley, but offers to bring her back from hell as long as she does what he wants. Nyx doesn't trust him and refuses to make a deal, so he returns her to her apartment, saying he won't be far if she changes her mind. Nyx and Thea started playing with dark magic ever since they were 12 years old. They started with Ouija boards, opening doors that should never have been opened, causing Thea to be cursed with that awful gift. She shows Al pictures of her and asks him what hell is really like. She really wants to know, so Al turns into Spawn and shows her a glimpse of hell. The images torment her and she's terrified. Hell is worse than anything she could ever imagine. Meanwhile, the Violator sent Rex to take over a bus and cause as much trouble as possible because he wanted to draw Spawn's attention. It worked, and Spawn explores the labyrinth of alleys at the south end of the Bowery, a place he once used to call home. The streets were familiar to him, but things were different now. The entire place was decorated like a circus, with balloons and clown faces everywhere. The Violator had managed to form a small army by turning normal people into his minions, just like he did with Rex. Eventually, he finds the Violator in his demon form, someone he thought he would never have to see again. The demon instantly attacks him and puts his finger through Spawn's head, using the same kind of magic to try and turn him into one of his minions. After seeing how horrible hell is, Nyx couldn't bear the thought of her best friend spending an eternity there, and calls out to Mammon, saying she is ready to make a deal with him. The Violator was able to incapacitate Spawn and tie him to massive chains, turning him into his prisoner. His minions grew in numbers and gathered around, collectively screaming to make him suffer. The demon tricked Spawn into entering the Dead Zone, a place that negates Hell's powers, rendering him unable to defend himself. One of them gets too close and Spawn wraps his legs around his throat, threatening to kill him if the Violator doesn't release him. Of course, the clown doesn't care about anyone else but himself, so Spawn had to kill him. The clown takes a blade and stabs him in the abdomen, then asks his minions to throw things at him to make him suffer even harder. Rocks, pieces of wood, glass, and other objects come flying towards Spawn, leaving him broken and unconscious on the ground. During the blackout, Spawn dreams about returning home from the military, but his parents were nowhere to be found. Instead, Mammon was waiting for him and wonders what happened to him in this house that pushed him to become an assassin. Whatever it must have been, it wasn't pretty, since it made him into a monster. The Violator and his army of minions feast on the corpse of the person that Spawn killed, eating his organs and calling them delicious. Mammon visits Nyx once again and compliments her on being a good witch, but her spells have no effect on him. He is omnipotent. He reminds her of the deal he proposed, and while she still hasn't made up her mind, her best friend is suffering in hell. The Violator orders 2 of his men to drag Spawn out of the dead zone. He tries to revert back to his human form, but that was a big mistake. He slowly gains his powers back, but his body is still hurt and needs to be careful. The clown created a fighting ring and wants to prove he is stronger than a hell spawn, while his minions cheer behind him. Ever since Cogliostro became the new king of hell, he's locked himself away, leaving all the demons without adult supervision to do as they please. The Violator claims he doesn't want to kill Spawn, but instead he wants to make his life a living hell. He wants to destroy him physically and mentally. Even though Spawn beat him before, the demon was a lot stronger now and slammed Spawn against everything, knocking him unconscious for a second time. Out of nowhere, the power goes out in the entire city, and the Violator and his minions prepare themselves to terrorize the streets. It only took a couple of minutes for the entire city to erupt in chaos. There were now over 1,000 minions, all controlled by the clown, attacking everyone and everything in the darkness of the night. Spawn recovers from his fight and goes to the streets to try and stop them, but they come at him from every direction. There were just too many of them, and all of them were very strong. While he was dragged into the dead zone, Nyx couldn't feel Spawn anymore, but she knows exactly where he is and rushes to him. However, on the way down she gets stuck in the elevator with Mammon. Spawn's body was still severely weakened, and he gets destroyed left and right by the clowns. Meanwhile, a random person falls on top of Burke's car and they try to help him. A mob of people forms around them and blames them for hurting the person, saying that police have been abusing them for years. Mammon describes how horrible hell actually is, that her friend Thea is in constant pain, and every time she screams, thousands of blades cut her throat. But that's not even the worst part. The worst part is being alone and feeling abandoned by her best friend. The island of Manhattan is sealed off, its people trapped like rats in cages, with many hours until sunrise, and the lunatics are taking over the city. Since he wasn't yet at full strength, Spawn decides to break inside the armory and steal a couple of weapons. Mammon was still stuck inside the elevator with Nyx and tries to convince her to take the deal, but she refuses, saying she doesn't want any part of his games. Meanwhile, the group of people was getting close to attacking the 2 detectives, but luckily for them, backup arrives and disperses the angry mob. Spawn heads into the metro and puts his gun expertise to good use. Everything feels normal to him. Killing bad guys is like second nature to him. But even with guns, there are just too many of them, and they quickly overrun him. He is able to free himself by pulling the pins on 3 grenades, causing a giant explosion and one of the trains to explode. He makes it out alive, but the explosion caused him to revert back to his human form, and he was badly injured. 2 weeks from now, Nyx locks herself into an abandoned building with no food or water for 9 days straight, until finally a small fly appears out of nowhere talking to her. After barely making it out of the metro, Simmons is rushed to the emergency room, but 2 FBI agents stood guard outside while they operate on him. Back in the present, Nyx performs a long and painful ritual that will most likely kill her in the end, but there's no turning back. She is determined to help her friend Thea. The small fly talks to her, saying his name is Nzejal, the Lord King of Hell, and he is the keeper of secret eyes and hidden doors. Nyx says she wants to bargain, asking for safe passage into hell. She begins the ritual by cutting her skin using a silver-white moon blade and taking a drop of her own blood. Then, using a piece of thread, the same she used when she reattached the costume to Spawn's soul, she creates a web of threads. The ritual was affecting Simmons as well, who was still in a coma inside the hospital. Eventually, the ritual is successful, and a doorway to hell opens up, but she wasn't human anymore. She borrowed Spawn's powers for this mission, transforming herself into a female hellspawn. As she makes her first steps in hell, she could hear Spawn talking to her from within the costume, warning her about the possible dangers at every corner. This place is alive. It moves beneath her feet. It's ancient and vast and very slow, and every inch of it screams in agony. She sees the Tower of Hell and thinks it might be hundreds of miles high, but she gets distracted, and a demon attacks her out of nowhere. She's not yet used to the costume and needs to focus, but is eventually able to control the chains and set herself free. She continues the journey and arrives at an old tree with hundreds of warm lights hanging from its branches. But those aren't just simple lights. They are people trapped in cages, screaming in agony. Each soul begs Nyx to set them free, claiming there must be some kind of mistake and they don't belong there, vowing to never sin again if they are allowed to be free. She can't focus on them too much. She came here with a purpose, to save her best friend from damnation. Somewhere on top of some old ruins, the Redeemer was waiting, watching her. He mistakes her for Spawn and attacks her from behind. When Spawn was dragged into hell, he came to save him, but in the end Spawn abandoned him, leaving him all alone to rot in hell. Eventually the fighting stops, and he tells her his story. Because he bears the mark of heaven, demons don't attack him, and he is allowed to move freely. But still, he is trapped in hell and can't escape. The Redeemer offers to help Nyx find her missing friend, in exchange for freeing him once she leaves. The bargain only allows her to take one soul back, her friend, so she lies to him, telling him what he wanted to hear in exchange for his help. The Redeemer explores hell from above and couldn't help but feel sorry for the billions of souls trapped here for eternity. Nyx tells him her friend wasn't some depraved criminal, just a sad and lost soul. This is good news because it means they won't have to go very far to find her. After walking for several hours, Nyx runs into her father, who instantly recognizes her. However, a demon appears out of nowhere and grabs her, but luckily, the Redeemer is able to slay him easily. He then slays her father as well, revealing that it wasn't actually him. Instead, just another demon in disguise. Eventually, they find Thea locked behind a door, shriveled in a corner all alone. She doesn't want to leave, saying there is nowhere else for her to go. Her body is nothing but dust and bones. She asks Nyx to destroy her soul forever because she no longer wants to exist. Taking the Redeemer's sword, Nyx kills her best friend and destroys her soul forever. The demon appears once again and offers her safe passage out of hell, respecting the bargain. She takes the Redeemer, and they both leave this god-awful place. Al Simmons has a vision of himself climbing the highest mountain in the world and arriving in paradise. He opens the giant doors and goes inside, amazed at how incredible this place is, as if the entire place was carved from a single piece. In the middle of everything, there is a giant tower, just like the one in hell, and he goes up the stairs, ready to meet the Creator. But when he enters the main hall, he doesn't find God. Instead, he finds Mammon sitting on the throne. The Redeemer couldn't be happier to finally be out of hell and flies above the earth, but he remembers he still has unfinished business to attend to. Spawn finally wakes up from his coma and leaves the hospital, determined to find Nyx and get back at her for stealing his powers and manipulating him. She was now a part of him, and he could feel her in his mind and knew exactly where to find her. She doesn't want mercy but tells him the reason for doing what she did. It was because she wanted to save her best friend, who died and went to hell. But before Spawn could punish her, the Redeemer appears, demanding he set her free. He owes Nyx a great deal of gratitude after she helped him escape from hell, so he takes her to safety, then goes back to fight Spawn. Meanwhile, the Fly appears once again, demanding his half of the bargain, saying he wants Nyx's power. Spawn ambushes the Redeemer inside an abandoned warehouse, and the two fight a brave battle, good versus evil. The Redeemer accuses Spawn of leaving nothing but death and suffering in his wake, calling him a cancer upon the face of creation. This enrages Spawn, and he goes all out, gaining a small advantage and pinning his opponent to the ground. He then takes his angelic sword and vows to show no mercy, just like the Redeemer promised him. Nyx agrees to give up her powers that give her control over Spawn, but she was tricked. It wasn't the Lord King and Zejal who offered her the deal. It was Mammon, Mr. Hell himself. Spawn is now on top of his opponent, but instead of killing him, he breaks off the wings from his back, saying that heaven doesn't care anymore about any of them. Without any wings and without his sword, the Redeemer reverts back to his human form, a young teenager named Eddie, whose life got destroyed by Spawn a long time ago. Without her powers, Nyx is now condemned, outcast, and destined to be all alone. Mammon had tricked her and got exactly what he wanted, full control over Spawn. He shows himself and traps Spawn using his own chains. He claims he did all of this because he wants to take over the throne, but not the throne of hell like Spawn thinks. He transforms him back into Al Simmons and vows to torture him by taking the thing which he values most in life, his ex-wife Wanda. Bit by bit, Mammon destroys Al's memory of his beloved wife, the first time they met, the day they got married, and many more loving memories. He erases them all. In the end, he leaves Spawn with just the knowledge that he has forgotten something important to him, but is unable to remember what it is. Al is left stranded in the middle of nowhere and forced to hitchhike towards any destination. A couple decides to give him a ride into a nearby town, from where he takes off on foot again, exploring the surroundings. He stumbles across a strange little town that looked almost too perfect to be real. He found it strange that there are hundreds of devil signs everywhere, from ring bells to window frames and even architecture. A woman at the diner tells him about the town fair called the Tained. This fair is intended to remind them that the devil is everywhere, and they ask for blessings and good fortune in the coming year. After a good night's sleep, Al walks towards the fair to see what the big deal is. Everyone is wearing devil masks, and there are tons of attractions with hellish themes in mind. All of a sudden the road clears and the woman from the diner appears dressed in black and riding a horse. The girl is taken inside the forest until they reach a giant waterfall. Out of nowhere, 3 angels appear, saying they've come for the girl who was offered to them as a sacrifice. He wasn't going to let the angels sacrifice the girl. One of them can hear his thoughts and claims they are not angels, or at least not anymore. They are the forgotten ones, the lost tribe of heaven. A long time ago, during a great war between heaven and hell, they refused to pick a side, making a third side that chose to be neutral. For their treason, God banished them from heaven, leaving them to spend eternity in the ether, a place at the edge of reality. Every 7 years, however, they are required to pay a sacrifice to God, and without it, they would simply fade like shadows on a wall. In exchange for the sacrifice, they offer up blessings, good luck, goodwill, peace and tranquility, and they have done so in various places across the globe. But Spawn doesn't care. He isn't going to let them sacrifice the young girl, so the lost angel offers him a deal. If he is able to pass a test during which he has to hold on tight to the girl and never let her go, no matter the ordeal they will be faced with, they will let her go. Spawn accepts and the test begins. The girl is transformed into different kinds of creatures, from lions to serpents to giant bulls and even rodents, all tricks designed to make him lose his grip on her. In the end, Spawn passes the test and is able to protect the girl at all costs. Because there isn't going to be a sacrifice, the chain of history has been snapped, and the Forgotten Ones promise there will be even more sacrifices yet to come because of his actions today. Somewhere in northeast Minnesota, a boy was walking in the freshly snowed plains when he found Al Simmons unconscious on the ground. Together with his parents, they were able to bring Al back to the cabin where he woke up confused. The family was kind to him and offered him something to drink and a warm place to rest. Somewhere nearby, a group of people was in the cold hunting something when, out of nowhere, a large pack of black wolves attacked them. These were no ordinary wolves. They were larger than usual, and their eyes glowed red, making them look like demons. Al heard the noises and came to help the men who were now fighting to stay alive. The men were more scared of Spawn than the wolves, and one of them shot him in the shoulder. The fight was brutal, with Spawn using his chains to latch onto the trees nearby and hit the alpha dog right in the head. He was eventually victorious, and the alpha was defeated, but not without casualties, and Spawn had severe injuries to his abdomen. The journey took Spawn to Chicago, Illinois, where he spent the day begging for money on the streets. He felt like someone was trying to communicate with him and saw signs everywhere, but he didn't understand what they were trying to tell him. Was he going insane, or was someone just toying with him? 3 men were bullying an older woman on the streets, and Al got involved, telling them to leave her alone. The confrontation quickly turned violent, but Al used to be a soldier, a trained assassin, and taking these guys down was a piece of cake for him. He thought a new rebellion was underway, a second war in heaven, and somehow he was at the center of it all. While walking the dark and narrow alleys, he got confused. The alleys looked the same as the ones in New York City, but it was all an illusion. He was drawn inside an abandoned church, where he mocked God, calling him evil for creating a world filled with suffering and pain. He didn't understand why he was the one picked to become a hellspawn. He never asked to come back to life and be brought back to this wretched place. Out of nowhere, the ground started shaking and the walls came crumbling down, taking the shape of a giant malefic monster. The monster talked to him, saying the hellspawn must be stopped, but Spawn didn't understand. It hit him from every direction, but Spawn dodged the attacks and hit back, jumping through the monster's body and leaving a big hole. But it was no use. The monster could not be killed or defeated. Instead, it came crashing down on top of him, burying him underground. Spawn woke up in a dark place, crucified by powerful green vines and unable to move. He remembered his childhood, after his mother baked him some cookies, but asked him not to eat them before dinner. His father was reading the newspaper in the living room, but it wasn't actually his dad. It was Mr. Hell himself, Mammon. The voice told Spawn the future had already been predicted in scriptures. It all began when Mammon stole away his memory of Wanda, and when Spawn interrupted the sacrifice done by the forgotten angels. Those who abstained in the first war must fight now in the second. At this very moment, the throne of heaven sat empty. Its maker vanished, or perhaps perished, nobody knew. Mammon knew this, and wanted the throne for himself, taking advantage of God's absence. He wanted the entire universe to implode on itself, destroying countless worlds. In the end, Mammon wanted to sit on the throne of creation and remake the universe in his image. The voice brought Spawn back to the cemetery where Al Simmons was buried, saying that Mammon took his hope away, and it wanted to give it back to him. The ground shook, and Al's body was dug up from the ground. On his fingers, Spawn found the wedding ring, reminding him of his beloved ex-wife Wanda. Spawn returned to New York City and sat on his throne, finding it funny that he traded the throne of hell for this dump. Out of the shadows, hordes of worms came to him, crawling all over his body, covering his wounds and going inside, healing their master like medicine. He didn't know what to do next and headed toward the dead zone, but he needed to be careful because he didn't have any power there. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the disciple, the first and greatest of heaven's warriors. He wanted Spawn to leave this place, calling him a worthless corpse that was rotting away. He grabbed him by the face and then ripped out his heart from his chest, leaving his body dismembered on the ground. The disciple then flew away, calling him foolish for fearing him. Wicked arms appeared out of nowhere and grabbed pieces of Spawn's body, dragging them into the shadows. A strange man with gray hair appeared and picked up Spawn's heart from the ground. The heart transformed into a young boy named Christopher, and the stranger called himself the Man of Miracles. He offered to take the young boy home, and they both teleported somewhere else. Meanwhile, every news station in the country was reporting something amazing that happened with the Mississippi River. Out of nowhere, its water turned red for no apparent reason, but it wasn't paint. It was actually blood. Religious fanatics marched in thousands on the streets, realizing that one of the first signs of Armageddon is the water in rivers and fountains turning into blood. The demons that collected parts of Spawn's body were dragging them down to hell and bringing him to an altar where they pieced him back together. The Man of Miracles guided the young boy toward his hometown, saying he needed to get back home before 6 o'clock because his mother needed him. On the way home, however, the boy ran into a toy shop and couldn't stop looking at all the figurines. While he decided to go inside, his mother was back home, worried about him, saying he promised he'd return home, but she couldn't wait any longer. The owner of the toy store was none other than Billy Kincaid, the kid killer that Spawn killed some time ago. He showed Christopher a toy shaped like Malabolgia, the king of hell, but it only scared him. Since the boy didn't like this one, he asked him to pick 10 other toys from his shelf, gifts for being a good boy. His mother was at home taking a bath, but she wasn't feeling too good, swallowing pills and worrying about her boy. Christopher couldn't decide which toys to pick, but while he was distracted, Kincaid took a knife from his drawer and sneaked up behind him. The boy picked one of the evilest looking toys, Tammuz, Hell's ambassador. Tammuz was one of Mammon's top generals whose job was to torture and make Spawn's life miserable. The demons informed them that the only thing missing was his heart, but Spawn didn't need a heart to survive. Tammuz confidently claimed he was the master of tortures and summoned Spawn's inquisitors, who were composed of some of his worst enemies. Kincaid wanted to kill young Christopher, but the Hellspawn costume was fused with his body and protected him. It wrapped itself around the deranged killer, allowing Christopher enough time to escape. Tammuz struck Spawn in the abdomen, carving a big hole and revealing a secret. This was where he was keeping the wedding ring, his only connection and memory of his former life, his beloved Wanda. Christopher remembered what really happened to him a long time ago. After leaving for school and saying goodbye to his mother, he stopped on the way to explore a giant water tower. After he made it to the top, he slipped and fell inside, splashing into the freezing water below. When he never made it to school, his mother went searching for him and found his backpack near the water tower. She panicked and jumped inside herself, without thinking of a way to get out. Her boy was still alive, but now they were both stuck inside the freezing water. After many hours, they both began to lose consciousness, and Christopher sank to the bottom of the tank and drowned. His mother tried to save him, but it was too late. He was already dead. Out of nowhere, a strange woman appeared and offered to take his body, saying she could help him and promised to send him back to her one day. The mother agreed and gave the woman her dead son. Now we saw Christopher's true face, rotten and disfigured after spending too much time underwater. Meanwhile, his mother couldn't wait for him any longer and took a knife, preparing to end her own life. But before she could finish, the boy arrived home and screamed to grab his mother's attention. She heard him and swiftly ran outside, but when she opened the door, she saw her son rotting away. But his appearance didn't scare her. She knew it was her son and rushed to hug him. Upon touching her son, his body healed completely and looked normal once again. The strange woman from the tank appeared again, but it was actually the Man of Miracles in disguise. Just as promised, he returned her son for them to meet again, but sadly they must leave once again. This time they needed to leave in order to save Al Simmons from his prison in hell. The Inquisitors continued to torture Spawn, inflicting devastating blows that caused him immense pain, while Mammon stood on the sidelines, amused at his suffering. In order for Christopher to reach Spawn, he had to go through the funhouse and find the pit. Billy Kincaid was following him like a shadow, this time working for an ice cream shop. He showed the boy the funhouse, but in order to reach the pit, he had to watch the entire show. Luckily, he had picked 2 toys earlier, one of Detective Burke and the other of Detective Twitch. The 2 detectives heard noises and went outside to see what was happening. It turned out it was raining frogs, another sign of Armageddon. They both agreed that something weird was going on and they needed to find Spawn. Out of nowhere, a circus appeared in the middle of the city, and the 2 partners went inside, They found Kincaid's severed head stuck to a wall, and Christopher next to him saying the costume killed him. The three of them found the pit together, which was actually a doorway leading them into hell. After dealing with a few demons on the way, they eventually found Spawn being tortured by Mammon and his army. Christopher ran toward him, and the moment the two of them touched, Spawn remembered everything. He claimed he was more than Al Simmons and more than just a Hellspawn. He was Legion. Out of nowhere, hundreds of Hellspawns jumped out from inside his body, ready to help their master. While this was going on, Wanda had moved to California and lived a simple life, but something was wrong with her twin children. Both of them were mean to each other and acted crazy around other people, including Grandma Wanda. Cyan said she was worried about her brother and sister, saying there was definitely something wrong with both of them. Granny read the Bible again and realized that what was happening all over the world were signs of something evil bound to happen. All of a sudden, the tables were turning in Spawn's favor and he wasn't fighting his battles alone anymore. Mammon offered him one final deal, to join him in helping defeat God, and in return he would make him the king of Earth. But Spawn refused, saying Earth was not his to give. He was neither Satan nor God. A confrontation erupted between the Hellspawns and Mammon's armies, but Spawn was easily gaining the advantage. In the end, Mammon lost, but he claimed this was just the first wave of weaker demons. The war was just beginning. He left the place with his tail between his legs, while Tammuz remarked that he was shaking with fear. For now, Spawn recalled the Hellspawns back to him, saying he still needed to heal himself back to full health. He had been dismembered after all. The Man of Miracles was waiting for them back in New York City, and said that Christopher was actually a piece of Spawn that represented his innocence. The two detectives warned Spawn that something else was happening with the world, all pointing to Armageddon, the end of the world. The school teacher informed Wanda that something was wrong with her children because they created something horrible during a school project. Meanwhile, a woman was bringing flowers to her dead husband's grave when, out of nowhere, the man crawled out from the ground, signaling that the dead were rising from their graves. Twitch tells Spawn that every news station around the world is reporting the same thing. Sightings of werewolves, vampires, demonic possession. Basically mankind's worst fears coming to life. Armageddon has already begun, and the only way to stop it is to destroy these monsters whenever or wherever they appear in the world. In Joshua Creek, Tennessee, the woman who was attacked by her dead husband is now transformed into a zombie herself, and together they returned home to attack her boyfriend. Christopher helps Spawn summon two souls to help fight these monsters all over the world. Hiroshi Kitamura and his granddaughter Kumiko are summoned and sent to deal with the zombies from Joshua Creek. These two are descendants of a great family of samurai warriors, and they charge into battle without fear. Together, they slay hordes of zombies, shooting them in the head to prevent them from resurrecting again. Eventually, they are overrun and are forced to run into a nearby house, but when they go inside, they find the woman and her late husband devouring her current boyfriend. As the war raged on Earth, the Forgotten Ones attacked heaven, and without God to interfere, the angels were about to lose. One of the priestess angels frees Zira from her prison, the strongest warrior angel and queen of the Seraphim. Even though Zira was incredibly strong, she was also utterly insane, and God had locked her away for 10,000 years. Even if she is able to fight off the Forgotten Ones, what chance do they stand against her if she decides to turn on them? Spawn goes together with Christopher to northern India to deal with another threat. An ancient god named Kaylee had been resurrected and started massacring everyone in her path. The Man of Miracles tells Spawn that there are thousands of souls trapped inside his body, and he needs to listen to their voices and also trust Chris because he'll know what to do. The boy helps Spawn summon two more souls, a young couple who died in a car crash some time ago. They tell Spawn about Kaylee, saying that the gods created her in order to kill an army of demons, but when the job was done, she couldn't stop herself from killing. She represents the destructive side of mankind's nature, and she vows to consume Spawn as well. Kumiko used to be a rebellious girl who often had fights with her parents and even her grandfather. She used to pleasure men in exchange for drugs and had gotten herself involved with the criminal underworld. Her grandfather came to save her one day and attacked the thugs who used to abuse her, but during the altercation, Kumiko was shot and killed, and Hiroshi suffered the same fate. She remembers everything and apologizes to him for ruining their family honor, but swears to make things right. Together they attack the hordes of zombies and do massive damage. Meanwhile, Wanda's twin children were watching TV, but Katie wants to attack her brother as payback for stabbing her with scissors. Wanda walks in and finds Jake on the floor with his head split open. She panicked and called the ambulance, but Jake gets up and helps his sister clean up the bloodstains. When the paramedics arrived, the boy was fully healed and nobody believed her story. Spawn desperately tries to fight Kaylee, the evil Indian god, but she's just too strong for him. She easily deals with him without breaking a sweat. But that's when the two people summoned by Christopher offer her a deal. They offer their most treasured possession in exchange for Spawn's life. their unborn child, who died with them in the car crash. Kaylee is impressed and accepts the sacrifice, saying she will give the child the gift of death, allowing her to be born once again. The courage and wisdom of the couple save Spawn's life, and Kaylee hopes he learned a lesson from all of this. Wanda and Terry bring the twins to see a psychiatrist, but nobody believes Wanda's story that Katie bashed her brother's head with a baseball bat. Wanda thinks something is wrong with her children and doesn't think she can love them anymore, which prompts the doctor to worry about her. She warns Terry about leaving Wanda alone with the twins. After going back home, Cyan finds her pet hamster killed by her twin siblings and screams for her mother. But when she goes into the other room, she finds her parents both tied up and held at knife point by the twins. In heaven, Zira had just ended a great war after she defeated the Forgotten Ones, slaughtering every single one of them. She wants to start the rapture, but only God can do this, and he has been missing for several hundred years. Zera leaves to find the Creator and promises to return him to his throne. Kali watches as all of this unfolds, but she transforms into the Man of Miracles, revealing that appearances are not to be trusted. Twitch was able to access the police database and find out that Christopher, Kumiko, and her grandfather all died the same day he did. After Spawn was resurrected, over 6,000 other souls were bonded with him and lived inside of him all this time. That's why he was hearing all these different voices in his head, and sometimes it seemed like he had multiple personalities. Malabolgia had no idea about this, and that's why he could never control Spawn like he did with the other Hellspawns. Twitch thinks these souls were bonded to him in order to help him prevent or stop Armageddon. Meanwhile, the twins were threatening to kill their own parents and threatening Cyan at knife point. Their bigger sister, however, still had the pacifier with her, which links her to Spawn. She screams in desperation, begging the sad man to come and save her, and Spawn instantly teleports to her location. He kills the twins with his chains and saves Cyan, who rushes to hug him. Terry loses control and accuses Spawn of murdering his children, but the twins were not dead and instantly get up. That's when Zera shows up and claims she's come to get the Creator. It turns out that God was inside Jake all this time, prompting him to remember everything. Terry still blames Spawn for messing with his boy's mind, but this angers God, who claims Jake is not his son. In fact, God says he is the one who created mankind on the 6th day, but this was only half of the truth. Jake's little sister transforms into her true form, revealing that she's actually Satan. God asks Zira to kill Spawn, but before she can strike him down, time freezes and nobody can move anymore. The Man of Miracles shows up, claiming he is Mother, the one who created both Satan and God. He has many faces, including Kali, the Keeper of the Green World, the Man of Miracles, and many others, but his children call him Mother. However, he is beyond male and female, and there is no greater power than him. He is the creator of the universe and the destroyer of worlds. Mother created many worlds, not just Earth, and on each of them, she left her children to rule. But from all her offspring, Satan and God are her most bitter disappointments. Instead of ruling over Earth in harmony, they squander their talents in endless fighting and bickering. Whatever one created, the other destroyed, and over time their bickering grew into hatred. One day they declared war on each other. When things got too heated, Mother intervened and removed her children from their kingdoms. She then came among mankind as one of their own, as the Messiah. But she couldn't exile her children forever, so she decided to make them human by impregnating Wanda. However, their hatred for each other persisted even in human bodies, which is why the twins hated each other and fought all the time. Al Simmons, together with the thousands of people that live inside him, represents mankind's potential to prove themselves worth saving. He could become the equal of God and Satan, but he must fight to attain this power. It won't be granted to him as a gift. As his final trial, he must defeat the disciple who awaits him in the dead zone. Mother returns her two children to their kingdoms, saying she won't interfere with Armageddon because she made the rules of the universe and even she has to obey them. Satan returns to hell, angry that Mammon wanted to take over his kingdom, and vows to make him suffer. God returns to his throne as well and gives the order to begin the rapture, which is the process of marking the faithful ones and allowing them to enter heaven. Realizing the truth about her two babies was too much to handle for Wanda, who wants to take her own life. She points the gun at her head and shoots. Luckily, Spawn was still inside her house and was able to stop the bullet just inches away from entering her body. Both she and Terry feel like they're going crazy, so Spawn asks Mother to do something about easing their pain. With only a touch, she is able to erase all their memories of the twins and everyone else's who came in contact with them. She then asks Spawn to go to the dead zone and defeat the disciple, but this time he will have his full powers. He also needs to listen to Cyan because the two of them are connected and she will help him. Spawn shows his true form to the young girl, but she isn't scared of him. Even in all his ugliness, she knows he will do anything to protect her and keep her safe. The rapture has already begun, and thousands of souls are being lifted into heaven, including Grandma Blake. Upon entering, everyone transforms into their youngest forms and is greeted by their lost family members. However, God decides to show Granny the real face of heaven, which isn't what she expected. The place is filled with armies of angels and scared people screaming in desperation. This isn't the heaven depicted in coloring books. God is preparing for war and needs an army. In order to boost their numbers, he transforms all of the recent souls into soldiers, creating a legion of angels for the upcoming war with Satan. Mother tells Spawn that inside the dead zone lies the entrance to the Garden of Eden, and if he eats from the tree of life, he will attain the powers of a god. But first, he must defeat the disciple, who was tasked with guarding the entrance. Cyan opens up her laptop, and on the screen she can see the two of them fighting. Spawn jumps toward his opponent with a giant wave of bats, which sends both of them straight through the door to Eden. The garden is amazingly beautiful, but Spawn cannot enjoy its beauty because he is busy fighting for humanity. He easily defeats the first disciples, but there are 11 more trapped inside the body of the Guardian. Spawn summons other souls as well to help him in his confrontation, but this puts an extreme strain on his powers, causing them to drop massively. Spawn defeats the disciple, but his powers are nearly depleted, and Cyan asks him to leave and spare his soul. While he is distracted, the disciple lands one final blow, which causes Spawn's power to deplete completely. While Satan is torturing Mammon in hell, he offers a suggestion in exchange for his life. He wants to cause a massive disaster and kill millions of people in order to collect more souls for their army. Mammon causes the San Andreas Fault to move, producing a devastating earthquake that destroys entire cities and kills millions of people. The devastation was incredible. Even the Hollywood sign was in flames. Entire cities were turned upside down and their people killed. Monsters were sent to attack Cyan and her parents, but Mother was keeping an eye on everything and created a force field to keep them safe so she could continue to help the sad man. Mother chose Spawn to be the new savior of this world and came to help him. She picked the red fruit from the tree of life and fed it to Spawn, rejuvenating him and granting him the powers of a god. Spawn was reborn once again and could feel himself stronger than ever. He didn't have a power meter anymore. After the rapture came the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: pestilence, death, famine, and of course, war. The horsemen did incredible damage, killing millions of people all across the country and then moving to Europe to do the same. It was all over in a few hours, but the people didn't stay dead. Their bodies came back to life in the forms of demons and dark angels. All of them headed east towards the ocean, where they would join the armies of hell and heaven for one final confrontation. Spawn went searching for his 2 greatest enemies, God and Satan, but came across Zera, who had just finished slaughtering some demons. She attacked him using her avatar, which represents the living personification of pure rage. But Spawn was a god now and easily destroyed the avatar. Then he went after Zera and took her out without breaking a sweat. Even with all her bones broken, she swore to destroy him, but Spawn killed her with one swift punch to the abdomen. Somewhere in the distance, a strange figure warned Mammon that they had a deal, and he swore he would get a chance to feed on mankind. But so far, things hadn't been going great. Spawn found Grandma Wanda injured on the ground after she was fatally injured by demons. She claimed she saw the true face of heaven, and that he was right all along. It wasn't what she hoped it would be. Spawn was attacked by a swarm of hell spawns, but he was furious after losing Grandma and destroyed all of them with one powerful hit. Satan was furious that his greatest warriors had been defeated and joined forces with God. Together, they ordered both of their armies to attack Spawn at the same time and kill him. Seeing no other way out, Spawn released a giant white light that surrounded all the demons and angels in existence. The blast was extremely powerful and killed all of them at the same time. But not only that, the beam of energy also destroyed every human on Earth, basically erasing mankind from existence. God and Satan were furious that both of their armies were destroyed in an instant, but Spawn mocked them, saying they had prepared this Armageddon for thousands of years and he ended it in an instant. Their mother appeared and finally revealed their true form, returning them to their normal bodies instead of those of 2 children. Both of them attacked him at the same time, obliterating his body from this plane of existence. Mother felt sorry for them. They had so much potential but chose to squander it away with their constant bickering. In the end, she left them on Earth to fight each other for eternity. None of them could kill each other, and both were immortal. They would be forever stuck in a constant battle. But Spawn wasn't dead. Mother had brought him to a place beyond the normal plane of existence. She gave him the option to create Earth from scratch and return things just as they were before the apocalypse started. There was a giant white light and everyone was brought back to life, including the 2 detectives, Wanda and her family, and even Grandma Wanda. Spawn refused to replace God as the new creator and instead closed the gates that linked heaven and hell to Earth, forbidding any angels or demons from interfering ever again. Spawn only wanted one thing, to have his life back and be with Wanda. Mother granted him this wish and returned him to Earth as Al Simmons. But before entering Wanda's house to take his life back, Mother showed him something. Terry couldn't help but feel jealous of Al, especially since Wanda knew he was the one who saved mankind. But Wanda claimed Al wasn't the perfect husband he thought he was. He loved his job more than her and was even violent a few times. She got pregnant on purpose to force Al to quit his job and start a family together, but he loved his job more than anything. One night, he punched her in the abdomen. He intentionally caused her to lose the pregnancy. Al and she never had a baby together, but it wasn't because they couldn't. It was because he killed his unborn baby. Al had suppressed this memory inside his mind, but now it was all coming back to him, forcing him to change back into a hellspawn. He accepted his fate and acknowledged that he didn't deserve to have Wanda back. He wasted that opportunity. Mother returned him back to Earth, in the same dirty alleys as always. But this time, there were no more homeless people to keep him company. He was all alone. Meanwhile, in a gloomy and dirty building in the Bronx, a strange man was angry at his roommate for being dirty and never cleaning up after himself. He took his Stan Laurel statue and went inside his room, beating the life out of him until there was nothing left but a puddle of blood. In the year 1270, somewhere in China, a tribute was brought to the palace of the governor Zhongli. 20 years ago, under a blood-red moon, a man was born who was sired by a demon. The man looked deformed and couldn't speak, but he was immune to injury and pain. The governor kept him as a pet and would challenge visitors to create new and more elaborate tortures for their amusement. An old man, who was the palace's storyteller, felt pity for the creature and, when everyone was asleep, went inside his cage to clean his wounds. Right above the creature's heart, there was a patch of white and delicate skin, his only weakness. The governor's daughter also visited the creature, taunting him with her beautiful body, saying he would never feel the love of a woman. During another exhibition, one of the visitors hit the creature in the heart with his arrow, causing him immense pain. The injury was severe and he was slowly dying, but a man visited him and offered him a deal, claiming his lord Malebolgia sent him. Many months later, a great warrior came to the palace and offered to join the governor's army. After defeating the strongest soldier, the warrior proved his courage and was invited for dinner. However, during dinner, he pulled out a knife and cut the governor's daughter's head, spilling her blood all over the table. He then slaughtered everyone inside the palace who had ever mocked him. Out of all the men and women in the palace, the old man who showed him mercy was the only one who was spared. According to the legend, the warrior rules his own corner of hell now, with his concubine at his side. The story jumps to the present, with a young woman sitting alone in her apartment picking her fingers. It's a bad habit ever since she was 10 years old, but for some unknown reason, she can't stop herself. Her boyfriend shows up with a bouquet of flowers, but she opens the door, wearing gloves to cover up her wounds. She sends him away, saying she isn't in the mood for company right now, and promises to call him later. Meanwhile, Twitch goes into an old abandoned building searching for Spawn and finds him sitting in the middle, hiding between metal chains. Spawn doesn't want any company and sends the detective away, saying he wants to be alone, but Twitch thought they were friends. He tells him the truth, that everyone died and he brought them back to life, and even remade the earth without God and Satan. Twitch believes him but says that something is wrong with people. He tells Spawn about the guy who murdered his roommate in cold blood, and also about the woman who picked her fingers till she didn't have flesh anymore. Apparently they all live in the same building, and the detective thinks there is something paranormal going on there. Twitch tells Spawn about another murder in the same apartment building. During the night, a father murdered his baby sleeping in the crib. The mother killed herself the very next morning after finding her dead baby. In another apartment, a father lost his mind, dressed up like a woman, and then slit his own throat using a turkey cutter. Twitch believes that something paranormal is happening and wants help, but Spawn just wants to be left alone, saying he's already saved the entire world. Meanwhile, Jason Wynn was also brought back from the dead, but someone high up wanted him gone. Luckily for him, he had information stashed away that could expose governments and national agencies if something were to happen to him. Spawn eventually finds him and asks what happened to the clown. Another woman killed her husband by feeding him ground glass and claimed a voice was telling her to do it. She was having an affair, and one day her husband returned home quicker than expected. Her lover had escaped through the garbage chute, but something went wrong and he got stuck. During Armageddon, his body was possessed by the Violator, and he was now terrorizing the people inside the building. The two detectives return to the building to find the man's body, but instead, they find another victim of the clown. A woman who was living alone had her head ripped right off. The clown was casually waiting for them in the second bedroom, claiming he didn't kill all these people. Instead, he pushed them to the edge. saying that every one of them was capable of murder. Bullets have no effect on the demon and his wounds heal almost instantly, but the same could not be said about Spawn's chains. Spawn tells the two detectives that the Violator used to possess Jason Wynn's mind, but not anymore. He found Wynn's insurance hidden away, hundreds of top-secret files exposing some very important people, but Spawn destroyed all of them, leaving Wynn defenseless and merely a dead man walking. Spawn fights the Violator, but he doesn't have the powers of a god anymore and the fight is mostly equal. The demon opened a doorway to hell through the garbage chute, claiming that his brothers are coming. Burke brings the wife who was having an affair with the man the demon is now possessing. She is able to bring forth his human side and take control, but not for long. Eventually the clown grabs her and pulls her through the door, going back into hell together. Spawn powers up and uses his abilities to send the entire house through the door, sealing the entrance to hell completely. Mammon and a mysterious person were watching from a distance, happy that things were going exactly to plan. After Nyx lost her powers in a bargain with Mammon, she lived an empty life and couldn't bear the thought of not having powers anymore. She came to New Orleans to regain her powers with help from a voodoo priest, but ran into another witch named Suzanne Lefebvre. Suzanne offers to help her and warns her about the other priest, saying he deals with dark magic, but Nyx is desperate and paid a lot of money for this. The priest was waiting for her and prepared a ritual to help her get her powers back. He gives Nyx something to drink, but it instantly paralyzes her, rendering her unable to move. Suzanne knew that something bad was going to happen and used her own magic to contact Spawn and warn him about Nyx being in danger. The priest says he has no clue how to give her powers back, but instead, someone paid him to do something else. He pulls out Zira's severed head, which was locked away in a glass container. Spawn shows up ready to confront the priest, but Zira possesses Nyx and takes over her body, killing the priest herself. She then attacks Spawn using a cursed dagger and stabs him in the chest. She gets on top of him and wants to end him, but Suzanne also came to help. She grabs Zira's severed head and throws it outside to be devoured by a pack of demonic dogs, breaking the curse over Nyx. The dogs belonged to Mammon, who watched the entire thing, and when everything was done, he gave Nyx her powers back, saying he doesn't need them anymore. She wants to be a part of Spawn's life, but he tells her the horrible thing he did when he killed his unborn baby. After returning to New York City, Nyx wants to learn more about Spawn's new powers, but he doesn't have any real power anymore. He gave that up when he saved the world. Something feels strange, however, as if something is missing. When they first met, he could change into Al Simmons and says the thing he's missing is his humanity. She wants to help and performs a ritual, which allows Spawn to slowly turn into a human again. But he can never really escape his dark side of nature. That part is forever buried inside of him. The two demons, Zab and Ab, visit a church that was designed to show people the true face of hell, in hopes of attracting people to join the church. They offer Priest Richard a deal to make his hell house even scarier, in hopes of being more effective. They painted the church with special markings that opened the door to hell. They were able to bring 3 demons that terrorized Father Richard and his partner. Spawn shows up and confronts them, mad that they didn't listen to him to stay out of trouble. He opens one of the doors to deal with the demons, but finds Wanda pregnant, begging him not to hit her again. Nyx comes to help and opens one of the other doors and finds Spawn on his knees, severely injured and crying in pain. He blames her for reuniting him with the costume after he became human, but this wasn't actually Spawn. It was just another demon from hell summoned by Zan and Ab. She deals with it swiftly and finds Spawn trapped by the second demon disguised as Wanda. After she helps him get free, Spawn deals with it by ripping its heart out and sending it back to hell. The third and last demon was taking advantage of Father Richard, disguised as someone from his past that he killed a long time ago. Richard is actually Spawn's younger brother, and seeing him triggered his memories to come back, remembering this part of his past that was hidden. Al and his brothers murdered this man together a long time ago, but for some reason, he blocked out this event. Spawn has a flashback to when he was just a little boy, playing cops and robbers with his 2 brothers. One day, a strange man named Mr. Malefic showed up at their house while their dad was away on business trips. Over the years, this man came every time their dad was away and lived with them for a few weeks. He was weird and obsessed with killing animals, determined to experience how it feels in the moment the soul leaves the body. When they were a bit older, Mr. Malefic and Richard got very close and invited him to his home. He introduced him to drugs and women, getting him involved in all kinds of weird things. One day Richard fell asleep, overdosing on drugs, but when he woke up, a strange man was taking advantage of him. He reacted without thinking and stabbed the man with a knife. He called his brothers to help him, and Mark, the oldest, wanted to call the police. But Al thought they would all go to jail, so he made sure the man was dead by stabbing him a few more times. They planned to hide the knife and erase all evidence that Richard was even there, but Mr. Malefic witnessed everything. He claimed that's when he knew that Al Simmons was the perfect person to become his soldier, a hellspawn in the Devil's Army. Malefic took care of the body and they didn't go to prison. Al joined the army, Mark joined the university to study psychology, and Richard became a priest. Spawn killed the demon and saved his brother from his soul-sucking clutches, but he wanted to know what happened to their parents. He leaves his brother inside the church and goes back to his hometown. His mother recognized him and was happy to see him, but his father was scared of what he had become. Al's mother had met Malefic a long time ago and became one of her disciples. She only married Al's father because he told her to do it and have children. The father remembers a journal his dad gave him, a journal that warned them about Malefic and what happened to Al. The journal was passed down from generation to generation, but Al's dad thought there were nothing more than scary stories. Malefic visits Richard one final time and says that heaven isn't what everyone thinks it is. The father thinks he belongs in hell for killing that man all those years ago and wants Malefic to take him there. Mammon opens a door to hell and Richard walks inside and was slowly swallowed alive by demons. In the year 1881, a soldier in the US Army named Francis Charles Parker was arrested for killing a bunch of men during a shootout, even though he did it in self-defense. He was eventually arrested and taken to prison, where he sat next to another man named Old Job, who murdered 2 men. These men were part of a larger gang of people who killed his wife and 4 children. The man vowed to have his revenge and even swore to kill everyone in town for protecting the gang leader. Mammon showed up and offered both of them a deal with the devil in exchange for their freedom. The next day, both men were hanged for their crimes, but Mammon made sure that Francis was spared. He wakes up several hours later in the infirmary, while a doctor was checking his health. In the room next to them, Old Job's lifeless body was laying on the table, but not for long. He is eventually brought back to life, screaming in pain, as necroplasm slowly takes over his body. Mammon had kept his word and turned him into a hellspawn. He even brought him his costume and a pair of special guns to go along. The old man had become the gunslinger, a cowboy hellspawn bent on avenging his family. He goes after the gang members and brutally murders them one by one. But he didn't stop there. He turned his rage on the other people of this small town in Colorado, blaming them for protecting the gang leader and denying him his initial revenge. The marshal frees Francis and gives him a gun to help him take the gunslinger down, but he was too strong for them. He had special guns and the bullets burned their victims alive, inflicting pain and torment like nothing they had ever seen before. The gunslinger eventually comes face to face with the gang leader and shoves a dynamite stick up his throat. Revenge was finally his as he watched the murderer's body drop to the ground with his head blown open. The final 2 people left alive were the marshal and Francis, and he wanted to finish both of them, but Mammon forbade him from killing Francis. The gunslinger put his family to rest and took Francis out of town, passing the mutilated bodies of everyone he's killed. Before disappearing, Mammon told Francis to find his fiancée, get married, and have lots of babies, saying that one day, one of his offspring will stand by his side and rule this world. Ever since that day, Francis changed his name to Henry Simmons and kept a journal, warning his descendants that if they ever come across Mammon, to reject his deal. For 200 years, Mammon has been screwing with Spawn's family, and now, thanks to his father, he finally knows the truth. Suddenly, the TV starts, and Mark, one of Spawn's other brothers, was giving an interview. He worked as a profile investigator and was investigating 3 bizarre murders. Spawn takes Nix and goes to speak to him, but Mark was scared, thinking he was the killer. Nix casts a spell that calms him down and allows him to trust them. Spawn wants to help him solve the murders and decides to split into 2 teams. All 3 victims entered a comic book art competition, but there were 2 more winners who are still alive. Mark visits one of the contestants, a man named Kenneth, who also entered the competition but lost. This man suffers from an autoimmune disease and lives inside a germ-free room and would die if he ever went outside. However, he quickly becomes the primary suspect after Mark inspects some of his drawings and realizes he plans to kill again. The 4th victim is a girl who also won the comic art competition, and she is killed by a squid-like creature who throws her out the window. Spawn is too late and is unable to save her before she hits the ground. This creature is Mammon in disguise, getting involved once again and messing with Spawn's life. Spawn suffers the same fate and gets thrown out the window, landing on top of a police car, while Nix deals with him by stabbing the creature with a magic sword. Spawn returns to confront Kenneth, who was still locked away in his germ-free room. After the Armageddon, something happened to him that allowed him to live out his sick fantasies from a distance. Mammon empowered him, allowing Kenneth to create astral projections that he could control from the safety of his room. But he wasn't done just yet. He had one more killing left to do, the 5th and final winner of the comic book art competition. He created a beautiful demon that seduced the young man but also drained him of his life force, leaving him breathless. Spawn jumps inside the room to confront Mammon and slams him against the wall, but this wasn't actually his true body, but rather just another disguise that melts in his hands. Content that he got away with doing his sick killings, Kenneth goes outside for the first time in his life and dies as he smiles looking at the sun. Somewhere in a morgue, a creature wakes up, wondering what happened to his hands. The mysterious person who was following Mammon greets him, calling him Severin and asking if he remembers her. A long time ago in Macedonia, he killed his wife after his sickness took control over him. He was turned into a vampire and joined the vampire clans under the leadership of Lucian and Daciana. Mammon showed up and brought a demon baby with red eyes, offering it to be raised by the vampire clans, promising that one day, this creature will help them to conquer the world. Her name is Morana, and she wants Severin to bite Spawn and infect him with the vampire curse. For a long time, Severin wanted nothing more than to die, but he is immortal and can't die no matter how hard he tries. He agrees to help her, and in exchange, Mammon will grant him eternal death. Morana brings him to Spawn's hideout where he and his brother were having a conversation. He instantly attacks them, punching Mark and grabbing Nyx by her throat. When Spawn tried to help, Severin bit him, ripping his flesh between his teeth. Al falls on the ground and claims he feels as if hellfire is coursing through his veins. Severin escapes to the roof and meets with Morana, who keeps her end of the deal and grants him his wish, the gift of death. The story jumps to the year 1916 during World War I, with Captain Thomas preparing in the trenches to lead an attack. He remembers a beautiful moment from 20 years ago when he had just returned to England with a beautiful black woman from the United States. They were madly in love, but sadly relationships between a rich white man and a black woman were frowned upon. Eventually, Selma got pregnant and had his baby, but she would never be together with Thomas. Instead, he married someone else. However, Thomas kept sending her money and always looked out for his son from a distance until the boy turned 18, and they both joined the war. On the battlefield, Thomas kept an eye on his son, but during an attack, he was injured and was about to die. Lord Mammon appeared and offered Thomas a deal, his soul in exchange for his son's. The father agreed and took his son's wounds while Michael safely returned home. Thomas became a hellspawn in Malebolgia's army, while his son moved to the US and lived a happy life, even having a granddaughter named Wanda. Issue 180 begins in the home of Wanda and Terry, with Cyan waking up and coming to the kitchen to talk to her parents. But something was wrong, her visions were getting worse and she could see her mother covered in blood. She was still linked with Spawn and could feel that something was wrong with him, but she couldn't do anything to help him. Spawn was still on the ground, dealing with the effects after he was bitten by a vampire. Nyx tries to help but gets thrown away by a powerful energy blast, which nearly kills her. In his mind, Al Simmons was fighting battles of his own. He was attacked by his costume. The costume claims he was using him all this time, controlling his powers, even though Simmons thought he was the one in control. He wants his human host to remember why he was created in the first place. He wants him to unleash his anger and rage so he can harness it. The costume tries to turn him against Wanda, claiming she moved on with her life and didn't want to have his children, and for this, she must pay. Eventually, it's able to take over Al and wraps around his soul once again, saying he knows what must be done. Mammon tells Morana to prepare herself because Spawn has taken the bait. Cyan felt that something had changed in Spawn. As she opens the door to her room, she finds him standing there and asks him if he's come to kill her mother. Spawn opens up his chest and unleashes a wave of blood that drowns the entire room, but luckily this was just a dream and Cyan wakes up screaming. She has another vision, this time of her grandmother, asking her to wrap the lace around a knife. This lace was used a long time ago to stitch Spawn's wounds, becoming a talisman and linking the two of them together. Wanda and Terry were making love in the room, but they were not alone. Spawn was already there, watching them. Seeing his ex-wife overwhelmed with pleasure consumes him, driving his rage and anger to a boiling point. He loses control and attacks them, blaming Terry for stealing his wife. Cyan enters the room and stabs him using the knife that had the talisman wrapped around it. Spawn then takes Wanda and disappears, saying he doesn't need anyone else. She belongs to him now. He brought Wanda to the same spot where he asked her to marry him, on a boat in the middle of a beautiful lake. Spawn removes the knife from his chest, exposing his wedding ring that was wrapped around his heart. This frees him of the costume, and he transforms back into Al Simmons. Cyan called Nyx and asked her for help. They both arrive just as Al brings Wanda from the lake, but there was something wrong. The costume was now a separate entity, and it jumps from the lake and attacks Nyx. The costume bonds with Nyx, turning her into a hellspawn for a second time. She now wants to kill Wanda, but Mammon orders her to stop, claiming he is the costume's master. He convinced Malebolgia that Al Simmons was worthy enough. Without him, they would have never bonded together. He offers the costume a chance at acquiring real power and leads them toward a castle located in Limbo, a place between worlds. After Armageddon, some people moved away from God and heaven and created their own religion, calling themselves the Children of the White Light. A few days ago, their bus got lost and ended up near the castle where Morana was waiting for them. All of them were pure and innocent and tried to live a life without sin, but Morana hanged them by their legs, cut away their tongues, and fed on their virgin blood, empowering herself. After turning on God after the Great War, Mammon was banished into the deepest part of hell, where he served Malebolgia. But he wanted to take his throne and orchestrated turning Al Simmons into a hellspawn, who eventually killed Malebolgia for him. But the rabbit hole goes even deeper because Spawn isn't actually the one he was going after. When Al lost control and hit Wanda, causing her to lose the pregnancy, she was rushed to the hospital, where Mammon was waiting for her. The baby wasn't actually killed. Instead, he took her baby and raised her, turning her into the perfect warrior. Morana is actually the daughter of Al and Wanda, and today she comes of age, turning 18 years old. Morana had been born a half-demon, but after turning 18 and bathing in the blood of her virgin victims, her body transformed, and she looked human, just like her parents. She was incredibly beautiful and resembled her mother, but she blames her parents for abandoning her at birth, even though they had no idea she was even alive. Mammon introduces her to Nyx, who was wearing the Hellspawn costume, saying it belongs to her. One touch was enough for Morana to take the costume from Nyx and bond it to her, becoming the greatest Hellspawn to have ever existed. She wants to go to Earth and feed on the souls of every human, but first she wants to kill her parents and feed on their life force. Cyan has a vision of her grandmother, telling her she has special powers that allow her to see the future. Cyan teleports into the future and meets an old lady who claims she came just in time. She wants to tell her how the fight against Morana is going to end. After she returns to the present, she reminds Al about the Legion, over 6,000 souls that used to be a part of him when he became a Hellspawn. Al calls out these lost souls, and they answer his calls, but only a few of the strongest Hellspawns survived, including Christopher, the young boy who died in his mother's arms. Even though things are looking better for them, Cyan claims they are still going to lose this fight. While the Hellspawns fought bravely, they weren't the ones who were going to finish the fight. That honor belonged to someone else. Morana was just too strong, easily destroying the Hellspawns one by one. Al tried to help them and attacked Mammon, but Morana protected her father using the costume. Christopher was the last one to die, as Morana burned him using Hellfire, releasing his soul forever. Cyan wants Nyx to use a binding spell, binding Morana and Mammon to Limbo and trapping them there, but she doesn't know the spell just yet. The old lady from the future had taught Cyan how to cast it, and she teaches it to Nyx. The spell works, binding itself around Morana and preventing her from killing her parents. In the end, both she and Mammon are trapped inside cocoons and unable to escape their prison. Nyx teleports everyone from Limbo back to Earth, but Al stays behind, saying he has to go somewhere else to end this. He goes through the same portal opened by Nyx, but ends up in Hell, on top of billions of souls, the same place where he was reborn. He walked towards an unknown destination for days until he found a place filled with necroplasm. The hellish substance covered his body and teleported him back to New York City, the same dirty alleys that had long become his home. The necroplasm covered his entire body, making him stronger and emanating green power, growing stronger and stronger until a giant beam of energy lit up the city's entire night sky. Spawn touches his face and uses the energy to blow his head right off, killing himself in the process. The story now jumps to a man waking up from a 3-year coma, calling out his son's name. The doctors called it a miracle, saying his recovery was impossible in such a short amount of time. A mysterious man had been keeping an eye on him the entire time he was in a coma, and wasn't too thrilled about him waking up and making a full recovery. The Violator knew that Spawn was back in the city thanks to the giant beam of green energy and was looking for him. The clown stumbled upon a dead zone that had been moved from its original location and realized that Spawn used it to kill himself, even though he never thought he'd have the guts to do it. With Malebolgia and Spawn gone, the Violator wants to put his plan into motion, saying he always wanted something more but was too afraid to act. But now, there was nobody left to stop him. He walked deeper into the alleys and found Spawn's body, but his head was completely destroyed from the explosion that generated the green energy. The guy's name was Jim Downing, but he couldn't remember anything else about his life. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see Spawn. Sarah, one of the nurses at the hospital, was suffering from depression and spent the last 2 years talking to Jim while he was in a coma, which made her feel better about herself. Bill Winston, a lawyer in charge of keeping an eye on Jim at the hospital, killed himself when he heard the news. He had a beautiful family and had just gotten a promotion at work. The detectives couldn't understand what motivated him to take his own life and begin a formal investigation. 2 angels were sent to investigate how it was possible to move a dead zone from one place to another, and found Al Simmons' body hiding behind a magic barrier. Jim Downing wasn't just a regular person who happened to wake up from a coma. Someone wanted to control him and hired the mutant to kidnap him. The mutant blew up the hospital room, nearly killing Sarah in the process, and ordered Jim to come with him. Jim tried to save Sarah and pushed her away, asking her to keep running and get as far away as possible. She ran in darkness and ran straight into someone who was behind the corner. The person looked like a freak and told her to fall asleep and forget everything. The extractor was following Jim through the hospital, shooting beams of energy toward him, causing another big explosion. The police were alerted about the explosion, while firemen rushed to the scene to try and put out the fires. The extractor put his hand on Jim, but dark necroplasm wrapped around his arm, causing him great pain. A brilliant young reporter named Mark Rosen was sent by his boss to the hospital to document everything that was happening. The firemen found Sarah unconscious on the ground, but they couldn't get to Jim because the entire floor was on fire. The extractor realized that Jim was special and understood why someone wanted to kidnap him. He cornered him in one of the rooms and grabbed him by the throat, demanding some information. But something strange began to happen to Jim. His eyes turned green, and he transformed into a scary-looking hellspawn with giant claws. The extractor was ordered to abort the mission because Jim was no longer a threat and left the hospital. The man slowly changed back into his human form and fell to the ground unconscious. Since the hospital was nearly destroyed, Jim was rushed to a nearby hospital on a stretcher. During the night, he had nightmares, and the necroplasm covered his body once again. One of the other patients saw everything and screamed, waking up everyone and alerting the nearby nurses. Luckily for him, it didn't last long, and he quickly reverted to his human form. Meanwhile, at the Clarion newspaper, a meeting was taking place, trying to piece together what exactly happened at the hospital. Mark was tasked with talking to some of the medical staff and possibly a few of the patients. The hospital specialized in treating patients with chronic and rare conditions, and it was unclear where exactly the funds came from. The clown talked to one of the informants working for Heaven, tasked with keeping an eye on the streets and the dead zone. The place where Spawn killed himself wasn't exactly a dead zone anymore, but the informant didn't report it to his bosses. The clown killed him to protect this piece of information. Jim met with Sarah, who was also taken to the same hospital after she fainted last night. Since he couldn't remember anything about his life and didn't have anywhere to go, she invited him over to her place. During the night, he went to the bathroom, and the necroplasm took over his body once again. This time, he transformed into a hellspawn, with a power meter starting at 1. Jim had no clue what was happening to him and broke the bathroom window. He called out Sarah's name, but when she finally got to him, he had already broken through the window and jumped outside. The violator visited a former acquaintance who had moved to Connecticut and now lived a normal life. This man was a demon just like him, but he gave up his allegiance to hell and lived like a normal human. The violator wanted his help to take over the armies of hell and start another war with Heaven, saying that Spawn was dead and there wouldn't be another Hellspawn for at least 200 years. With Malabolja dead, there wasn't anyone to stand in his way, and he recruited the man to work for him, even though the man didn't want to be a part of this anymore. Spawn fell from the window of Sarah's apartment and dropped straight into an abandoned warehouse. He landed in the middle of a turf war between 2 gangs, who quickly turned on him. The costume took over and massacred everyone inside the warehouse, leaving nothing but dismembered bodies everywhere. Jim then transformed back into his human form and returned to the apartment, without any memory of what had just happened. The place quickly turned into a crime scene, and when detectives Burke and Twitch showed up, it felt like déjà vu all over again. Mark began his investigation by questioning everyone who worked at the hospital that night, but nobody remembered anything important. One of the patients who was in the same car as Jim said he used to suffer from acute asthma, but ever since that night, he seemed to be completely cured. The head nurse said the same thing happened to all the other patients. Every one of them was cured of the illness they were suffering from. An angel observed the city from above, remarking that something was trying to hide itself in the city, but didn't know if it was one of theirs or Hell's. The 2 detectives were also discussing the case and managed to find out that St. Anthony Hospital was owned by the Nortega gang family, one of the biggest mob families in the city. A secret agent visited Sarah's apartment looking for Jim, but he wasn't there because he went for a walk to clear his mind. Jim stopped to have a couple of coffees and ran into Wanda, who instantly recognized him. 5 years ago, Al disguised himself as a white man and visited her house. The same day he found out she had remarried his best friend. It turned out the white man from his transformation was none other than Jim Downing. She recognized the green color of his eyes and realized he must be connected to Spawn in some form or shape. She told him to go into the Bowery, the dark and dirty alleys where Spawn used to live. He sat on the throne and the costume took over him, transforming him into a Hellspawn. The angel from before found him, saying it was good to see another of God's elite. The angel thinks the hell spawn is working for God and is curious to learn more about him. She was sent to New York City to investigate the anomaly that happened when Spawn killed himself. But they didn't believe her when she reported that the dead zone had changed to something else. She thinks that Jim killed Spawn, but quickly realizes he isn't one of God's soldiers. She calls him a traitor, saying the other angels warned about creatures like him. A confrontation erupts and Jim gets pissed, demanding to know more about his identity since he still doesn't have his memories. Sarah calls him and warns him to stay away from her apartment because someone was looking for him, and they are still lurking around. Jim thinks the angel might have something to do with this and threatens her, ordering her to stay away from Sarah. He beats her up pretty badly and then impales her to the wall, leaving her to go back to the apartment. Sarah is happy to see him safe and hugs him, saying she didn't tell the agent anything about him. The violator finds the angel impaled to the wall and confronts her, asking if God sent her to investigate the anomaly. She mocks him, which pisses the clown off, revealing he is actually a demon from hell. Just to prove how tough and ruthless he really is, he rips off her wings, leaving her helpless on the ground. The strange man that the clown visited earlier comes to a club searching for someone named Claudio, but nobody seems to know where he is. Two thugs show up and ask him to leave, saying he's asking too many questions and needs to leave. They take him into the back alleys, but these men are not human. They are some kind of vampires. They bite the man, vowing to turn him into one of their own, but the vampire instantly starts puking blood. The bald man wasn't human either. He transforms into a demon and attacks the two vampires. He claims he is working for the clown, and his master wants to arrange a meeting with their boss, a man named Claudio. Jim returns to the alleys, but the angel wasn't there anymore. The clown had taken her down. He finds her in a dark corner without her wings, talking crazy. Before he could interrogate her, the freak shows up, saying that angels go crazy after they lose their wings, and she won't be able to tell him anything. But the angel wasn't crazy just yet, and confronts the freak, calling him evil and saying she knows all about him. Jim doesn't understand anything that is going on, and calls everyone crazy when, out of nowhere, the violator shows up transformed into his demon form. He wants the new spawn to get closer, promising to answer some of his questions and explain about his powers and costume. The freak warns him about the demon, saying he is dangerous and wants to lure Jim outside this zone where he will be weak. Seeing that his plan wasn't working, the violator leaves and returns transformed into his human form, the clown. He and Spawn bear the same mark, meaning they are both the same and were created in hell. After losing their wings, every angel goes insane, and the longer it's been without them, the crazier they get. The clown tells Spawn his costume is alive and still adjusting to its new host. It's also blocking most of his memories, which is why he can't remember his past. He leaves Jim alone, promising to meet again later, but for now, he has other things to take care of. Burke and Twitch nearly run him over with their car, and the clown decides to piss on their car. Burke is furious and runs after him, catching him in the dark alleys and arresting him. The CIA detectives in charge of investigating the Winston suicide find out that there is more to the story than meets the eye and want to fly to New York City to follow a lead. After being taken to jail, the clown runs into Claudio, one of the vampire gang leaders. The clown wants to form an alliance with the vampires, and with a new spawn in the picture, nothing will stand in his way of forming an army. The mafia boss Nortego organized a meeting to try and find out who blew up one of their hospitals, what happened to patient 47 who escaped, and also who killed their people in the warehouse. A man named Gilbert Sanchez claims he has information on patient 47, whose real name is Jim Downey. He tells them about Sarah, the nurse who invited him to her apartment, saying he will likely return to her soon. Patient 47 is a highly secret project that nobody should know about, so Nortego kills Sanchez to silence him. Spawn interrogates one of Nortego's men and forces him to give him a name related to the people who visited Sarah. Detective Craig Rowan, who was investigating the Winston suicide, arrives in New York City and finds out from his partner that the gun used in the suicide had one of the barrels lined with a special kind of metal, one that doesn't even exist on Earth. Mark was working on his investigation of the Miracle Man, trying to uncover who is the missing patient who cured all the others of their sickness. He gets a phone call warning him that if he continues with the investigation, he might uncover some secrets that will get him and his girlfriend killed. The mysterious caller also tells him that the name of the missing patient is Jim Downing. Spawn follows up on the lead and finds the man who visited Sarah at her apartment. The guy lived a double life, with a beautiful wife, a nice home, and a cute son. But before he could interrogate him and find out more information, the entire house blows up, killing everyone inside. Detective Craig Rowand arrives at the police station and confronts Burke and Twitch, accusing them of not cooperating with him on his investigation. According to the phone records, before his death, the lawyer who killed himself made quite a few calls to New York City, including to a man named Gilbert Sanchez. who was just killed by Carlos Nortego. Another officer tells the detectives that a house just blew up in Connecticut belonging to Benny Vicari, a man who worked for Sanchez. Spawn wakes up from the explosion and is pissed as hell, claiming someone is going to die for this. Mark interviews Sarah and her best friend Judy about the night of the explosion at the hospital, but she doesn't remember much. The freak made sure that she forgot everything. Jim walks to the door, but he wasn't looking too good and wants to rest. Sarah's friend decides to leave and give them some privacy, but on her way out, two thugs working for Nortego kidnap her. Mark sees everything and rushes back upstairs to tell Sarah. Spawn goes after them and quickly finds them just a few blocks down. He jumps on top of the car, killing one of the thugs and grabbing the other for interrogation. He kills the other one as well, but not before squeezing a name out of him. Dr. Kingston, from the Upper East Side. Judy makes it safely to the police station where Sarah and Mark were waiting for her. Mark notices that his cough from earlier has completely disappeared and realizes that Jim is the one curing everyone. Spawn follows up on the lead and interrogates the doctor involved with his case. They were experimenting on people, combining different kinds of medical experiments and trying to create the perfect soldier. Jim wasn't the first experiment. There were many more before him, and he was patient number 47. The doctor says that the one behind these experiments is Carlos Nortego, the infamous mob boss. Spawn decides to take things directly to him and breaks inside his office, beating up his bodyguards. Nortego claims that he was their most valuable patient yet, but he went into a coma. Spawn turns the entire room dark and kills all of his bodyguards by scaring them to death. Nortego claims Spawn was working with him and that he was the one in charge of the experiments. Tired of all the failures, he gave the order to experiment on himself, which turned him into what he is now. Spawn then kills him by breaking his neck. The Violator shows up and takes Spawn to see Al Simmons' body, claiming the two of them used to be close friends and partners in their war against heaven and hell. He wants the two of them to work together, vowing to help him master his powers and become the king of Earth. The Redeemer visits Sarah while she sleeps and wants to kill her for helping the Hellspawn, but he spares her life after he sees that she is a god worshipper. Mark brings a family friend who was paralyzed from the waist down during the Vietnam War. After spending just a few minutes together, the old man is completely healed and he can use his legs again. This proves Mark's theory that Jim has the power to help people and he wants to help him when the news breaks out. The clown talks to Jim on the roof of the building, saying that both heaven and hell are trying to control him. When out of nowhere, the Redeemer interrupts them. He wanted to know what happened to his wife, the angel whom the Violator broke off her wings. The Redeemer pushes Spawn off the top of the building and fights with the demon, who admits to breaking off her wings and leaving her to go crazy. However, the demon wasn't alone. His armies of vampires come to protect him, and together they destroy the Redeemer and leave him for dead. Spawn thanks the clown for helping him understand what he is and vows to have his back if he ever needs help. A mobster hires one of his thugs named Malcolm to hunt down and kidnap Jim Downing, aka Patient 47. Malcolm is also one of the patients they experimented on. He was, in fact, Patient 46, and he thought he was the last one. Mark gets into a heated argument with his boss, saying he needs more time to convince the miracle patient to give an interview, but his boss hands the case to another reporter. Mark quits and warns Jim that every news station in town knows about him and wants an interview. Patient 46 appears out of nowhere and demands to speak in private with Jim. The two of them fight on top of a construction site, and Malcolm claims both of them were part of the same experiment. While others died or just disappeared, the two of them survived, but not without scars. They are in constant pain and suffer from nightmares almost every night. He wants both of them to die, claiming they don't deserve to live while the others died. Their fight is so brutal that the entire building comes crumbling down on them, and in the aftermath, only Jim Downing remains alive. Detective Rowan rides alongside Burke and Twitch and talks about the Winston case. Burke thinks they are wasting their time by chasing the doctors from the hospital and believes they should focus on the dead guys from Nortego's gang. They head towards the big building that collapsed in Midtown, but when they arrive, they catch a glimpse of Jim flying away. Twitch sees the clown in the alleys and runs after him, but the clown changes into the Violator and threatens him. He admires Twitch's bravery and determination and doesn't want to kill him. Instead, he goes after someone close to him, causing Burke to have a heart attack. Jim returns home and packs up his things because he wants to leave Sarah alone, saying he attracts too much danger and doesn't want her to get hurt. Mark offers him a place to stay with him, saying he already has a spare bedroom that nobody uses. But Spawn wants to be alone and goes back to the alleys where he is confronted by the Freak. The Freak claims the clown lied to him, tricking him into joining forces with him, and wants Spawn to be on his side to help him eliminate his enemies. The clown appears and instantly attacks the Freak, biting his hand right off with his sharp razor teeth. He seems unbothered by this and claims he came here to collect the Hellspawn, which belongs to him. He has other Hellspawns on his side, including a powerful Omega Spawn that he controls. The four of them fight, but the clown warns Spawn to stay away from the freak because he isn't what he appears to be and is very dangerous. When Spawn killed himself, a piece of him scraped off into a bigger, stronger, more powerful version of himself. This creature multiplied everything evil from Spawn tenfold, making the Omega Spawn wage war on everything in its path. Spawn grabs the freak by the throat, but the clown warns him to run away and let him deal with both of them. Spawn refuses and is shot in the back by the Omega Spawn, who is radiating rage and wants to destroy everything in its path. Spawn does his best to keep up, but he is thrown left and right and slammed against the ground like a toy. Eventually, he gets hit so hard that he reverts back to Jim Downing, but the clown, instead of helping him, knocks him out cold with a piece of wood. He wants him unconscious so that he can transform into the Violator without Jim noticing. The demon attacks the Omega Spawn, but even he is no match and gets pinned to the ground. He gets cornered, and as a last resort, he shoots from his mouth a wave of acid that burns the Hellspawn, causing him immense pain. Omega retaliates and blasts a hole straight through the Violator's chest, but luckily, he doesn't need any organs to live. The freak touches Spawn while he lies on the ground unconscious, causing him to enter a dreamlike state where he talks to Al Simmons. Jim Downing was part of the 6,000 souls trapped inside Al Simmons that refused to leave when he killed himself. Instead, he stayed behind, taking the costume and becoming Spawn himself. The costume separates from his body and attacks the Omega Spawn without its host. Meanwhile, the freak grabs the Violator and drags him all the way to hell, claiming he wants to show him something. He reveals the truth, that he is Malebolgia, the former king of hell who was killed by Spawn a few years ago. Somehow he survived and has now come back, looking to regain his true powers and his throne. For now, he isn't at full strength, so he leaves the Violator alone, claiming he will return to kill him once he is ready. The costume grabs the Omega Spawn and shoots a beam of energy from its mouth, completely destroying him, leaving nothing but an empty skeleton behind. Al Simmons says that Jim was one of the souls that was trapped inside of him, alongside a young boy named Christopher and many others. He wants Jim to let go and be free just like the others and doesn't understand why he wants to stay behind. However, if he chooses to stay, he will be stuck in a war between heaven and hell and needs to be ready. He eventually wakes up from his vision, and the clown claims he dealt with the two attackers by himself, and for now, they are safe. But just to be safe, he wants to go underground and get ready for the upcoming war. Issue 201 begins during the Carnell Phillips TV show, where Jim Downing was invited as a guest. He came to the show in hopes that somebody from his past would recognize him and call the station, maybe some friends or family members. 6 hours earlier, as he was waiting for a cab, a policeman shows up and offers to give him a ride, saying he recognizes him from the newspapers. On the way to the TV station, the officer stops to talk to someone and recover a briefcase. He kills the man and prepares to steal the briefcase that contains everything about Jim's past. Jim transforms into Spawn and confronts him. Someone else shows up. A strange man with red eyes says that he and Spawn are the same. Both are monsters created by someone. He wants to control him, takes the briefcase, and then disappears into the shadows. Spawn interrogates the officer and finds out that he and his boss are both vampires. He decapitates him and learns that the mysterious man from the shadows is named Blood. During the show, the host brings a mother and her sick son, who was unable to walk or speak ever since he was born. Jim is able to cure the boy, and he calls out his mother's name. Meanwhile, Mark realizes that spending time around Jim cured his bad vision. He no longer needed glasses anymore. After healing a terminally crippled child, Jim's celebrity status skyrockets, and his career as a modern-day messiah begins. He gets offered to attend even more shows, and he kind of liked being in front of millions of people. Across town, Twitch remains at Sam's bedside as he struggles with his failing health. He feels responsible for what happened in the alleys with the Violator, and knows he had something to do with everything. Detective Rowan reveals his suspicion about Jim Downing's involvement in the confusing chain of events leading up to Sam's heart attack. A nurse, who's not who she appears to be, sneaks inside the room and injects Sam with something. Mark's girlfriend, Susan, feels neglected because her boyfriend is too busy to spend time with her. She sneaks inside Jim's bedroom at night, and they make love together while Mark is focused on his work. Since Mark became Jim's manager, he arranged a meeting with a high-powered New York corporation, but Jim wants to call things off after realizing the owner is the vampire Blood. After a small confrontation in private, Blood gives Jim the briefcase he stole earlier, but he removed most of the information inside. The only thing left is a bunch of photos revealing that Jim is married to a beautiful woman. Jim was analyzing the pictures, trying to make sense of everything, when Susan knocks on his door, hitting on him again. He rejects her advances, saying he's busy with something else. Later, Jim shows Mark a picture of his wife and asks him to use his reporter skills to find out who she is. Meanwhile, in Minsk, Belarus, Malebolgia visits a strange man and claims he came to take his flame back. His enemies are aware of his return and he wants his powers back. Sarah was ambushed by paparazzi and snuck inside a restaurant to avoid them. Jim comes to help, and they both sneak out the back door, but they are soon spotted, and a flock of reporters swarms them. On the rooftops, a group of vampires belonging to the old guard was watching Jim from a distance. The clown appears and tells them he wants them to test Spawn's limits, see just how strong he really is, and how far they can push him. Down on the streets, a bus hits one of the paparazzi who was relentlessly following Jim and Sarah. The man was in critical condition and losing a lot of blood. Sarah and the other people ask Jim to use his powers to heal him, but he refuses, saying they can go to hell for what they did. Sarah pleads with Jim to save the injured photographer, but he is reluctant to do it. Eventually, he agrees to help him. He only does it for her. He gets down on his knees and powers up, emanating a beam of energy from his body that fully heals the man. Susan and Mark get into another heated argument about him paying too much attention to work and his new friend instead of her. Jim takes Sarah into the back alleys and asks her to trust him. He enters the shadows and teleports both of them to her apartment, claiming there are many things about him he doesn't yet understand. Spawn goes back to the alleys where he meets the clown again. Although the clown once thought they should stay underground, he encourages Jim to step out into the spotlight, deterring heaven or hell from making a move on him. Blood asks the old guard to attack Spawn and push him to the limits. He wants to see if he will make a valuable asset or if he's just a meaningless pawn. The doctor informs Twitch that Burke isn't getting any better, but at least his health isn't getting worse either. He can't explain, however, some irregularities in his blood work, as if his entire body is rewriting itself. Jim's miracle healing on the streets was making headlines everywhere, with every news station in town reporting on the video. Jim's unexplainable act of heroism goes viral worldwide, with videos of him healing the photographer gaining millions of views. Jim, however, retreats to the safety of the streets and sits on Spawn's throne alone in the darkness. The old guard finds him and puts him to a test by shooting him in the head to see just how fast he can regenerate. Spawn takes the gun and does a test of his own, shooting one of them in the head as well. Back at Mark's apartment, Mark and Susan are answering calls from various media outlets looking to book Jim. However, the duo becomes increasingly worried since both he and Sarah seem to have disappeared. Somewhere in Mexico, Malebolgia visits a strange man while he is having dinner with his wife. He aims to collect another piece of his power and drains the man of his life force, becoming even stronger. The clown visits Blood while he is making love with a woman in his bedroom and warns him about Malebolgia becoming stronger than ever. They need to make sure Spawn is on their side for the upcoming confrontation. Back in the alleys, the vampire that was shot by Spawn regenerates fully, but doesn't stop there. Instead, all three of them transform into incredibly powerful beasts. The old guard begins their series of tests to determine the strength of the new Spawn's powers, but he hides in the shadow, preparing an ambush for them. Twitch leaves the hospital to find Spawn and asks Rowan to keep an eye on Sam. Rowan questions Jim Downing's motives, saying he doesn't understand why. One minute he loves the spotlight and appears on every TV station performing miracles, and then he disappears completely, as if he is hiding from someone. Spawn surprises the vampires and drags one of them into the shadows using his powerful chains. His brothers regroup and try to guess his next move, but they clearly underestimated the new Spawn's abilities. Mark tells Susan he's gotten dozens of offers from big companies for Jim to become their spokesman. This could turn out to be the opportunity of a lifetime, and he wants to take advantage of the situation as best as he can. Spawn overpowers the vampires and hangs them up like cattle, tearing their flesh and ripping their bodies into pieces. Twitch finds him in the alleys and makes his way through the chains, calling out Al Simmons' name. But instead of finding Al, he finds Jim, who claims he's killed the three vampires. In the Vatican, a mysterious person was watching the news about Jim Downing and tells someone on the phone that they've got a problem. Twitch pulls a gun to Spawn's head and threatens to kill him if he doesn't say what happened to Al Simmons. Hearing that name triggered something inside Spawn and he asked Twitch to follow him. Back at the hospital, something strange was going on. The entire floor was empty, as if all the doctors and nurses had completely disappeared. Rowan enters Sam's room and finds the crazy nurse sitting on top of him with a syringe. She attacks him and pins him to the ground, so he is forced to shoot her. The nurse runs to the rooftop and the detective follows a trail of blood leading up the stairs. He confronts her on the rooftop, but something was wrong. She was beginning to change into something else and asks Rowan to deliver a message saying that soon everyone is going to witness the coming damnation, and everyone will know what it's like to become completely forsaken. She then jumps off the building, but not before completely transforming herself into a demon with wings. Spawn takes Twitch to see Al Simmons' decapitated body, but accuses him of killing the previous Spawn. Next, he takes him to one of the rooftops and threatens to drop him if he doesn't answer his question. Twitch tells the truth, saying he works for the NYPD and calls his bluff, but that was a bad idea because Spawn drops him without giving it a second thought. Meanwhile, the police are interrogating Rowan about the dead nurse, but they don't believe him, and Twitch wasn't answering his calls to corroborate his story. While being unconscious, Twitch has a vision of his son Max talking to him. Max says he is sorry for running away and for making his parents suffer because of his decisions. One of the rookie cops informs the other detectives that they found something and wants them to check it out. Max warns his father about blood, saying he wants to take Spawn's costume and kill everything. They need to stop him at all costs. Luckily, Twitch wasn't killed, and he eventually wakes up from his vision. He accuses Spawn of breaking his glasses and says they need to work together if he wants to find out the truth about his past. The detectives find the entire hospital staff stuck inside one of the lockers that belonged to the dead nurse. She had brutally killed them and mutilated their bodies. Twitch brings Jim to Spawn's former throne, saying he used to live here on the streets. Jim doesn't understand why anyone with such great powers would choose to live like a bum, but he had no choice. Twitch gives a brief overview of Al Simmons' past, how it all began with Billy Kincaid, the Violator, Jason Wynn, and even the Freak. But Spawn wants more details. He wants names, addresses, witnesses, and he wants to personally interrogate anyone who might have answers about his past. Twitch offers to run his information in the police database and find if his story overlaps with Al Simmons' story, maybe something connecting the two of them. But in exchange, he wants him to cure Detective Burke of his health problems, and Jim agrees. But the hospital was crawling with police officers, and Twitch has no idea what happened. A small conversation with the other detectives brings him up to speed. Thankfully, Sam is still alive, but his condition hasn't improved at all. The clown visits the morgue and revives the nurse who was possessed by a demon. This demon used to be the Empress of Hell, but now she is being controlled by the clown, who asked her to keep a close watch on Detective Burke. He is unhappy with her actions, but offers to bring her another body, saying he has someone nice planned for her. Twitch asks Rowand what happened at the hospital and why he shot the nurse. The detective is reluctant at first, but Twitch shares his own supernatural experiences and claims he will understand. Even though Twitch believes him, he wants Rowand to change the story and leave out the supernatural elements, claiming the others won't believe it. Meanwhile, Spawn sneaks inside Burke's room and tries to use his powers to heal the detective, but something is wrong. The healing wasn't working and the costume was fighting back as if it had a mind of its own. Spawn struggles to regain control of the costume, but he is eventually forced to let go of it and return to his human form. Two of the vampires from the old guard managed to escape and completely regenerated their bodies. They watched Spawn struggle to control his costume and questioned whether to report this back to Blood and the clown. Jim sneaks inside the same building where the two detectives were talking and wants to figure things out. According to Twitch, the lawyer in Langley shot himself 30 minutes after Jim awoke from his coma, and the staff working at the hospital are all involved. Twitch doesn't understand why they can't find any information on Jim, not even in the police database. Most of the important information is blacked out, like someone powerful doesn't want people to know who he really is. Twitch thinks that the clown did something to Sam. That's why Spawn's healing powers aren't working on him, and also informs him that he and the Violator are the same person. Mark is worried about Jim and Sarah and calls the police, informing them that both of them have gone missing. The detective in charge of solving the hospital murders tells Rowan that he is the main suspect and doesn't want him to get involved with the case. The two remaining vampires from the old guard tell Blood everything they were able to find out after confronting Spawn. Their brother has inexplicably gone missing, but Blood thinks there must be some doorway to heaven hidden in the alleys, exposing God to a possible attack. Jim confronts the clown, accusing him of lying to him, but the clown says they need each other if they want to have a chance at stopping Malebolgia. The two of them began a brutal confrontation, but after many minutes of fighting, they decided to stop and call it a truce. They both went to a bar to drink some beers, while the clown decides to tell Jim the truth about heaven and hell. Malebolgia wants to return as the king of hell, and plans to use the Hellspawn as a weapon against God. Right before Al Simmons killed him, he split his power into 7 pieces and hid them on Earth, but the clown stole one of the pieces and hid it in Detective Sam Burke. That's why Spawn wasn't able to heal him. Malebolgia wants to turn Earth into a second hell, and the clown wants Jim to help him stop that from happening. For the moment, Jim agrees to form an alliance. Even though they won't be friends, they can still work together to achieve a common goal. In the Vatican, the high priests admit that Jim's healing miracles are legit and call him the Second Coming. The Pope gives the order to try and recruit him to the church's side, and if he refuses, they will label him as a heretic and assign him for Inquisition. Jim sneaks inside Sarah's apartment and asks her to come with him, saying he is about to change the world and needs her help. 2 weeks ago, in the CIA headquarters in New York City, a woman shows Agent Kruger a picture of Jim and his wife, saying this photo should have disappeared a long time ago. She wants him to erase any trace of Jim's past life and asks him to be discreet. Over the next couple of days, Agent Kruger killed everyone that came in contact with the photo or who was looking into Jim's past. Jim holds a press conference announcing that he is starting a foundation with the goal of helping people who are sick and need his help. During the conference, Mark gets a phone call from one of his contacts, who was being forced to lie to him, saying he had leads on Jim's past and wants to meet. When the phone call ended, Agent Kruger kills the man in cold blood and prepares to meet with Mark. Sarah says she is scared of Jim and wants to move upstate to work there. Ever since he transformed into Spawn and teleported her from the alleys, she's been scared of him and needs some time apart. Spawn returns into the void, where he locked up one of the old guard vampires, vowing to torture him greatly if he refuses to answer his questions. Meanwhile, somewhere in London, Malebolgia finds another piece of his powers and doesn't waste any time reclaiming it, even if it means killing a hopeless baby. Mark goes to meet the informant, while Jim informs him he is going on a meeting with Mr. Ramus, aka Blood, in hopes of securing the funds necessary to jumpstart the foundation. Jim wants the money and doesn't offer anything in return, claiming he wants to call the shots and doesn't answer to anyone. He knows he and the clown need him to stop Malebolgia and offers to help them, but he wants the money to start the foundation, and he wants it today. Last night, he snuck inside one of the hidden vampires' nightclubs and killed all of them except one. He wanted to prove a point to show Blood just how strong he really is, claiming there is no point in sending the old guard to do his dirty work. Blood doesn't make a scene and agrees to give Jim the money he wants, but when the time comes to fight Malebolgia, he needs to make sure he is on the right side. Mark was waiting in the train station when a mysterious man calls him on a second phone. The man tells Mark to break his own phone because he is being tracked and has exactly 2 minutes to follow his instructions, or he is going to die. In the bathroom, the mysterious man reveals himself to be Terry Fitzgerald, Al Simmons' best friend. He tells Mark that someone inside the CIA wants him dead, but not because of Jim Downing, but because of the woman in the photo, Jim's wife. Jim continues to expand his public presence with a morning show interview, discussing his powers, his past, and the creation of his foundation. At the same time, the Vatican was looking into his life, trying to determine what kind of relationships he was able to build since he woke up from a coma. They send one of their holy agents to meet with Sarah in upstate New York and try to convince her to work with them, offering her a chance to come to the Vatican and meet the Pope. Twitch was watching the interview as well, but Rowan was annoyed, saying they need to focus on solving the stockpile of other cases. One of the officers brings them the results of Jim's fingerprints, but the results are shocking. He has 10 different fingerprints, all belonging to former murderers who died while imprisoned at 10 different penitentiaries. In the CIA headquarters, we find out the truth that Agent Kruger is none other than Terry Fitzgerald himself. He made contact with Mark but hasn't heard from him since. It was part of their plan to gain his trust. While Susan was working at the restaurant, the clown pays her a visit, suggesting that he knows she's in love with Jim and it pains her because they can't be together. Malebolgia tries to recover the last piece of his powers and digs up a grave, but when he opens it up, he finds a note from the clown saying he was too late. Towards the end of the morning show, someone from the crowd draws a gun and shoots Jim in the chest. He drops on the ground and bleeds massively, while everyone watching at home is horrified. While he was unconscious, Jim has a vision of something that happened 10 years ago. The freak was one of the first patients in the program, but the stress was too much and it made him go crazy. Jason Wynn was one of the people from the CIA that helped fund this program, and Carlos Nortego was also involved. He provided the necessary pre-op functions and experiments and received 30% of the cut if the program was successful. Tremor was also one of the first patients, but the experiments turned him into a beast and he was impossible to control. Jim's wife worked for a cutting-edge science company, and he only dated her to get what he needed. Once he was done, he shot her point blank in the head. When every test failed, Jim turned himself into patient 47, desperate to get results when the military wanted to cut the funding. Jim eventually wakes up from his vision, but he wasn't dead, and people cheered as he got up after being shot in the chest. The police want to get him to safety in order for a doctor to check his health, but Jim says he is fine and doesn't need one. He eventually agrees to go with the officers, while the man who shot him was locked inside a police car. Meanwhile, in Greenwich, Connecticut, the clown visits one of his allies, but when he opens the door, he finds out that Malebolgia had gotten there first and decapitated the man and also his animals. Twitch tells Jim about the fingerprints, trying to understand how one man can have 10 different fingerprints, all belonging to different murderers. Susan hits on Jim once again, but he rejects her, saying he already warned her that they can't be more than friends. He turns on the TV to see what the news stations were saying about him when, out of nowhere, the clown appears from the shadows. He claims he fought with Malebolgia and tried to escape in the shadows, but he couldn't. Jim asks him to calm down, saying it's only the two of them in the room. But that wasn't true because Malebolgia followed him here. Jim confronts the devil and wants to fight him, but the clown convinces him to run away, saying they are not yet ready to face him. They disappear together into the shadows, jumping from one place to another, trying to lose their scent and prevent the devil from tracking them. After arriving in Japan, the clown disappears. saying he needs 20 minutes to get something but promises to come back. But they weren't able to lose the devil's track because he eventually found Jim and confronted him. He brings him back to New York City in the same alleys where Al Simmons used to live. Jim changes into Spawn and fights back, but Malebolgia is able to take control over his suit and wrap him in his own chains. Meanwhile, the clown sneaks inside Sam's hospital room and takes away the last of the devil's powers that were trapped inside of him and making him sick. Malebolgia pushes Jim into the dead zone, saying that the area negates his powers and he is powerless without his costume. But Jim taunts him, accusing him of being afraid to face him inside the zone, and the devil takes the bait. Sadly for him, Malebolgia isn't affected by this zone and stabs Jim in the chest using his demonic claws. He leaves him for dead on the ground, but the fight was far from over. Jim eventually gets up, but this time he is empowered by the forces of heaven and even grows angelic wings. The devil realizes that Jim's powers are not from hell but rather heaven. God has broken the pact and got involved somehow. He thinks the dead zone empowers everyone that gets inside, and he wants to be empowered as well. But as soon as he steps inside, he becomes weak and even loses his horns. He blames God for interfering with the war, while Jim grabs him and takes him high above New York City. Malebolgia tells Jim he once entered heaven, but they banished him after he tried to murder God. Jim was tired of hearing him speak, so he drops him from the sky, but just to make sure he gets hurt even more, he blasts him with a powerful beam of energy. Luckily, the dead zone blocks all activity happening inside and nobody in the city even knows the fight is going on. Spawn claims the costume hates him and told him all the secrets on how to kill its creator. Jim is the one who put the evil inside the freak during the experiments, and he alone can take it out again. He drains Malebolgia of his powers, leaving the freak to revert back to his human form, a broken man with no powers. Spawn claims the world belongs to him, and Jim Downing's soul is just a means to get into heaven, where he wants to assassinate God himself. The freak calls him crazy, saying that if that happens, Al Simmons will come looking for him. Spawn cuts the freak's body in half using his new demonic wings, claiming he's ready to take on anyone willing to challenge him because no one is going to stop this Spawn ever again. Following the defeat of Malebolgia's earthly vessel, Jim turns his attention towards piecing together the final mysteries of his previous life. His past is linked to Al Simmons' past, and both of them had come in contact with more or less the same people who affected their lives. Somewhere in Argentina, a group of soldiers find one of the former facilities that was used to experiment on people and try to burn any evidence they could find. Spawn finds them, and a swift confrontation erupts, but they were no match for his chains, which easily tear through their flesh. Spawn wants to know who sent them to destroy this facility, but the soldiers were uncooperative, so he eventually kills every single one of them. Jim acknowledges the mistakes he's made and all the suffering he's caused to the people that were part of the experiments. He cares about Sarah and wants to make things right with her, but she is scared of him after she saw that he is Spawn. Jim announces to the public the start of his foundation, saying that the first thing he wants to do is replace the maze of dirty alleys known as Rat City with a revitalized city district. An old man was watching everything and claims Jim is going to be surprised about his resurrection. Even after he gained a firmer understanding of the many mysteries in his life, a darkness is slowly growing within Jim Downing. The darkness talks to him, claiming it's the costume itself, and it controls Jim, not the other way around. All of this is happening because Jim likes the power it gives him. Luckily, this was just a dream, and Jim wakes up even more confused, saying he hasn't had a good night's sleep in weeks. He managed to gather bits and pieces about his past life, but he still can't make the connection and put all of them together. The city was filled with merchandise about him, including t-shirts, calendars, and all other kinds of different products profiting off his image. He wants Blood to sue everyone that's making money off of him, but in reality, Blood was the one doing it. According to the contract Jim signed, Blood owns the commercial rights to his brand. Jim returns to the streets feeling pissed off when a strange man by the name of Richard Masulo greets him. Jim doesn't recognize him, but the man claims he was part of the project and then transforms into a monster, aka Tremor, who was involved with Al Simmons a long time ago. Richard didn't come here to fight with Jim. He actually saw him on TV and knew that the two of them were connected somehow. He wants Jim to try and cure him because he thinks that Tremor is a curse and doesn't want to be a monster anymore. The healing seems to have been a success, and the two men discuss the project. Jim shows him the wall of clues, bits and pieces that he was able to acquire about his past. Richard points to a man who was the head of the project, Director Kramer. Jim thinks that Kramer was actually him, but they don't look the same. Maybe because the experiments changed the way he looks now. Richard tells him about another man involved in the project, someone they used to call the Agent. He left the project a long time ago and started a gun-for-hire business with some of the other rejects they experimented on. Terry Fitzgerald thinks that Jim Downing is involved in the recent destruction of several secret facilities in Argentina, Bolivia, Nigeria, and Canada. He wants to follow him and watch his every move, telling the other agents that they have a tough case ahead of them. Spawn takes out the 2 bodyguards tasked with protecting the agent and then sneaks inside his office, saying he wants him to answer some questions. Spawn and Richard interrogate the agent together, demanding to know what happened to them. The agent claims he wasn't part of the project for long. He was hired to do forensic DNA work to find the perfect matches for the project, but all of the initial experiments failed. The freak was one of them and had a high tolerance for pain, but everything they did to him turned him crazy, and that's not what they were going for. All these experiments were meant to create a flawless human being, but he didn't know for what purpose. After many failed attempts, they decided to hire former Nazi doctors, even though it would paint the project in a negative way, but they were desperate. Director Kramer was the one responsible for everything, and Jim can't remember exactly if that person was him. He became romantically involved with the head of another research company, but she didn't want to share technologies even though the project needed them badly. Tired of waiting for Kramer to try and convince her to be on their side, Wynn sent out a team of killers to persuade her, but when she refused, they killed her. All this time, Jim thought he was the one responsible for killing his wife, but the truth is, he wasn't the one who killed her. After she was dead, Kramer took a flash drive to her laptop and stole everything he could from her computer, including patents, new technologies, and everything else he could find that might help the project. But ever since that day, things began to fall apart. The people involved were less trusting of each other and everyone began to cover their asses. Agent Sykes claims he wasn't there when Richard was brought to the project. He wasn't involved with his selection at all and even warned Kramer about the dangers of doing these experiments. Towards the end, everyone focused on something different, and the project began to lose its identity. Instead of creating the perfect human, they created Frankenstein. In the end, Jason Wynn pulled the plug and shut down the project, but Spawn demands to know if he was in charge or if it was Director Kramer. The darkness that was inside Spawn pushed him to torture Sykes further, even though Richard warned him it might kill him. Richard goes outside to take a break and calls someone on the phone. He tells the man everything they were doing and that the bait was planted. All he needed to do now was say the magic words. "Spawn, I know where Jason Wynn is at." After Spawn defeated the Devil's earthly vessel, the clown returned with the missing part of Malebolgia's power, but he was too late. The freak was already dead, and he couldn't be happier, remarking that he was weaker than he thought and he was scared for nothing. Out of nowhere, Cogliostro appears and shocks the clown, demanding he never speak to Jim Downing ever again. But the clown claims he isn't the same weak demon he used to be. He's changed. But so has Cog. Only time will tell what he means by that. Richard brings Spawn to Simmonsville, the town that was created from necroplasm out of Simmons' memories when he died. This is where the experiments began, where the first patients were released to see how they behaved in the real world. The two of them get separated and Richard meets with Jason Wynn in one of the houses. It doesn't take long for Spawn to find them and attack Wynn with his chains. Richard comes clean and says he made a deal with him, but only because he has the answer they both want. Wynn claims that he and Kramer were able to manipulate certain factions of political power all across the globe, so that when the time came they would have all the right pieces in the right places. At that very moment, Barack Obama was being elected as the new president of the United States, and Wynn claims he is one of their people. 23 years ago, Jason Wynn was an eager young CIA operative when he was introduced to the war between heaven and hell. He attended his first meeting with representatives from heaven, who wanted to protect the dead zones on Earth and keep an eye on the ones from hell. These zones represent doorways into heaven and hell. Since heaven is not allowed to interfere in earthly matters, the idea of creating a hybrid agent was suggested, one that combines the attributes of a human and an angel. But for the moment, the US government would continue to monitor the zones, and if necessary, allow any military intervention into foreign countries, especially in the Middle East. 4 years later, after Jason Wynn was put in charge, a representative of hell made him an offer he couldn't refuse. He gave him a briefcase that contained information about the Project Ragnarok. Director Kramer had already begun the work, but needed funding. That's where the government came in. Over the years, Wynn built a small empire for himself, gradually asserting his influence in almost all aspects of the government, from mayors all the way to the top. He claims that he created Spawn, and the costume that Jim is wearing belongs to him. He wants it back, but more importantly, he wants Jim to bring Al Simmons back. Ever since he first laid his eyes on him, Wynn knew that Al Simmons was the perfect candidate to become the ultimate soldier. He was loyal, ruthless, the perfect assassin, everything that Jim Downing isn't. He claims the costume is controlling him and not the other way around. He just doesn't know it yet. Wynn had a plan. Simmons was supposed to be patient 47, but Jim screwed everything up when he experimented on himself. All those years of failed experiments forced the White House to shut down the project prematurely before they had a chance to experiment on Simmons. Wynne made a deal with Hell. He turned Simmons into the perfect soldier, then killed him, making him the ideal candidate for a Hellspawn. But after the project was shut down, he was forced to kill him. But Simmons' version of Spawn was rejected by Hell because he was weak. He needed more training, more power. It took them 5 years to reconsider, which is why Simmons was brought back to life 5 years after he died. As punishment for not delivering them a perfect Spawn, Hell retracted every promise they ever made to him. He kept Jim as a backup in case he ever woke up from his coma and hopefully became the next superhuman, a bargaining chip to give to Hell or maybe to Heaven. Spawn sends Richard away, saying he never wants to see him again, and then asks Wynne why he wanted to meet him. The former CIA operative says he wants Spawn to kill him, after Hell promised that the only way to redeem himself is if he sacrifices himself, but he needs to be killed by a Hellspawn or this wasn't going to work. Spawn accepts his request, but he changes into Jim Downing, denying him the chance of getting killed by a Hellspawn. He then snaps his neck and leaves Simmonsville, but not before blowing everything up, erasing any trace of its existence. After finally uncovering the entire mystery about his past, Jim returns home and destroys everything about his past, saying that from tomorrow, he wants to start living as the real Jim Downing. Mark found out that all of his connections to whom he sent Jim's wedding photo are now dead. He wanted to find out more about his past, but instead he asked too many questions and now people are dead. He records a message of himself just in case something bad happens to him as well. He was supposed to have dinner with Susan, but he wants to finish this and blows her off. The clown informs Blood that Cogliostro is back from hell, which means he gave up the throne, and he wants to recruit Spawn to his side. Detective Burke was finally cleared to leave the hospital and returns home, while Twitch brings him up to date on the whole Jim Downing situation. Apparently, every time they run his fingerprints through the system, they get 10 different fingerprints belonging to 10 different felons. The clown visits Sarah while she sleeps and hides Malebolgia's power inside of her, saying he wants to keep it safe until he comes back for it. Susan, overwhelmed with loneliness and rejection from her boyfriend and from Jim, takes a hot bath, but instead of relaxing, she takes a blade and slices her wrists. Jim again has trouble sleeping, tormented by the costume who feeds on him while he sleeps, gaining more control over him each passing day. Mark, Jim, and Blood have a meeting the next day, discussing the success of the Foundation, which has exploded recently. There have been thousands of applications, desperate people asking for Jim to use his powers and heal them, but there have also been a lot of death threats, and Blood wants to triple their staff and also offer protection to keep Jim safe. Jim confronts the man who shot him and realizes that Blood is the one who hired him to do it. He lets him live, but just a few minutes later, Spawn returns and kills the man, claiming he isn't Jim Downing. While the remaining 2 vampires from the old guard were having a good time at a nightclub, Blood shows up and tells them he knows what happened to their brother. Spawn hid him inside his costume, and because the darkness is taking over Jim at an alarming rate, it will be very hard to recover him. He is also worried about Cogliostro, who wants to teach Jim how to use his powers more efficiently. Jim is finally able to spend some time with Sarah after they've been separated for weeks. He feels sorry for scaring her when he took her into the darkness and knows she is having visions because of this. He wants to take her visions away by healing her, but when he touches her hand, he is overwhelmed with horrific images of pain and suffering. They were also waiting for a representative from the Vatican, Father Hallwell, who wants Jim to align himself with the Catholic Church. By doing this, they could unite all of mankind into belief in a singular religion. He also wants to take a sample of Jim's blood, but he is reluctant to do it. Meanwhile, the clown visits the morgue and tells the demon who inhabited the hospital nurse that he has a new body ready for her. She quickly possesses Susan's body, who killed herself 15 minutes ago in the bathroom. The clown wants to keep her around Jim, Mark, and Sarah and report everything she sees back to him. The Vatican is unhappy that Jim is unwilling to cooperate and align himself with them, but they have their own ways around resistance, revealing that they've dealt with hellspawns and demons in the past. The public is divided on Jim's foundation. While some are calling him a savior, others are calling him a fraud and accusing him of being the devil. Rat City was completely changed, and a new building, meant to be the Foundation's headquarters, was being built. Father Hallwell says goodbye and prepares to head back to the Vatican, but hopes that Jim will take the time to reconsider his decision. Mark thinks it was a bad idea to meet with them, saying that it's better to not be affiliated with any church. As Jim goes back to sleep, the costume takes over once again, surrounding him in darkness. He then appears somewhere else and attacks a group of murderers who were torturing a police officer. This is the costume's way of satisfying its lust for blood and violence, doing this every time Jim goes to sleep. Meanwhile, in Langley, Virginia, Rowan couldn't sleep and spent the nights haunted by visions of the demon he shot at the hospital in New York City. The clown sneaks inside the hospital disguised as a physician and talks to the doctor in charge of treating Victoria, the angel that went crazy after she lost her wings. They think she suffers from acute delusions and transfer her to a mental hospital better equipped to deal with her. The clown talks to her about the new Spawn, claiming that the costume was taking over Jim Downing, getting more violent with each passing day. Every night it takes control and heads out into the world, finding bad people and brutally killing them. He did the same thing a few nights ago when he killed a bunch of corrupt police officers in Mexico. The clown doesn't understand how Jim was able to attain Spawn's powers without dying. When he was in a coma, his spirit went to heaven, where he tried to assassinate God himself. When he failed, his soul was sent to hell, and then when he came out of a coma, he was brought back to earth, all without even dying. He is the only Spawn in existence to have been in heaven, hell, and earth without even dying once. The costume wants to take over the Spawn because whoever controls Downing ultimately controls the universe. The clown wants to know who gave him Al Simmons' powers and promises to give the angel her wings back if she agrees to help him. The Curse, a religious fanatic and former enemy of Spawn, kidnaps and interrogates one of the people saved by Jim Downing after a bus nearly killed him. The Curse connected his body to a machine and dissected him, desperately looking for something inside the man's body. Meanwhile, Jim wakes up in another part of the city but has no memory of how he got there. Then all of a sudden, the costume takes over him, and he ends up in complete darkness. The costume talks to him, revealing the truth that during the night it takes over his body and goes out searching for evil to devour. Even though hell has taken credit for its creation, Spawn was actually born in heaven. Because when God created the first light on the planets, he also gave birth to shadows, the darkness, and thus the costume was born. It had to wait nearly 1 million years until the right host appeared, one such as Jim, who has never died. After the process is complete, there won't be any Jim Downing left anymore. There will be only Spawn, and he will have the powers of a god. The costume claims the process is irreversible, and there is no way of stopping it. But Jim tries one final time and powers up, separating himself from the darkness. After successfully fending off the costume, Jim finds himself lost in the white, a featureless and infinite realm of light. Meanwhile, the press interviews Mark and asks him if he thinks that Jim is the second coming. But he dismisses the question, saying they don't know anything about the origin of his powers or how long they're going to last. The curse killed one of the persons that was healed by Jim. Searching for signs of darkness inside of him, a man disguised as a priest confronts him, accusing him of actually being crazy instead of doing the Lord's work. The man eventually reveals his true face and changes into his actual form, then kills the curse. He claims that every person healed by Jim has had a dark seed implanted in him by the costume and they're all infected. Jim eventually meets someone else in the white emptiness. It was Max, Twitch's oldest son, who was killed some time ago. He says Al Simmons told him to deliver a message, that he needs to kill the costume before it kills him. Max and other souls are stuck in limbo, a place between heaven and earth with no way of escaping. Al Simmons was here before and tried to free these souls, but he couldn't. Jim even met Simmons, but he can't remember. There are still things he doesn't remember about his past. Max warns him that the costume has nearly taken control over him. It's just a little longer until it gains full control. If that happens, Blood will want to use the costume for himself to gain even more power. A long time ago, there weren't different levels of hell and heaven. It was just one beautiful garden called Eden. Max doesn't know what exactly tainted this land with sin, but eventually, the people were corrupted with sin and became evil, taking everything they wanted from others. Lilith was the first vampire to have ever existed, but Blood forced her to share her powers with him, and when it was done, he turned on her. Her body was a lot stronger because she had housed the vampire powers already, so he stole her body by draining her blood completely. That's how he got the name Blood. Over time, Blood killed all of the vampires in existence until he was the only one left. He then started his own bloodline and formed an army of vampires that he could control. Lilith's soul is hidden here in Limbo with the other people, and if Blood gets control over the costume, he will have access to Limbo and come for her. Twitch still blames himself for his son's death and thinks about killing himself, but his youngest son reminds him that the living are more important than the dead. Jim escapes the void and visits Twitch while he is brushing his teeth at home. He doesn't remember what happened in the void and only remembers talking to a young boy, warning him about something. Twitch realizes he is talking about his son and gets mad, sending Jim away and asking him to never come uninvited into his home again. The clown visits Victoria again in the mental hospital but finds Blood there, waiting for him. Blood is impressed with how far the clown was willing to go to gain Victoria's trust. Disguising himself as a physician and fooling the medical staff isn't an easy job. Victoria was sent to Earth the same day that Jim woke up from his coma, and the clown thinks that God is afraid of Spawn. He He sent an angel to gain his trust and convince him to join Heaven's side, but things didn't work out as planned. Blood was pissed about the clown's secret agenda and bit Victoria on the neck, turning her into one of his vampires. He wants to punish him for keeping him in the dark and betraying his trust, but after he leaves, the clown reveals he hasn't come alone. He made a new ally in the Redeemer. Jim goes on top of the Brooklyn Bridge and jumps into the freezing water below, trying to see what the symbiote will do without its host. The water separates him from the costume, but not for long. Eventually it grabs him by the leg and drags him down. Luckily, Cogliostro was keeping an eye on him and comes to his rescue, dragging him to safety. He uses some kind of magic to separate Jim from the costume, saying they need to talk in private. He wants to teach him how to use his powers and make him understand what exactly he is up against. He asks Jim to follow him because he wants to show him something, but first he needs to call the costume back. Every time Jim summons the costume, he's in control. It's when the symbiote takes over that he loses control. Cog brings him to the construction site where Blood is building the new foundation building. The building is built on top of the dead zone, where Blood is building an army of vampires ready to battle God. But he doesn't trust the vampires, so he needs Spawn's help as well. That's why the constant struggle to control the costume. The two men enter the dead zone together, and Cog claims that this simple patch of dirt is the reason all the wars in the world have been fought. This zone and others around the world are where sin first leaked onto Earth and from there attached itself to every living creature in existence. Apparently what was said in the Bible is mostly a lie. We know that at the beginning there was only Adam and Eve, but that's not true. God created more women, one for each of Adam's ribs, but the most important ones were Eve and Lilith. While Eve followed the teachings of God, Lilith was tempted by Satan and followed the shadows. God didn't create man alone, Satan had a hand as well. That's why mankind is corrupted with sin and capable of doing evil things. The two deities took turns collecting souls, one for God and the next for Satan, and it didn't matter if you were a good or a bad person. The only thing that determined where you ended up was where the previous soul went. Both heaven and hell started wars across the centuries, and the only thing that mattered was to gather as many souls as possible for the upcoming war. The more evil the person was, the better they would serve in the war. It didn't matter if they ended up fighting for heaven or not. Blood was locked in limbo for a long time, and he blamed God for doing it. He wants revenge and plans to build an army of vampires led by the Spawn to conquer and defeat God himself. The Vatican informs Father Hallowell that they decided to act against Jim Downing and force him to align himself with the Catholic Church. But the father thinks it's a bad idea. At the moment, he is stronger than any of them realize. But the Vatican has a secret weapon of their own hidden in the basement. Cog tries to prove a point and attacks Spawn using a magic sword. His sword shouldn't have any effect in the dead zone, but because Jim is stronger than anyone they have encountered, his powers allow magic to be used even here. Solomon Kilgore, the beast that was locked inside the Vatican basement, visits one of the people who was healed by Jim. But the old man seems familiar to him, and Solomon is in shock when he sees him. Blood sent the old guard on a special mission to Chernobyl, Ukraine, but one of them thinks they are wasting their time and should be looking for their brother. They are taken hostage and led inside one of the buildings, where someone waited for them. Solomon Pure is the leader of another vampire sect, and Blood wants to join forces with him for the next 6 months. Even though they've been enemies for as long as they can remember, Solomon is curious to know why Blood is so desperate to ask for his help, and he agrees to meet in person. Jim and Cogliostro continue to argue at the construction site of the new Outreach Foundation. With no warning, Jim sprouts his angel wings, saying he rejects all of it. He doesn't want to be a part of this war. All of a sudden, it all makes sense to Cog. They don't fear him for his demonic side. They fear the side of him that's been touched by God. Spawn is the key to both heaven and hell, and whoever controls him has the upper hand and a chance to invade first. The confrontation escalates, and Cogliostro pulls out his sword, but he is no match for Spawn, who easily sends him to the ground. The symbiote takes control once again and says he infected all of Jim's friends, just like he did all those people he healed. When the time comes, Jim will sacrifice everything in order to save the ones he cares about, and that's when he will gain full control over him. Spawn reminds Cog that he used to be a Spawn himself, so he knows how easily the costume consumes the host, slowly taking control, eating away like a cancer. He claims he should have killed Cog a long time ago, and now he wants to correct this mistake and slits his throat, leaving the old man to bleed to death on the ground. But the symbiote begins to lose his grip on Jim, and he fights to regain control. He eventually succeeds, bursting out with the wings of redemption. Mark, Susan, and Sarah organize an intervention because they are concerned about Jim's behavior. He disappears for days and doesn't explain where he goes or whom he sees, and everyone is concerned about him. Jim reveals that he was able to find out more about his past, like the fact that he had a wife, but she is dead now. Last night, after Jim grew angelic wings while still in the Spawn costume, he used his powers to heal Cogliostro completely. He was amazed that he was able to bust out wings while still wearing the costume and asks him to be careful. He's become so strong that neither Hell's forces nor Heaven's can touch him, but they might go after his friends. He suggests keeping his distance from them to keep them safe. In the present, the situation escalates and Jim insults Susan, forcing Mark to stand up for her and ultimately end the intervention. Blood shows Solomon Pure the dead zone underneath the John Doe Foundation, claiming they need to band together with all the vampire clans and attack God together. However, Blood is called to attend a meeting on the top floor. His business partner, Mr. Gibbons, isn't happy that Blood hid the existence of a dead zone here and wants a piece of the cake. But Blood claims this zone belongs to him and he will kill anyone who gets in the way. Down in the basement, the Redeemer shows up out of nowhere and attacks the vampires, claiming he was never going to stand by and let them take whatever they wanted. He brutally slaughters every old guard member, chopping off their heads using his heavenly sword. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Blood wants Biggin's messengers to deliver a message back to his boss. He wants his help to get inside the gates of heaven, and when everything's done, he can have the dead zone for himself. Vampire body parts fly in every direction, but Solomon Pure refuses to intervene, saying they have other things to attend to. And, to be honest, he doesn't mind seeing Blood's clan wiped out, especially after what they did to his people. The clown watches everything from the shadows and says they could make a good team, his demons combined with Blood's army of vampires, but he screwed everything up. The clown brought a visitor downstairs and claims that by now, he's probably left a bunch of gifts for him. Sarah confesses that ever since the night Jim took her into the darkness, she's been having horrible visions of something dark, and it scares her. Jim touches her hand, but this only intensifies her visions, and she sees the demon empress from hell calling out her name. She panics and runs out of Jim's apartment, getting in the elevator, but the clown was waiting for her in the shadows and kidnaps her. Ever since Sarah ran out, Jim has been unable to contact her and has no idea what happened to her. After checking the security cameras, he sees that she went inside the elevator, but she never got out. Something happened inside. Twitch tells Sam why he got a heart attack in the first place, blaming himself for antagonizing the clown too much. Jim sneaks inside his car later, asking for help in finding Sarah. Twitch inspects her apartment, but there are no clues. She hasn't even returned home. Next, Jim confronts Blood, asking if he had anything to do with her disappearance. If the vampire wanted to send a message, he would kill all of his friends, not just Sarah. He suggests going to look for the clown, telling him about the mental hospital where he lives a double life as a physician. Jim disguises himself as one of the staff and lures the clown inside a closet. He also has the power to change his appearance and surprises the clown with dirt from the dead zone, which negates his hellish powers. He then threatens him to tell what happened to Sarah or he will cut off his face. The clown says he took Sarah into the black, a place between the real world and the shadows. Every time he's ever teleported from one place to another, he's been there. He just never noticed it. Jim leaves to search for her, but not before breaking the clown's hand and vowing to come back to find out why he kidnapped her. Spawn enters the darkness and finds Sarah scared on the ground, but his eyes are glowing green and attracting a lot of attention. They are quickly surrounded by hundreds of monsters drawn to his eyes. He tells Sarah to close her eyes while he tries to kill them, but there are just too many. Eventually, he busts out his angelic wings and grabs Sarah, taking her at max speed toward the exit. He is able to successfully bring her back to her apartment and then spends the night next to her in bed, trying to calm her down. In the morning, they both wake up in the same bed, but they are naked. Sarah freaks out and doesn't remember anything from last night, questioning the naked part and if they spend the night making love. Jim tries to calm her down, and she claims she only remembers darkness but doesn't remember Jim saving her. She goes to the bathroom and eventually calms down, saying to herself that she dreamed about this moment 1,000 times, and now that it finally happened, she decides to embrace it. Meanwhile, Jim makes her breakfast, and she's overwhelmed. Nobody was ever this nice to her. They agree they want to continue the relationship and try being a couple, but for now, he has an important meeting with Mark. Mark confronts him about his wedding photo, demanding to know who the woman is, saying that because of that photo, many of his friends and contacts have died. Jim comes clean and reveals that he is actually Spawn, which leaves Mark in a state of shock. After returning home, he finds the lights turned off, and when he goes into the bedroom, Sarah is waiting for him with a knife. After a short struggle, he overpowers her and pins her to the ground, threatening to kill her if she moves. In a flashback, he recalls how perfect the entire day started. After they slept together, he went to the foundation to meet Mark, but at home, Sarah wasn't feeling too good and started coughing blood. He recalls his meeting with Mark where he told him the truth, that his reporter friends are dead because he is Spawn and has a lot of enemies. Before ending the meeting, Mark gives Jim an important file and wants him to look over it. While this was going on, Sarah was slowly losing her identity as she was being possessed by a demon. She sabotaged the lights in the entire apartment because the light was hurting her, and then she took out a kitchen knife and waited for Jim to come back home. He had to change into Spawn to fight off her initial attack, but after a short struggle, he overpowered her. Jim transformed into his angelic form and took a cross to perform an exorcism. The ritual was successful, but it left Sarah unconscious on the ground. He immediately called an ambulance that rushed her to the hospital while he followed her in a cab. She was rushed into the emergency room and instantly hooked to life support machines to get her condition stable. Dr. Tropsky informs Jim and Mark that Sarah has gone into a coma, but they have no idea when or how she's ever going to wake up again. Daniel Kilgore appears out of nowhere and wants to talk to Mark, but he is busy giving a press speech. In private, the doctor reveals he isn't who he claims to be and knows exactly what happened to Sarah. After returning from the darkness, Sarah was in a weakened state, and when the two of them made love, the symbiote had infected Sarah, growing inside her body and feeding on her life force. The doctor is a vampire himself and works for blood, but he offers to help cure Sarah in exchange for a sample of Jim's blood. Meanwhile, the clown visits Susan back at the apartment and tells her to get close to Jim because she was also infected when she made love with him and is able to drain his powers just by touching him. Jim agrees and gives the doctor a sample of his blood. He didn't care anymore, he just wanted to save Sarah. Mark and his girlfriend come to visit Sarah, but Susan gets to Jim and hugs him, draining a bit of his powers. Mark goes back to the newspaper to get some more answers, while Jim and Susan stay behind. She continues to drain his powers, causing him to have a headache. He eventually decides to leave the hospital and search for answers of his own. While Mark was doing research on his computer, Daniel Kilgore visits him, saying he wants to talk in private. He tells him about Al Simmons, who chose Downing to be the next Spawn, but he isn't dead, or at least his spirit isn't. Daniel reveals his true form by transforming into Haunt, warning Mark that everyone Jim has ever healed was infected by the costume, including him. He gives him a file about Wanda Blake in hopes of learning more about Al Simmons' past. Spawn breaks inside Blood's limousine and kidnaps him, determined to find a cure for Sarah. He brings him to the top of a building and exposes him to direct sunlight, wanting to weaken him. He wants the symbiote to take over the vampire and allow him to speak to it and hopefully find a way to cure Sarah. Just to make sure the costume wasn't going to kill both of them, he brought some dirt from the dead zone, which negates the costume's powers. The symbiote released from Jim's body and entered Blood, turning him into Spawn for the moment. The symbiote claimed that everyone he's ever healed was now infected and they were going to die soon. There wasn't any way to save all of them. He would have to choose. But the darkness released from Jim's body spread everywhere, contaminating everything. An invasion of cockroaches spread into every corner of the city. The symbiote refuses to cure Sarah, so Jim attacks it, forcing it to submit to him. He takes the costume high into the sky until they reach the edge of the planet's atmosphere, causing both of them to lose consciousness and fall down again. Meanwhile, bugs were getting inside everything, from the transport system to telecommunications, infecting even computers and servers. After falling on the rooftops, the fighting continues with no clear winner in sight. Eventually, the symbiote overpowers Jim, and he asks it to kill him, but it refuses. Slowly, it went back into its host, releasing the vampire from its grip. Blood says he begged the symbiote to kill him, but it refused. But how could it survive without its host? Meanwhile, the two detectives were looking into Jim's past, trying to understand why he has 10 different fingerprints when Cog pays them a visit, saying they are looking at the clues the wrong way. The city was being overrun with insects, birds, and even bats, causing mass hysteria and blocking almost all roads. Reporters were flying above the city trying to record what was happening, but flocks of birds attacked them, causing the helicopter to crash. Out of nowhere, symbols started appearing all around the city. The numbers 1, 5, 7. Twitch thinks the numbers are important and connected to Jim Downing and even Al Simmons. Sam is skeptical as always, but Twitch is determined to find out the meaning behind them. The invasion of bugs was now alarming. The entire city was covered with birds, and no airplanes could get close enough. Spawn tells Mark that something is wrong with Susan and she shouldn't be trusted. He also asks him to go to the hospital and keep Sarah safe while he deals with the invasion. As Jim flies over the city, the insects are attracted to him and follow him from behind. He struggles to stay in control, but the symbiote takes over and separates itself from him. They begin to fight, but Jim knew that it wouldn't kill him. It just wanted him weak, so it could control him. He escapes and mocks the symbiote to follow him, luring it away from the heavily populated areas. The city was now surrounded, and not even warships could get close because there was something growing in the water. The two detectives follow the trail of insects, trying to catch Downing and figure out what the numbers represent. The costume has now grown bigger, moving on the streets below and covering everything and everyone in darkness. Jim brings the darkness back to the alleys, the same place where Al Simmons killed himself. Right where his body fell down lays another dead zone, one that nobody knew about. Simmons killed himself outside the zone, but his body fell inside, negating his healing abilities and ending his life. Jim goes inside the zone and taunts the symbiote to come inside, but when it refuses, he sticks his hand out and the symbiote bites his arm off. The ground begins to shake, emanating a powerful green light that drags the symbiote down into the ground. Jim is relieved that it was finally over, but he was wrong. The symbiote's arm emerges from the ground and grabs him by the throat, dragging him down as well. Twitch finally realizes that he was reading the numbers upside down. If you turn 571 around, it spells Al. The ground started to shake once again, only this time more powerfully than ever before, and a beam of green energy erupted into the sky, destroying all of the insects and birds that were clouding the city. The evil was finally destroyed, and out of the ashes of that giant green explosion, Al Simmons was reborn once again as a stronger and better version of Spawn. Al Simmons was now resurrected for a second time, but this time it was for a different reason. While he was in the darkness, he met someone who told him his ex-wife Wanda and his unborn child were murdered. A few days ago, someone burned her car while she was still inside, and Al wants to know who did it. A bunch of teenagers tells him it was some new people that don't belong here, who came after the bug invasion. Al sees someone familiar and thinks he is being followed, so he chases him down into the alleys. The man says his name is Mike, and God sent him to watch over him and help with anything he needs. Al demands to know what happened to Wanda's soul, but not even God knows what happened to her. Apparently it landed somewhere in hell, but God's forces don't have power there, and for the moment, she is stuck alongside Al's unborn child. While they are talking, 3 demons jump them, but Al welcomes a good fight. He easily deals with the demons, using his new sword to shred through their flesh like butter. He then interrogates the last one alive and finds out that someone named Belial sent them. Mike is a fallen angel that serves God by watching over mankind and doing his will. Belial used to be one of them as well, but he got too self-absorbed and eventually changed sides by joining Satan. He is the one that ordered Wanda's killing for no other reason than to spite God. Somewhere in hell, hidden from the other souls, Wanda is hiding inside an old cabin, but she can't escape because the place is surrounded by demonic wolves. Demons want to trick her into opening the door, but she realizes it's a trap and reconsiders. Luckily, the cabin is protected by heavenly forces, and so far, nobody could get inside to harm her and the soul of her unborn child. Al and Mike walk the streets of New York talking about God, but someone is watching them. His face triggers an alarm inside the CIA watch program, and someone recognizes him. Al feels something strange around and enters a shop where he is greeted by an old lady. She shows him visions of his violent past and many of his victims, who ultimately turned out to be innocent. Al has killed many people, and sometimes they were innocent, but he justifies it by saying he was just following orders. This old lady was innocent as well, but she took her own life when Spawn kidnapped her criminal grandson. His costume was made from the souls of innocents, people who he killed or who died because of his actions. More people are made aware of Simmons' return, including the clown who watched him in the alleys, and also the new operations director at the CIA, James Cutter. Spawn's dad lies in his hospital bed, sick with cancer and very close to dying. Al visits him, but it scares him because he wasn't in his human form and looked like a demon. His father hadn't even realized that he was already dead the moment his son appeared. Spawn came here to guide his father's soul toward judgment, because forces of evil are coming to claim his soul as a bargaining chip against him. Al's dad was always on work trips and was never around the home, and even when he was, he didn't pay any attention to his children, and Spawn hated him for that. He only came here to help his soul and doesn't want to talk or make peace with his dad. Dark creatures attack them, trying to get to the old man, but they are no match for Spawn. Out of nowhere, the demon Belial appears, who claims to be the president of hell. He wants to take the father and crashes an entire building on top of Spawn, but that doesn't even land a scratch on him. Spawn orders him to leave, boosting his new weapon, God's sword, powerful enough to kill any demon. Belial eventually retreats, allowing Spawn to bring his father to the light, the place where all souls are judged and their fate decided. Al encounters a demon who tells him that God and Satan are the same. They both want power, respect, human obedience, and the total annihilation of their mortal enemy. But at least Satan is more truthful about who he is. She brings him to the Titanic Museum and tells him that hell invented time, and they can manipulate it however they want. To prove her point, the demon teleports Al onto the Titanic just moments away from sinking. Panic begins to sink in the moment the ship hits the iceberg and the alarm is rung. The angel Gabriel appears and tells Spawn that if he wants to undo the past and save Wanda, he needs to pay a price. If he wants to save a soul, he needs to prove himself as a hero, and Gabriel asks him to save the people of the Titanic from dying. But Spawn refuses and attacks the angel, claiming that the past can't be undone, and the people needed to die. He stands by and watches a father and his son sink to the bottom of the ocean. But if he were to intervene, that's exactly what Satan wants. By changing the course of history, there's a chance he wouldn't even have met Wanda. And if he never knew her, why try and save her? The demon snaps her fingers and brings them back to the present, claiming this was a test, but now she wants to offer him something he can't refuse. Satan promises to bring Wanda back from the dead, as if nothing even happened, but in exchange, he wants Simmons to hand over the symbiote and promise to never step into hell ever again. Spawn teleports the demon back into the alleys, the same place that used to be his home. He attacks her and forces her to show her true face, a hideous creature from hell. Spawn beats the hell out of her and sends her back to hell to deliver a message. He is coming for Satan, and when he finds him, he vows to kill him. Al then attends Wanda's funeral and sees Terry and the children gathered around the casket. He visits Terry later in his home and offers his condolences, but that's not why he came. He wants to know where Wanda was going the night she died, but Terry is angry at him and accuses him of always being jealous of their marriage. Spawn knows that if they came after Wanda, they might return for her children, so he puts a protection on the entire family to keep them safe. Terry eventually says that Wanda was going to do a TV interview and tells him the name of the station. Before leaving, Spawn erases any memory of the meeting, making it as if he was never there. Meanwhile, somewhere in hell, the demon delivers the message back to Satan and says that Spawn took her ability to change form, forever leaving her in this human body. Jim Downing has resurfaced in a coma after the aftermath of the bug invasion that took over New York. News stations around the country were painting him as an imposter, claiming he never actually healed anyone and it was just a trick. Spawn visits Channel 7 and confronts the newscaster, who was a demon from hell. He tells Spawn that Wanda is being kept inside the tunnel, a place between different planes of existence, including Earth, Heaven, and Hell. Accessing the tunnel requires a specific ritual, the participation of both an angel and a demon as willing keys to unlock its entrance. Luckily for him, Mike offers to be the angel key, but the place is a maze, and they might get lost there for entire centuries. Meanwhile, in Hell, the demons are preparing an army to take on Spawn and prevent him from entering the tunnel. Spawn visits a strip club and finds the clown hiding there in his human form. Before disappearing, Downing took away his ability to shapeshift, and he was now stuck in this body forever. He agrees to help Spawn in exchange for his powers back and says the way to enter the tunnel is marked on his chest. The M shape on Spawn's chest is actually a map. Mike comes to the alleys and sits on Spawn's throne, trying to imagine how a king feels. The clown comes out of the shadows and scares him. Mike busts out his angel wings and sends the clown away, but he claims he is waiting for someone. Before they could start a confrontation, Spawn arrives and asks them to be quiet. The three of them enter the dead zone and pass into the darkness, a place of emptiness and despair. The clown follows Spawn's map on his chest and leads them in the direction of the tunnel. While Spawn scouts ahead, the angel and demon get into another argument and nearly start a fight before they are asked to behave again. The clown falls into the darkness, and Mike flies down to catch him. Meanwhile, Spawn is attacked by demons, but he quickly deals with them using God's sword. Eventually, they see a shining light, and Spawn wants to enter the tunnel alone. He tells his companions to turn back, saying he needs to do the next part alone. But before leaving, he keeps his end of the deal and gives the clown a piece of his power. Spawn enters Hell and is greeted by a horde of demons. Entire armies of Hell's soldiers summoned here to take him on. The fight wasn't going to be easy, but he promised he'd come here and kill Satan to avenge Wanda's death. At the start, there were thousands of demons, but the number decreased with each passing minute, from 3,000 to 2,000, then to 800, and so on. In the end, Spawn killed all of the demons but one. He left one alive to deliver a message to Satan, informing him that Spawn has arrived. Wanda's been running for what feels like forever, desperately trying to get away from someone chasing her. One of Satan's elites, a demon named Hellion, catches up to her, saying she doesn't get to rest, not as long as she keeps resisting them. He wants her to submit willingly, but she spits in his face. Meanwhile, Spawn continues his journey through Hell, killing waves of demons in his pursuit of Wanda. Eventually, the ground underneath him shakes uncontrollably and Satan himself emerges. He viciously attacks Spawn, but he is able to dodge most of his attacks. He knows that the devil doesn't want to kill him because doing so will kill the symbiote as well. Satan grows in size, becoming over 800 feet tall, but Spawn mocks him, saying he's afraid of him. The devil claims he was only testing him to see how strong he's become over the years and how cunning. His offer is still valid, Wanda's soul in exchange for the symbiote, his only chance to be with her forever. but Spawn rejects his offer, saying he can keep her but the costume is his. He makes a counter-offer asking the devil to hand over Wanda and leave this place, claiming he's already dead and there's nothing left to fear anymore. Spawn waited for them to be distracted and strikes Satan with a powerful energy blast, causing him to fall down. He then grabs Wanda and hides her in the costume, teleporting both of them away. They manage to escape for now, but Al is badly injured. Satan landed a devastating blow just before they jumped. Wanda respects Al for not interfering with her marriage after he came back from the dead and says he will always be her first love. The two of them make love together, hiding between the rocks of hell, but the demons slowly creep toward their location. Al changes back into Spawn and takes Wanda away, saying he has a plan to get out of hell, but he doesn't think they will both be allowed to escape. When the time comes, he wants her to be ready. But before he could finish his sentence, someone shoots them right out of the sky. Spawn was now buried under tons of rocks while Wanda was taken prisoner once again. But as always, he wasn't dead just yet and fought back, blasting the demon that was keeping his ex-wife. Satan appeared once again and squished Spawn under his immense weight while he prepared to skin him alive. In another part of hell, Hellion searched for Simmons' unborn baby, who Wanda had hidden away before the demons found her. Spawn cut his way out of Satan using God's sword, and the fight continued with no clear ending in sight. He begged Satan to take his costume if he could, and then blasted him with a powerful energy beam. Wave after wave of demons jumped at him, but he destroyed every single one of them because he wasn't just fighting for himself, he was fighting to save the love of his life. Eventually, Hellion returned with the soul of Al's unborn child and offered it to him in exchange for his costume. Spawn pointed his hand into the sky and called down a beam of green energy, claiming this was the only way. From the shining green light, God emerged, bearing a human shape, claiming that Satan had gone too far. He accused the devil of cheating, lying, and breaking their treaty. Wanda's soul was innocent and was supposed to end up in heaven, yet he took it to hell. God intended to correct that mistake and attacked him, and a battle of the gods commenced. Spawn was able to free Wanda from the clutches of the devil, but there was still one thing left to do: to take the soul of his unborn child from Hellion. The demon was no match for the mighty Spawn, and he eventually took what didn't belong to him in the first place. Wanda claimed that wasn't the soul of his unborn child. Instead, it was Al Simmons' own soul. Wanda had been protecting it in order for him to be reborn. He wanted to take her out of hell, but she said she was already dead and couldn't leave. Instead, she wanted him to save himself, become a hero, and then watch over her children to keep them safe. In the end, Al agreed to give Satan the costume, but with one condition. He wanted God to take Wanda's soul to heaven, and he wanted to walk out of hell a free man. Satan agreed, and the exchange was made. While God took Wanda to heaven, Al headed back toward the tunnel to escape this place, but Satan ordered Hellion to follow him and kill him before he exited. But Al wasn't going to give up this easily. He kept 2 pieces of the suit for himself while he made the symbiote into a bomb that detonated in Satan's face. He turned one of the pieces into a mighty sword that he buried deep into the ground, sealing off hell from earth. He kept another part of the costume for himself, but with only a mere fraction of the power it once possessed. After arriving in paradise, Wanda watched over Al to make sure he made it home alive and smiled with happiness. Spawn woke up in the alleys of New York City, naked and without his costume anymore. He wandered the streets and some kid alerted the cops, accusing him of doing something bad. 2 officers tried to arrest him, but his instincts kicked in, and he attacked them without even thinking. Sadly, he got shot in the shoulder and fell to the ground bleeding. He was taken to the hospital, and 10 hours later, Terry Fitzgerald visited him. They used to be best friends, and Al had promised him he would save Wanda, which he did. He reassured him her soul was in heaven, but Al had no idea he had been gone for 1 year. Hell had shifted time again, just like the first time he was killed. Al claimed the demons that killed Wanda were still free inside the city and might come after his family, so he wanted Terry to help him. They came to an abandoned warehouse where Wanda had kept all of his things after he died. She couldn't force herself to destroy them. Terry even helped him move into an apartment building and gave him some money to start off. A young boy named Tommy greeted him, claiming the man that used to live there was dead and was now haunting the apartment. Al had a nightmare where an entire horde of demons was invading the city, but he killed all of them dressed as Spawn. He didn't think this was just a dream, but more like a premonition. Since he came back, Al vowed to become a hero and protect the innocent from the evil that surrounded them. This also included fighting new demons like Decay, one that had the ability to rot away everything it touched. Since he couldn't rely on his costume anymore, Al decided to join a gym and train. His skills as a boxer quickly helped him make new friends at the gym, who were also vets like him. Al still had a piece of the costume, but it would take a lot of time before it grew to anything he could use. Terry told him about this new demon that was eliminating witnesses to a mob case that was going to trial. He dressed up as a ninja and followed the last witness to see if Decay would try to kill him. They eventually clashed, But Al's weapons had no effect on the demon. It was simply rotting them away. He quickly escaped and ran to the top of a nearby building, but the demon was right behind him. After a small confrontation on the rooftop, the demon got angry and jumped toward him, but Al dodged the attack, causing Decay to fall to his death. It had been 2 weeks since Al's return from hell, but so far his costume hadn't been too cooperative, and he could barely control his chains. If he was going to be a hero and fight all these demons coming at him, he was going to need help, starting with his new friend Earl, the boxer from the gym. While they were out for coffee, a man broke into Al's apartment and found a suitcase filled with cash. Al returned just in time and threatened to kill him if he ever saw him again. His costume felt something, as if it was alerting him to something dangerous happening in the city. Downtown, there was a fight going on between a woman dressed in a red costume and a villain named King Spider. King Spider was part of an organization that wanted to bring the end of the world, starting with poisoning the water supply of every major city in the country, starting with New York City. Together, they defeated the villain, but Spawn needed to be careful since his costume wasn't strong enough just yet. Her name was Ant, and she was part of a bigger group of vigilantes and wanted to recruit him as well, saying they wanted to attack a stronghold in New Mexico and they could use more people. A woman named Angela ended her shift and left the diner, but a strange man was following her. The man tried to attack her with a knife, but Spawn was watching and slammed the guy against the sidewalk. Al often came to the diner to have lunch and kind of liked her, even though she was scared senseless when seeing him as Spawn. Malcolm Dragon, a superhero from Chicago, came to New York City to help Ant take down the criminal organization from New Mexico. The leader, a man named Alzava Stone, had the ability to give criminals superpowers, and he needed to be stopped. Meanwhile, Al was fighting a group of demons led by Monstress. Ant and her friend joined the fight, but if they wanted to win, they would have to take her down. Malcolm attacked Monstress, but she gave him a kiss that transformed him into one of her mind-controlled demons. Ant was able to knock her out and free her friend from her control, alongside all the other demons who were actually just regular people. The three of them agreed to team up and head to New Mexico to stop Alzava Stone. Al decided to visit the Adolescent Treatment Center, where Cyan was being treated for her drug addiction. Terry had arranged the visit under the name Jessie Smith, and one of the nurses took him to her room. She asked him to turn off the lights, and they spent the next 20 minutes sitting in silence. She asked him if he loved her mother, and he admitted he did. Ever since her mother died, she had started using drugs and even hurt herself to deal with the depression. She dropped her teddy bear on the ground, but when Al reached to grab it, she went into a frenzy. She screamed like crazy and behaved almost like a wild animal, forcing the nurses to step in and sedate her. Al went after some drug dealers and broke into their hideout, knocking out 2 guards. He only wanted the name of their boss, but he was forced to kill one of them and then took his phone with contacts to other sellers. We found out that Cyan had drugs in her system, something called oxycodone, and her father was the one giving it to her. Spawn went on a killing spree looking for the people responsible for Cyan's drug addiction. But since he wasn't at full strength anymore, he got injured and realized he couldn't do this alone. The costume was just a shell of what it used to be, barely tougher than his own human skin. He enlisted the help of his friend Earl, who agreed to help because he needed the money to take care of his sick mother. Spawn followed the trail of drugs and ended up at the port, where most of the merchandise entered the city. A group of thugs was loading drugs into trucks, preparing to have them delivered to poor neighborhoods and into the hands of children. He started shooting up the place from the roof of another building, and the criminals retreated back inside the warehouse. Earl arrived driving a van and parked it in front of the warehouse, following Al's instructions. He then asked him to run as fast as possible because he was going to blow it up, detonating a large quantity of explosives from inside. Terry was arrested on suspicion of being involved with the recent killings of drug dealers all across the city. Al asked Earl if he wanted to continue working for him, but warned him that it was going to get a lot more dangerous. Earl refused his offer, saying he almost lost his life because of him and didn't want to do it again. Al gave him a bag full of money as payment for the van he destroyed. Earl still declined his offer but eventually accepted the money because he needed to take care of his mother. A man in a dark suit named Shade was finalizing a deal to acquire Mr. Maitland's company and made him a generous offer. However, the deal fell flat after Maitland found out the only reason they wanted to buy his company was to send a message to Matthew Ramos, aka Blood. Earl decided to do some investigation of his own and followed Al as he went on another mission. Spawn took out an entire floor of drug dealers and destroyed the merchandise, but a small boy pointed a gun at him and shot him. He dodged the bullet but fell through the window and hit the ground hard. Luckily, Earl was there and dragged him back to his home. Al said he was doing this to stop drugs from ending up in the hands of children but didn't like being followed. Earl eventually agreed to help him, but said he wasn't wearing a black costume. Al visited Cyan again, and she asked him to turn off the lights because it was easier to see him. She touched his face, but when he opened his eyes, a beam of green energy leaked out, and both of them were teleported somewhere else. The medical staff was immediately alerted that the girl and her visitor were both missing. They tried calling Terry, but he didn't answer because he was being interrogated by the police. The beam of green energy teleported them back to Al's apartment in the darkness. They both accused each other of doing it, but neither of them knew how they got there. Al wanted to go back, but his costume attacked him out of nowhere and caused him immense pain. Meanwhile, Shade informed his boss, the Soul Crusher, that Mr. Maitland refused to sell his company. The strange man was unaccustomed to not having his way, so he intended to pay Maitland a personal visit. The chains eventually released Al, and he recovered from his injuries. He thought Cyan had something to do with it and pulled the drapes up, trying to make the room a little brighter. The sharp light caused Cyan to panic, and she started screaming, so Al dragged her back into the dark. He quickly realized she didn't like the sun but had no problem with artificial light. Meanwhile, her dad was being interrogated by the FBI about the death of the drug dealers, and was also being accused of buying drugs to give his daughter. The officer also questioned him about Al, who had been seen alive in recent days, despite being declared dead for years. Al made a trip to Scandinavia to get Cog's advice on what to do with Cyan. He quickly realized just how powerful she really was, and needed to keep her in the light to prevent the demons that were stuck on Earth from finding her. While this was going on, a SWAT team is getting ready to raid Al's apartment. Cog tells Al that everyone who was stuck on Earth, be it angels or demons, is now coming after Cyan, thinking that she's the key to unlocking the dead zones. Unbeknownst to the two men, a SWAT team was raiding the apartment building trying to find their room. When they finally find them, Cog uses his powers to protect Cyan while Al deals with them. He wraps himself in chains to protect his body from bullets and attacks them. Eventually, they are overrun as more SWAT teams arrive, so Al takes Cyan and jumps to the next building, but a helicopter fires towards them using machine guns. He is able to keep Cyan safe and take down the helicopter as well. Out of nowhere, she begins convulsing, and a beam of green energy lights up the sky once again, this time teleporting them back to Terry's home. Al goes down to find some medicine, but is overwhelmed with pictures of Wanda and her children. What he didn't know is that another SWAT team was right outside the home, and they rush inside using smoke grenades. The officers quickly surround Al, but they find out things aren't what they seem. 3 more versions of Al appear out of nowhere, confusing the officers. He quickly deals with them and runs outside, but only one of them is the real him. In the back, Cyan waits for him and uses her new powers to cloak them invisible. Terry was being kept prisoner, but he refused to tell them anything about the drug lords in Simmons. The man pulling the strings is Commander Scarelli, who is confident that in the next 2 days Terry is going to break. After finishing work, the commander returns home where his 2 children are happy to see him. Ever since his divorce last year, they've been his pride and joy. Spawn visits him in the middle of the night and threatens to kill him and his children if he doesn't release Terry. After some beatings, Scarelli gives the order to release Terry from custody. Meanwhile, the Soul Crusher visits the home of Mr. Matlin and sends a deadly message to him by gassing his son and the dog. The police arrive and find the son and his dog wearing gas masks, but when they remove them, the flesh on their faces was nearly melted. Detectives Twitch and Burke are assigned to the case and find out that the father is a big-shot investor for some biochemical company. Cyan brings Spawn to the alleys of New York City, where they talk about Wanda and her new powers, which she didn't even know she had until a few days ago. A dark figure approaches, but it was Earl who brought Terry to be reunited with his daughter. The Soul Crusher returns to his hideout, somewhere in the labyrinth of sewers underneath the city, and is greeted by Shade, who brings his wheelchair. The old man is positive that Mr. Matlin got the message and will be more cooperative in the future. After committing the murder, he walked back into the city, but so far the only evidence they have is the World War I vintage gas mask left behind. Spawn comes clean and decides to tell Earl the truth about the costume and him being Spawn. Later, Spawn kills a low-life criminal who was abusing his wife, but things are not what they seem. Both of them are demons, and he warns them to leave Cyan alone or he's going to kill all of them. The Soul Crusher visits one of the nurses from the hospital where Cyan was staying and demands to know where she is, claiming she might be in danger. He didn't hesitate and killed the nurse, saying he wants the person that kidnapped Cyan and her sacrifice will be rewarded. The detectives follow up on their only clue so far, the gas mask, and question an antique dealer about the masks. It turns out those kinds of masks are rare and very expensive. The person doing this must be rich. While Sam stops to buy some donuts, Al talks to Twitch and asks for his help. He wants to send Cyan to Japan and wonders if he has any connections there that can keep her safe. Terry wants to send his children to school, including Cyan, but Al thinks it's too soon and might be a bad idea. He was right because, on the way to school, the Soul Crusher blows up her bus and kidnaps her, demanding to know where Spawn was. Luckily, he was right behind them, and the confrontation begins. The old man was augmented by the suit, and he was faster and stronger than Spawn anticipated. He unleashes a toxic gas that burns the skin in a matter of seconds and then tries to run away. But Spawn's chains follow him and attack him, causing the ground to collapse and allowing the Soul Crusher to escape into the sewers. Spawn doesn't chase him down but instead helps the other children because some of them were still stuck under the bus. Spawn visits Twitch once again and asks him for help in keeping Cyan safe in Japan. He understands and thinks he might know someone over there who can help. Next, he tells Terry his plan about moving his daughter to another country, but he isn't thrilled about the idea. Terry blames him for disappearing all these years and leaving his family defenseless against the forces of hell. Twitch calls his contact in Japan, a man in a black suit wearing dark glasses, who agrees to help him. Al has another nightmare involving Wanda. This time she was burning alive, and he wakes up screaming her name. Cyan was watching him sleep, but something was wrong. Some foreign entity took control of her body and talked to him, saying there are dark forces coming. The entity's name is Misery, and there are others like it who want to help, claiming that Spawn won't be able to fight the battles alone. She then touches Al's forehead, which restores his powers completely. His source of power has always been inside him. It was never about the costume. Al is Spawn, and not the other way around. The next day, Terry takes his daughter to Japan, and she couldn't help but feel impressed with the view from above. Cyan settled in with the host family and quickly became friends with their daughter Yoko. But ever since she came to Japan, she's been seeing a ghost following her around and showing her horrible things. Inside a pet shop in another part of the city, people are being held captive in cages, while their kidnappers mock them. Cyan is taken to the doctor by her host family, but there didn't seem to be anything physically wrong with her. The doctor thinks it might be stress-related. Spawn comes to check up on her and sees the ghost sitting outside the house, but only he can see it. Cyan was happy to see him and couldn't wait to catch up. Back at the pet shop, some of the prisoners are loaded inside a truck, but one girl drops her ring on the ground. Their captors were demons, and these prisoners were used as human bombs, setting them free and detonating to kill specific targets. Spawn follows the lonely ghost that's been stalking Cyan, and she leads him straight to the pet shop. But when he goes inside, one of the other prisoners jumps towards him and explodes, destroying the entire building. Spawn survived the explosion, but the entire place was destroyed, erasing any evidence left behind. He sees the ring dropped by the young woman earlier, but before he could get to it, a crow flies down and steals it. He follows the bird and traps it using his chains, but a swarm of crows attacks him out of nowhere. A mysterious man in a red suit named Shizumu tells the young woman to wait for him because he needs to go somewhere. He was controlling her mind with some kind of magic, and this entire club was a cesspool for human trafficking. The man visits a rival mobster and forces him to kill his entire crew, while he watches with a smile on his face. Spawn is able to recover the ring from the flock of birds and finds a connection to the woman who was being held captive. A top-secret meeting was taking place between Japanese crime bosses, but some of these people are fallen angels. Spawn breaks inside the building and finds the girl in one of the rooms. Guards are quickly alerted to his location, but he quickly deals with them. Shizumu eventually returns and confronts Spawn, taking control of his mind and turning the costume against him. Al was trying to control the costume, telling it what to do, but it wasn't behaving the way he wanted, so instead he stops telling it what to do and lets the symbiote do its own thing. The costume wasn't affected by Shizumu's mind control, and it attacked him. Luckily for him, the flock of crows comes flying in. It was one of his crew who could transform into crows. She is able to slow down Spawn long enough to save Shizumu. Spawn interrogates one of the other crime bosses and finds out that Shizumu and his crew got some cool powers a couple of months ago, and they work for a man named Okumatsu, aka Mr. O. Spawn kills his way inside the building where Mr. O was hiding, but he is invited to join him for dinner. Okumatsu is a fallen angel, and just like the demons from hell, he was stuck on Earth when Al closed off the dead zone. He decided to put his talents to good use and be productive, making a special serum and giving criminals special powers. On his way out, Mr. O gets inside the car and thinks that the Hellspawn is going to cause trouble, and he was right. Spawn attacks and kills him in his car as he was getting ready to leave, but the whole thing was witnessed by Cyan, who was nearby and saw everything. She had no idea and also doesn't understand how he is unable to keep her safe, even with all that power. She just wants to have a normal life and not be looking over her shoulder the entire time. But their conversation is interrupted by a flock of birds. The woman from before and others like her attack them out of nowhere, and Spawn is barely able to keep Cyan safe. The crow lady gets close enough to stab Cyan, but she uses her powers and teleports somewhere else. Sadly, she teleported underwater in the middle of the ocean. Before she passes out, she teleports again, this time arriving in the Sahara Desert. She focuses one more time, thinking about her host family, and this time she is able to teleport straight home, but something was wrong. Even though the odds were stacked against him, Spawn is able to overpower the Crow Lady, and she is forced to run away. But before she can get away, he catches her with one of his chains. Spawn pins the Crow Lady to the ground, and she threatens him, saying there will be more coming for him, but he welcomes it. He eventually lets her free, and she flies away into the darkness. Meanwhile, Cyan's host family were all frozen in time as Shizumu was mind controlling them. The entire scene was watched by the female ghost who was haunting Cyan before. The crime boss orders his men to kill the parents and even the little kid, but something began to change in her. Even though she couldn't move, she was able to turn every negative emotion against her attackers, becoming a black mirror. For once, they knew exactly how it felt to be one of their own victims, and it was killing them. Shizumu grabbed Yoko, the last family member left alive, and ran away. Cyan was taken to the hospital where Al came to check on her. He realized that coming here was a big mistake and wants to send her home on the next plane. But just before takeoff, she snuck out and decided to stay behind, determined to find Yoko and the people who took her. She became friends with the ghost that was stalking her, who, even though unable to speak, showed her where to find her friend. Meanwhile, Spawn went on a rampage and left no survivors, and even found Shizumu and sliced off his head. Cyan eventually finds the building where they were keeping Yoko, but she is attacked by the Crow Woman and a man who devours souls, who devours the ghost that became her friend. Cyan was taken by a man named Tamura, who was involved in a sadistic experiment with a creature that secretes a liquid drug that can be used to control human behavior. The liquid can only be produced if the creature devours young innocent children, which is what made each vial of the drug so valuable. Cyan was strapped to a chair and waiting for the same thing to be done to her when a young boy appeared out of the ground. He was one of the victims that had been killed there, and only his ghost remained. He was able to speak and keep her company while Spawn made his way toward the compound. He was shot out of the air and fell to the ground, where he was surrounded by demons on all sides. The demons rushed toward him, detonating on impact and hurting him greatly. The Crow Lady also came to settle the score, using a special gun to scare the Hellspawn away. She followed him and ran into Cyan as well and decided to slice her throat. But it wasn't actually her. Spawn had disguised Tamura to look like her, and she had just killed one of her own. Cyan finally found Yoko, but she was killed as well, and only her ghost remained. She talked to her and vowed to avenge her. Spawn went deeper into the compound and was confronted by the person in charge, a demon wearing red clothing and chains wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, the creature grew in size several times over, becoming as tall as a 10-story building. Only Satan was capable of doing this, but that was in hell. How was this demon able to do this? Ever since Cyan enhanced his powers, Spawn had been able to do things he couldn't do before, including willing himself into a hellish living spear. He then flew toward the creature at full speed and impaled it right in the abdomen. But the demon was not dead and got up eventually, shooting a blast of energy towards Spawn that hit one of the buildings and freed Cyan from her prison. Yoko helped her escape and she quickly dealt with a bunch of demons in the hallway. Cyan found the creature that had devoured the countless innocent children, including her friend Yoko. She was overwhelmed and went inside a room filled with valuable green drug. She wanted to numb her pain away and injected herself, but the liquid immediately began to affect her nervous system, increasing her powers tenfold. She then went outside to help Spawn and turned the monster's thoughts on himself, causing him to experience the pain of all the countless souls he had killed. This caused him to turn on himself and break apart his own skull, killing himself. After he was defeated, Cyan powered up and destroyed the entire facility, freeing the souls of those still there, including Yoko. Al and Cyan flew back to New York City, and he wanted to talk about her powers, but she wasn't in the mood to be lectured. Eventually, she listened, and Al wanted to figure out why she talked like someone else when she used her powers. Cogliostro warned him to do a better job at protecting her because if they were able to find her in Japan, they were going to find her here as well, and they'd do anything to take her powers. Spawn returned home and began his search for a demon to help him execute the next part of his plan. He kidnapped a famous rapper named Bonds Chilling, who was actually a demon in disguise. The media had gone wild after his disappearance, and Spawn wanted to use this to his advantage. He explained his plan to him, and Bonds agreed to help. Afterward, they teleported back to Times Square in New York City in broad daylight. The rapper's sudden reappearance became viral news, thanks to bystanders using their phones to spread the images globally. Spawn grabbed one of the officers and whispered something in his ear, then disappeared back into thin air. The next couple of days were hectic. Every media publication in the country reported on the kidnapping, but nobody knew who Spawn was or where he was hiding. He decided to put into motion the second part of his plan and appeared back in Times Square, but he didn't want to fight and he immediately surrendered. One of the officers tried to remove his mask, but it wasn't coming off, as if it were glued to his face. He was taken into custody and interrogated by the FBI, but one of the officers lost his temper and wanted to stab him. Spawn took the knife and stabbed himself, telling the officer to push it nice and deep if he wanted to kill him. A swarm of officers rushed inside the room and beat the crap out of him, leaving him for dead on the floor. Even the president got involved and wanted answers, but the CIA didn't have a clue about who he was, and now he was dead. Spawn's body was taken to the morgue and the doctors confirmed that he didn't have any pulse. X-rays and other machines weren't working around him, so they began the autopsy. The team of doctors tried to break off his mask using a saw, but the machine broke when it touched his skin. They couldn't explain how any of this was possible when, out of nowhere, Spawn woke up gasping for air. But as soon as he got up, he fell to the ground unconscious once again, leaving the doctors in shock. Next, they took him into solitary confinement, hoping to break his spirit, but Spawn wasn't even in the mood for eating. Over the next few days, the CIA tortured him, trying to get him to talk and answer questions about his identity, but nothing would break him. A lawyer was assigned to defend him, but he was instructed by the CIA to report anything he found out back to them. After everything else failed, Spawn was taken to a maximum security prison, where the warden took a turn at trying to break him. They stripped away his clothes and assigned him to Compound 8, one of the toughest sections of the prison, where only the most ruthless criminals resided. He is quickly surrounded by a bunch of inmates, all looking to take a turn at the fresh meat, but one of the toughest prisoners steps in, claiming that Spawn belongs to him. They take him to the washing room where he wants to violate him, but Spawn grabs him by the throat and slams him against the machines. He then transforms and threatens Jerome, the prison bitch, who was actually a demon in disguise. During the night, Spawn attacks the man who wanted to violate him, making it look like an accident. In the morning, he tells Jerome his entire plan, saying he wanted to end up in prison and offer himself as bait, trying to lure the demons out there to come after him. Jerome gives him a name, a demon named Gideon, in exchange for protection against the hell demons. The federal agent that brought Spawn to prison comes and takes him to another part of the prison where he plans to torture him, a place filled with halves of former prisoners. He then shows him an old friend, someone he hadn't seen in a long time, the android Overkill. The guards hand him right in front of his former enemy and begin torturing him. They break his fingers, hit him in the face with hammers, and even try to cut his flesh. The federal agent leaves, leaving 2 guards to do his dirty work for him. After 20 minutes of intense pain and despair, there is a loud explosion, and the alarms go off. When the other guards arrive, Spawn was missing, and he had hanged the 2 guards in his place. Spawn escaped the prison and went to visit Mark Rose, the reporter friend of Jim Downing. He wants him to ask the prison if Spawn is still a prisoner there because they would be forced to lie and cover up his escape. 2 demons are already informed of his escape, but are unsure who alerted the media already. They are the ones who killed Wanda and are worried that Spawn might be coming for them. Spawn breaks inside the federal agent's home during the night and tortures him. After nearly 30 minutes, he gets every piece of information he could have gotten out of him, and then leaves his crows to eat his flesh. Spawn promptly returns to the prison and hangs himself in chains, but what the guards fail to notice is that Overkill is now missing. The guards are unsure what to do next and just point their guns toward him, thinking he's some kind of zombie. Suddenly, someone sounds the alarm, calling all the guards to come to Sector 9 because something big was going on there. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the guards were grouped in one section of the prison, the inmates decide to riot. Most of them are here for life, so what else do they have to lose? Meanwhile, in the basement, Al changes into Spawn and goes on a rampage on the guards below him. He wanted to send a clear message and force everyone to fear his wrath. The prisoners cause a massive riot that quickly turns into a war zone, and many of them are able to escape the prison and go into the city. The cells were now mostly empty, and only Spawn is left alone, walking the doorways. He is looking for someone, a man that Jerome told him about. He finds Cirelli sitting quietly in his cell, and he apologizes for cutting his tongue, but he refused to talk to him earlier. Cirelli gives him a name, a man named Gideon from Albany, but the prisoners were not the only ones who managed to escape the prison. Overkill, who had been dead for nearly a decade, was now free. The android goes on a rampage, destroying everything in its path, trying to find someone, and eventually finds the person inside his limousine. Spawn finally understood that he could never fight his war alone, and he's going to need an army. Everything he did for the past few months had been planned meticulously. He gathered weapons, built his own laboratory where he constructed the bottom half of Overkill, and even let himself get captured by the police. He kidnapped an angel and brought him to his hideout, telling him his plan, and that he's going to kill anyone that's coming for him, demons or angels alike. He then visits Mark because his costume sensed something demonic coming from him, but it wasn't him. It was his girlfriend Susan. He grabs her head and kills her in front of Mark, who calls him out of his mind. Spawn tells him the truth, that she was a demon in disguise, and to get ready, because the next time they see each other, he's going to ask for a favor. Spawn then visits the president, Donald Trump, who was giving an interview in the Oval Office. But the president and his guards aren't who they say they are. They were also angels in disguise. He breaks one of their wings, demanding to know who killed his wife. He then teleports the two reporters who were videotaping the entire thing and asks them to release the footage to the world, claiming he wants to expose who the real enemy is. Spawn reveals his next part of the plan and his personal army that consists of Cygor, Overt Kill, the Curse, and even the Freak. He brings Mark to his hideout and shows him his personal army. At this point, he was the only human in the room. Meanwhile, the clown has a secret meeting with one of his fellow demons, who brings him a mysterious skull. Spawn sends each of his Frankenstein soldiers into the world to do his work. Freak visits an Indian hacker and asks him to get the bank codes to some big accounts from powerful people. The Curse is sent to Ireland to interrogate a priest and collect information about his partners. Cygor and Overt Kill are sent into the jungles of Papua New Guinea to destroy a telecommunications tower. Meanwhile, Spawn sneaks inside a secret data center filled with thousands of servers and downloads information about every financial transaction between all the shadow players he now hunts. He hands over the documents to Mark and asks him to write an article that will expose thousands of CEOs, politicians, and world leaders who are conspiring against humanity. Next, he goes back into the alleys and sits on the throne and waits for the clown. The fat guy shows up and plants the mysterious skull in his face, which instantly drains his powers. Now in a weakened state, the clown stabs him using a crowbar and then leaves him to die on the ground. But Spawn isn't dead, and he wakes up several hours later, claiming the clown took the bait. Meanwhile, Mark is working as quickly as he can on putting the evidence together that will hopefully expose mankind to the real enemy around them. Mark spent 7 hours at the library, doing research about forgotten facts from the dawn of man's early recorded writings. Spawn asked him to make a report and to avoid using the internet because he might leave a digital trail behind for them to follow. He takes him back to his house and reveals the origin of the first Spawn. During the first Armageddon, there were two great commanders, one black and the other white. Eventually, they were killed, and Satan took their skulls and impaled them in hell for all to see, to show that he was above them all. Later, they created a new creature to serve them, one fused from both heaven and hell's fury. This was the very first Spawn. They shattered the two skulls and merged them together, the power of the white demons and the black angel, into something that would last forever. But the other day when the clown attacked him, he used a piece of this skull which drained his powers. It acted almost like kryptonite to him, making him weaker. Spawn shows Mark a little girl he was keeping prisoner in the basement, but it was actually a demon in disguise. After getting the information he needed, he lets Cygor attack the demon and kill it, leaving Mark in shock. Spawn explains that ever since he came back, his powers have changed, and he is able to bring the dead back to life simply by touching them. Once they are resurrected, they become loyal to him, and he is able to use them to his advantage. But he thinks this is a curse and he wants to break it. In order to do this, he wants to see Jim Downing. Mark visits media publications and shows them pictures from inside the White House, proving that Spawn met the president when he was supposed to be in prison. Those images quickly become viral, proving that the president is lying to his people. Spawn confronts Blood for the first time, demanding to know everything he knows about Downing. Blood was reluctant at first, but after a small beating, he was much more cooperative. Spawn is determined to break his curse and visits Downing in the hospital. He disconnects him from the machines that were keeping him alive and then shines a bright light of energy into his body. Spawn's plan is having an impact on the global markets. Fueled by a lack of trust in the government, companies owned by demons and angels alike were beginning to bleed a lot of money. A demon from hell asks for help from the angel Gabrielle, but she thinks the hell spawn is their mess and doesn't want to get involved just yet. The people were outraged and protested outside the White House when, out of nowhere, there was a large explosion. Spawn rushed to see what happened and met a godsend, one of heaven's warriors. The godsend creates a bubble around them to shield them from the public eye and asks Spawn for help. He wants them to join forces and attack hell together, saying that afterward, he's going to have just one enemy and not two. Spawn declines, and the two of them begin to fight. But the godsend was matching his blows and even had a costume similar to his. Eventually, Spawn shows him the true extent of his powers and ends the fight quickly, even though the godsend claimed there are hundreds more just like him. After the dome disappears, Spawn changes back into Al Simmons so the people could see, and he says he's here to save their souls. Everyone gathers around him, taking pictures and videos, asking if he's American and where he comes from. Spawn warns them not to trust the government and the people in charge, saying his name is Colonel Al Simmons. Police show up and want to arrest him, signaling that it's time for him to disappear once again. His dramatic appearance goes viral. Every media publication and social media site was writing about him. Later in the day, he goes back to the alleys and sits on the throne, and as always, the clown shows up. Spawn claims the clown is obsessed with him. He knows that just coming here will draw him out of hiding. The two of them begin a brutal fight, and Spawn changes form as well, transforming himself into a demon. They were trading blows until the clown decides to teleport both of them into the desert. Without shadows, Spawn's powers begin to drain rapidly, and the clown stabs him from behind. He had planned this entire thing and manages to crucify Spawn to a cross in the desert, where he leaves him to die. The clown mocks him, claiming he helped create him in the first place, and Malebolgia just took the credit. This is why he was sent to keep an eye on him, because only he was capable of destroying him if something were to go wrong. Meanwhile, in New York City, Cogliostro visits Mark and hands him a file that contains all the military information about Al Simmons. The clown continues to torture Spawn and stabs him using a dagger, spilling his green blood everywhere. But Spawn isn't completely helpless. By using the shadow from the cross and the clown's own shadow, he's able to summon his pets to come help him. He then frees himself from the cross and pins the clown to the ground, saying he knows how to kill him. He rips his two horns and stabs him in the chest with them, and then rips his head right off, decapitating the clown. Spawn takes his pets and leaves the desert, leaving the clown's head impaled on a stick for everyone to see. Somewhere in a hidden corner of Earth, the Redeemer was watching everything and claims he needs every available warrior to stop Spawn. A meeting was taking place between the Redeemer and other forces of heaven. He wants to face Spawn head-on, claiming they need to stop him before he gets too strong, but that's already too late. They recall Al Simmons' life and every event that led them to this point, how he was a trained killer working for the army, and how he ended up in hell after his boss had him killed. Malebolgia, the Violator, demons, and angels all had a small part in making Spawn what he is today. Cogliostro agrees they need to stop him together, and even though he isn't confident in them winning, he only cares about his own survival. Cogliostro continues to compliment Spawn, saying that neither heaven nor hell can kill him at this point. He's just too strong. His transformation grew steadily over the years, and not even he could notice just how strong he was growing. Everyone that came after him thought they knew how to beat him, but they were merely building him into a killing machine. They were strengthening him. When he killed himself, he chose Jim Downing as his successor, but that wasn't by accident. Downing was one of the souls that inhabited Spawn's body when he was resurrected, and he was also the first Spawn that never died. By killing his wife, they only made things worse and took away the only leverage they ever had on him. Now he has nothing left to lose and doesn't care if he dies anymore. All he wants is revenge. But the Redeemer is still confident they can take him, because unlike hell, heaven's warriors are not cowards. Al Simmons uses a secure location to give a series of interviews to the media. Mark was the one helping him transmit the signal, but he needs to get back because he has a day job. He goes back to work, but falls asleep, dead tired after working all night with Simmons. On his way out, he is stopped by two FBI agents who arrest him and take him to an interrogation room. They wanted to know what happened to his girlfriend, Susan, who's been missing for the past 2 months. They found her blood on his carpet inside the home and accuse him of killing her. The two detectives quickly reveal they aren't human and threaten him. But luckily, Spawn comes to his rescue and exposes the imposters. They are actually the Redeemer and another angel, trying to find out where Spawn was hiding. Meanwhile, Nyx talks to her friend Jessica and warns her that everyone who's ever come in contact with Spawn has died. This makes both of them potential targets because they've been in contact with him plenty of times. Spawn deals with the two warriors and teleports Mark to his home, but when they arrive, they are greeted by more demons and must begin a fight to the death. It started with angel warriors, then hell joined the fight, making Spawn's odds of winning that much lower. Two angels want to kill Mark, saying he doesn't serve a purpose anymore, but Spawn pushes him into the shadows and teleports him to the safe house. The fights are brutal and he tries catching his breath, then grabs the Redeemer and takes him into the shadows. The Godsend follows them, but Spawn had already teleported to another place. Drastic plunges in international stock markets, sudden deaths, and disappearances of more than a dozen high-ranking global executives for some of the biggest corporations were all linked to Spawn. Nyx asked Cogliostro for help, and he came to talk. Random acts of violence have been happening all over the world, but the media is downplaying the severity of it. Spawn confronts a demon newscaster, demanding to know who killed his wife. The demon tells him to start looking in Albania. But after Spawn leaves, another bigger demon shows up, complimenting the newscaster for pointing the Hellspawn in the right direction. Mark accuses Spawn of disrupting the international markets and causing harm to millions of people around the world. But Spawn doesn't care, saying he hasn't been normal for a long time. Somewhere in Nebraska, the Johnston clan was having their annual barbecue, where every member of the family was invited to eat some delicious food and have a good time. Later, however, someone attacks the people in the house, brutally killing them. It was a little girl, one of the youngest members of the family, who had completely lost control and killed everyone with a knife. News stations were reporting the same thing, that random acts of violence have been happening all around the world and nobody knew why. Spawn shows Mark his true form. Ever since he came back from the dead, he hasn't been human, and this grotesque form is what was left of him. He goes to Albania, following the tip he got from the newscaster, and finds a secret base where they are mass-producing toxic chemicals responsible for the random acts of violence around the world. He is confronted by a demon who turns on artificial light that weakens Spawn's powers, and he falls to his knees. The demon reveals his true face, looking very similar to the clown and even bearing the same mark on his face. He was working together with the forces of heaven, and Godsend wanted to finish him off. The clown whispers in Spawn's ear that he is the one who murdered Wanda, but that's everything he wanted to hear. Spawn stabs the clown in the chest and rips out his heart, but the demon didn't need a heart and revealed who he really was. He was the Violator himself, someone who survived and managed to transform his appearance to look bigger and stronger. He lifts Spawn over his head, slams him on the ground, and then stabs him in the head using his horns. The Godsend also stabs him using an angelic dagger, pushing him against the barrels of toxic chemicals. Thinking that he is dead, the Violator cuts away his costume, leaving nothing but Al Simmons' deformed body behind. But Al wasn't dead. After they leave the compound, he detonates his body, causing a massive explosion and destroying all the supplies of toxic chemicals. From the burning rubble, Al Simmons emerges unharmed once again. It wasn't the symbiote that gave him powers that made him what he is. It didn't make him Spawn because Al Simmons is Spawn. 3 hours earlier, after Spawn dragged the Redeemer into the shadows, they began to fight. But Spawn wanted him to reconsider and abandon God. He claimed God was lying only to get what he wants and is no better than Satan. He called him by his human name, Eddie Frank, whom Spawn met a long time ago when he was just a kid. He implanted a hell seed inside him and wanted the Redeemer to join him, which he ultimately did. The Redeemer abandoned God and joined Spawn in his quest to cleanse the earth of hell and heaven, becoming the Reaper. Meanwhile, a secluded hospice recently received a new patient, Jim Downing, who for 8 months had been in a coma. The Shadow Forces sent 2 of their agents to find him and kill him, but Spawn anticipated this and sent out his blood squad to keep him safe. His crew confronted the 2 Shadow agents and brutally killed them, leaving nothing but carnage behind. At the same time, Jim Downing woke up from his coma with his eyes glowing green. Jessica Priest came to check on her best friend Nyx after she claimed she had valuable information on the Shadow players. But she was too late. Nyx was already killed, and her dead body lay cold on the ground. Jessica found an ancient amulet and wanted to perform a resurrection. Uttering words from a short spell, the ground began to shake and the room was engulfed in a green shroud, while Jessica was overwhelmed with images of Spawn's entire life, including his enemies. When the spell was over, Jessica was bathed in necroplasm and transformed into She-Spawn, a female version of Spawn. Spawn collected pieces from his broken costume and confidently claimed his enemy's time on Earth was over. The clown summoned a battalion of demons from hell, but Spawn summoned a battalion of undead from the ground, calling them to do his bidding. The clown didn't understand how he could be this powerful, especially since he was holding the costume in his hands. But Spawn claimed the costume was nothing more than a bomb, and then counted down from 3. A powerful explosion shook the entire place, causing a massive discharge of energy that could be seen even from space. His enemies were both killed in the blast, but his powers were drained completely, and the meter stood at 0. At the same moment, around the globe, a spark was triggered and a new breed of Hellspawn was born. The army surrounded the entire blast zone and created a cover story for the explosion. But Al Simmons gave many interviews afterward and asked the people to hold their leaders accountable and not believe everything they were told. The next few weeks continued with business as usual. He went around the country brutally murdering demons in his pursuit to eliminate them completely from Earth. But the blast and the depletion of his powers took its toll on him, and he wasn't at full strength. His costume reverted to a previous form and wasn't any match for a new villain, who claimed there were bigger forces at play than even heaven and hell. While he waited for his powers to grow again, Spawn stole a bunch of weapons and resorted to his soldier training. A man created a device that could detect paranormal activity, including demons, and he went looking for his brother who went missing a couple of years back. He ran into Overkill and the Freak, who escaped from Spawn's basement and went on a demon-killing spree. The Freak was actually this guy's brother, but he was completely crazy and didn't remember much of his previous life. He gutted his brother with a dagger and left him to bleed to death. Meanwhile, an Asian man remembered how his family always talked about their heritage, saying they were a special people and that someday they would be compelled to answer a calling. He always thought those were nothing more than stories, so he turned his back on his family and lived his life. But for the past 2 years, the man was hearing voices telling him to prepare for a darkness, so he took his sword and performed seppuku. After laying on the ground unconscious for a few moments, a darkness covered his entire body, transforming him into a samurai hellspawn. Spawn is in pursuit of eradicating the evil that spreads around mankind, and he doesn't care if it's demons or angels. If they attempt to impose their will on another living soul, they become his target. His recent activities, however, have gained him the title of vigilante. He infiltrates an abandoned warehouse where demons disguised as people were running a human trafficking ring. However, they are not afraid of him. They know his powers aren't what they used to be, and he was even carrying guns. But his enemies would easily forget that Al Simmons was a trained assassin, and he didn't need his powers to take them out. He quickly deals with the bodyguards, using his guns and grenades to eliminate them. He then transports the prisoners, including many children, to Central Park, where they can't be hurt anymore. The ring boss transforms into a hideous demon and attacks Spawn from behind, but someone shoots him from behind. Jessica Priest, a friend of Nick's, came to help him, but he doesn't know whether to trust her or not. She eventually calms him down, saying she didn't come to fight him, and shows him her glowing green eyes. Apparently, Nyx was doing some research into the shadow players that were after Spawn and found something, but they got to her and killed her before she could deliver the message. Now all that remains is her phone, which was encrypted. Al brings Jessica back to his hideout and introduces her to Mark, who panics a little. She then transforms into a hellspawn herself, claiming that when Spawn created that huge explosion, a piece of the necroplasm bonded with her. Mark is able to decrypt the phone and realizes that Nyx was able to detect 12 necroplasm energy signs all around the world. A long time ago, Al planted pieces of his symbiote in 5 different people just in case he ever died, but he can't explain why the map shows 12 people. Meanwhile, in the Vatican, 2 agents are heading to the basement to see a prisoner that was being kept in one of the cells. Inside the prison cell, there was a giant-sized medieval hellspawn contained under artificial sunlight to weaken his powers. Eventually, we find out the truth. The person who killed Nyx was actually Cogliostro, who wanted to bury the secrets that she was able to uncover about the shadow players. Somewhere near the border with Canada, Eddie Frank, aka the Redeemer, was now in his human form and trying to hide from the shadow forces. But 2 agents were right on his trail. They accuse him of being a traitor for rejecting his role as the Redeemer any longer and start firing toward him. Innocent bystanders get killed in the wave of bullets, but they didn't care. Human life didn't matter to these people. Spawn is sorry that Nyx was killed. The only reason he planted the Hellspawn seed in her was because he wanted someone to replace him if he ever died. But when Jessica attempted to resurrect her, she received those powers and became She-Spawn. Spawn realizes that one of the energy signals on the map must be coming from Eddie Frank, and he was probably being chased by someone. He and Jessica gear up, determined to go help him. Meanwhile, the Vatican sent their medieval Spawn to go after Eddie as well, asking him to prove if he's really one of them. Mark receives another alert on his computer. This time it was some video footage from the hospice where Jim Downing was staying, proving that he was now out of a coma. Medieval Spawn corners Eddie and pins him against the wall, threatening to end his life with his giant sword. But it doesn't take long for Spawn and She-Spawn to arrive to his rescue. Jessica takes out one of the agents that was actually an angel in disguise, while Al takes on the medieval Spawn. The fight is brutal, but Spawn holds his own, trading blow for blow with a bigger and stronger version of himself. He takes him into the forest nearby, using the shadows, where the fight continues. Meanwhile, the second angel attacks Jessica and overpowers her, but Eddie decides to join the fight and transforms into the Reaper. He easily takes out the angel with just one blast of energy. Spawn takes his opponent's sword and decapitates him, breaking a sacred creed that has stood since the creation of darkness itself. Spawns do not kill spawns. They all teleport back to the hideout, but they brought the medieval Spawn as well, claiming they want to study him and find out why he turned on them. Spawn holds the severed head in his hands, but something begins to happen and he is engulfed in an orange liquid. Suddenly, he is pulled into complete darkness and he feels himself falling, but he doesn't know where. Then, in a distant future, we see 2 people, a man named Raptor and the last woman on Earth, Claudia's. They are both fighting to stay alive, battling a giant angel who is a legion of 1,000 angels. The giant angel destroys Raptor, but his voice is still stuck inside her head, communicating with her. He wants her to use her powers and find his spirit, which was locked inside the legion of angels. Claudia's eventually finds Raptor, and he is able to destroy the angel from within, causing a massive explosion. From the ashes he is reborn, holding the crown of heaven in his hands. The two people spend the afternoon on top of a building, talking, remembering the past and their loved ones. In this future, there was a great war that killed all of humanity. They are among the last few people left alive on the planet, and everything is destroyed around them. They prepare for one final battle, saying that if they succeed, there won't be any more angelic harvests, no more severing minds from their bodies, and no more cannibalistic demon feasts. Suddenly, a shadowy figure sneaks up behind them and slices Claudia's head right off, leaving Raptor in complete shock. The shadowy figure is Spawn, who accuses them of messing with his head, but Raptor calls him a monster and blames him for killing their future. The battle between Spawn and Raptor rages on, with neither of them able to gain the upper hand. They are both equal in their powers and skills. After emerging from the darkness and into the future, Spawn thought these two people were his enemies. That's why he attacked them. For some unknown reason, both Spawn and Raptor are draining each other's powers, becoming weaker. Spawn feels himself growing weaker and goes back into the shadows, hoping to draw his opponent after him and gain the upper hand. But while in there, their minds merge together, and Spawn feels his opponent's memories mingled with his. Just before Raptor disappears and Spawn returns to the present, he finds out the truth. He is responsible for this grim future, and it all begins with freeing the beast. Everywhere around the world, a ghost appears randomly in people's homes and kills their innocent children, feeding on their souls. Nobody can predict where it's going to strike next because it moves through the shadows, claiming that Billy is gone. Bannister, one of the leaders of the Shadow Players, organized a meeting to celebrate the disappearance of the clown, which put their coalition in charge. They know about the 12 spawns and want to get to them first in order to recruit them. The recent fight between Spawn and the medieval Spawn proves that they can be manipulated and used against each other. Cogliostro shows up uninvited and wants to help, claiming that without him, they won't even get close to them. Meanwhile, Spawn and his recruits want to do the same thing, but he isn't at full strength just yet and decides to use the armor from his dead enemy. He sends the Reaper and She-Spawn to meet one of the targets and hopefully recruit them. Somewhere in New Mexico, Javier, aka the gunslinger Spawn, has gotten himself into a bar fight and killed everyone inside. Cogliostro makes first contact and warns him that his human body is too weak and will shrivel away in 24 hours. He goes back to the town where he first arrived to try and find out what went wrong, and maybe do something about his condition. The gunslinger heads back to a town where all of its inhabitants have been poisoned by some unknown force. This all happened right before he was transported here, and when he first arrived, he quickly jumped into the first host that crossed his path. Sadly for him, that host was also infected, just like everyone else in the town, and it carried over with him when he became a Hellspawn. He is ambushed inside a beauty shop by Cog and two Hellhounds, who don't stand a chance against his guns. Meanwhile, Spawn and Mark are having an argument, trying to understand why the medieval Spawn attacked him. It goes against the rules of Hellspawns. The Reaper and She-Spawn arrive in Tokyo, where they were supposed to meet an informant who had information on the Shadow Players. But the place is deserted with no sign of anyone, so they decide to make some noise and attract something. Cog wants to recruit the gunslinger and brings out another version of Javier Sanchez, the same person he was currently possessing. Sanchez turns into a hybrid demon and attacks him, but because the gunslinger's body was poisoned, he is much weaker and eventually loses the fight. The demon enters his body and takes over him completely, transforming him into a deadlier version of a Hellspawn. But the gunslinger is still in control, saying he used Cog to gain new powers from his demon, making him stronger. He then decapitates Cog and leaves the town, having found a way to escape his death and become stronger than ever. With recent outbreaks of an unknown virus, the scientific community has been working non-stop to come up with a vaccine. That day finally came when Dr. Mila Visser and her team found a cure. News stations were reporting how the virus was infecting people and changing their behavior, turning them extremely violent. The doctor returns home and is greeted by her family as she waits for the vaccine to get approved. But Spawn visits her during the night, accusing her of making the virus worse instead of curing it. She was actually a demon working for the Shadow with the demons who created the virus in the first place. He kills her and leaves her husband to weep for her, who had no idea who she really was. Later in the hideout, Jessica hits on Al, but he isn't interested in her advances, claiming they are in a war and can't allow themselves to get careless. He teleports her to where Nyx was killed and uses his powers to bring the dead back to life, including her best friend. She immediately starts crying, but this isn't her friend anymore. He wants to prove a point and see if she has the stomach for this because it's only going to get uglier. Spawn goes to India searching for his blood squad, who started answering to a new master ever since new Hellspawns appeared all over the world. He changes into Al Simmons and meets Jim Downing, the Spawn that took his place after he killed himself. Al didn't know he came out of a coma and wanted to make sure he was on his side. Jim is the one who stole his reanimated team because he wanted to bring them back to life using his own blood. Spawn calls him an idiot, saying that his blood was tainted by Malabolgia and the clown, and then attacks him. The two of them get into a confrontation, and even though Spawn didn't want to waste any energy, he needs to show he is the alpha dog now. Jim claims he doesn't answer to him, so Spawn breaks the machinery and frees his blood squad, saying he prefers them dead and under his control. Meanwhile, in North Dakota, someone killed two demons who were disguised as humans, living their lives and waiting for the perfect moment to join the war. But the gunslinger was making preparations of his own, and they just happened to get in his way. He doesn't know why or how he got to this future, but he does know they'll come for him eventually. They always do. He prepares himself by bathing in the barn's cold shadows, but unlike other spawns, he likes doing most of his work in broad daylight. Back at the hideout, Mark gets bored and goes down to the basement where the armor of the medieval spawn was lying. He puts on the helmet and takes a few selfies and then picks up the sword. All of a sudden, the sword emits a green energy that engulfs him, causing him to black out from the immense pain. Eventually, the gunslinger is confronted by dark angels who don't waste any time and immediately attack him. His bullets are like kryptonite to them, and one hit is enough to kill them. He kills the last one outside with a dagger, stabbing him through the head. Meanwhile, Downing continues to defy Spawn, saying he doesn't work for him, and tries to heal Cygor, who wasn't looking too good. Luckily, his powers work, but it takes a toll on his body, and he is visibly weakened. Downing refuses to join Spawn, so he leaves, claiming he won't last long fighting this war alone. After killing his opponents, Gunslinger gets on a white horse and leaves the farm, heading towards an unknown destination. He is stopped by Jessica, who came looking for him on a motorcycle. Since he was teleported here from his own time in the 1800s, he's never seen a metal horse before. Jessica tells him about the other spawns and offers to help him, but he doesn't want any help and prefers to be alone. We see his power meter and learn that he is actually one of the strongest spawns out there. As a sign of good faith, she creates a motorcycle for him as well and teaches him how to ride it, saying it's going to run a lot faster than his horse. Meanwhile, Spawn brings Overkill on a dangerous mission, trying to reach a remote island in the middle of the ocean. As they walk along the beach, they fall into quicksand, and Overkill quickly sinks underneath. It takes everything he's got, but eventually Spawn pulls him out. However, they aren't out of danger just yet because a giant red creature confronts them, which also bears the mark of a hellspawn. It attacks and nearly kills the android, but Spawn demands him to stop. The creature listens to him and even talks back, saying his name is Monolith. But instead of talking, Spawn takes his gun and shoots it, unloading everything in his arsenal. The creature, however, is unharmed and hits him at full strength, as if he was being hit by a giant charging rhino. Spawn didn't stand a chance and was beaten in just mere seconds. Monolith then teleports him back to his base, where they are greeted by soldiers who wear masks over their faces. They strap Spawn to a machine and torture him using sonic waves, powerful enough to cause him great pain. The creature puts a hood over his face and says that in the morning his master will want to speak with him. His master is the Omega Spawn, one of the strongest and most feared spawns in existence. He was conquering another planet when Spawn opened a portal that dragged him to Earth, and now he is stuck here. When he first landed on Earth, Cogliostro wanted to steal his powers, but he stood no chance and was easily beaten. But the Omega Spawn didn't kill him because he wanted the hidden knowledge to leave this planet, and orders Spawn to find out everything he can from the old man, threatening him with more sonic waves if he refuses. But out of nowhere, someone attacks him from behind. It was the medieval Spawn who came to his rescue. He stabs the behemoth in the eye, partially blinding him and giving them the upper hand. As the Omega Spawn falls to the ground screaming in pain, medieval Spawn summons his sword back to him. The fight rages on as the Omega creates a vacuum, pulling the heroes towards impaling rocks, but Spawn is able to hold the two of them using the sword. Medieval Spawn jumps towards him, blinding him a second time using his costume, followed by a devastating blow to his chest by Spawn. Even though he was injured, the Omega was still stronger than both of them. But luckily, Spawn managed to bond with Monolith after he was taken prisoner and orders him to attack his master. He grabs his chains, immobilizing him, while medieval Spawn takes the sword and cuts off his hand. A torrent of necroplasm harvested from the souls of millions of victims shoots wildly from the amputated arm, directly hitting Monolith and instantly killing him. Omega Spawn activates sonic waves that hurt both of the Hellspawns, rendering them unable to move. But something sinister was coming out from the hole where Cogliostro was being kept prisoner. A grotesque black creature with spikes, bearing the mark of a Hellspawn, crawls out with only one purpose in mind: revenge. The creature slowly spreads itself in every direction at once, like some animalistic disease bent on consuming its prey, like some kind of plague. It unleashes a sickening shriek, like the sound of a soul being tortured, that has the same excruciating effect on Omega as the sonic waves have on Spawn. A group of soldiers attacks the two Hell Spawns, and they are forced to work together to defend themselves. The Omega claims that only the strongest of them will get to rule the Earth, while the loners, like the Plague, will get destroyed. It grabs him in the palm of its hands, breaking his bones with a tight squeeze, but the Plague grows spikes on its body, injuring the Omega and forcing him to release him. While the other two Spawns were busy fighting the soldiers, Spawn couldn't help but notice the severity of Omega's injuries. Now desperate, the Omega powers up and creates a giant ball of green energy. It then releases it upon his enemy, causing a massive explosion that triggered a number of earthquakes around the globe. Omega controlled the earthquakes, but he didn't want to kill millions of people. He just wanted to send a message, a signal calling others for help. Spawn takes the sword and jumps him from behind, stabbing the behemoth in the back of his head. But he wasn't dead just yet and gets up even more furious than before. He picks up a giant rock and crashes it on top of the two Hellspawns. Meanwhile, the Plague crawls from under a pile of rocks and slithers towards Omega, sneaking up behind him. The fight continues, and Spawn wraps his chains around the monster's throat, preventing him from breathing. Plague joins as well, wrapping its black tar around the beast's legs and immobilizing it. Together they manage to drop the Omega on the ground, and Plague drags it inside the same hole from which it came crawling out. Omega is unable to defend himself anymore as he gets dragged against his will into the darkness. The entire island was beginning to collapse, and they needed to get the hell out of there. Spawn brings Medieval Spawn back to his hideout using the shadows, but he was severely weakened and needed some rest to regain his powers. Spawn wanted to know why he helped him, especially after the first time they met when he wanted to kill him. She-Spawn walks in on them and threatens to blow his nutsack since that was the only weak spot on his armor. Spawn goes looking for Mark and finds him tucked away in a corner on level 7. He doesn't remember anything that happened in the past several hours and has no idea how he got here. They go back to check on Medieval Spawn, but he had disappeared, leaving only his armor behind. On top of everything that's been going on, someone attacked Cygor and wrapped him in chains, hinting that someone might have snuck inside the hideout. Spawn gets into a heated confrontation with She-Spawn, saying they can't allow themselves to waste any time because the enemy won't stop until all of them, and their loved ones, are dead. Jessica is annoyed with him and takes off, wanting to clear her mind while Mark shows him something. The island where they fought the Omega is some kind of portal that his enemies were exploiting because targets keep disappearing, then reappearing. In a small town in Italy, people were enjoying a lovely dinner at a cozy little restaurant. The food here has always been delicious, but people don't come here for the food. They come to meet the amazing owner Gino Spadillo, who is always kind and generous. But Gino holds a dark secret. In his wine cellar behind a secret door, he holds a couple as hostages. Spawn sneaks up behind him and confronts him, revealing that Gino is actually a vampire. After quickly dealing with him, Spawn finds what he was actually looking for, a list that contains names of loyal agents hidden across the planet, which he intends to kill one at a time. Next, he visits Detective Burke in his apartment and gives him a file containing names and a list of corporations belonging to the Shadow Players. He wants him and Twitch to help him bring them down. Meanwhile, a demon named Jericho was hired to kidnap Cygor in hopes of setting up a trap and luring Spawn out. But things don't go as planned. The beast goes on a killing spree trying to escape. A man named Soul Crusher appears, vowing to keep the beast in check until Spawn arrives, and then see who is stronger. The Soul Crusher battles the enraged ape, who comes directly at him with full force, but bullets have no effect on him. He then tries brute force, punching the ape and sending it flying into the air. His plan had finally worked, and he had succeeded in getting Spawn's attention. Spawn dives into the water to save Cygor before he drowned to death and throws him into a nearby warehouse. He then goes into a sunken ship and uses the shadows to teleport inside the warehouse. The ape was badly injured but still alive. However, before they could escape to safety, Soul Crusher attacks them once again, blasting the ape from behind. This pisses Spawn off, and he uses his costume to blind his opponent, forcing him to defend himself with a knife. Al wraps his chains around his body, squeezing the life out of him. But before he could kill him, Wanda appears as a vision. She asks him to be better than his enemies and not be a killer, and instead show mercy and become a king. Overwhelmed by his vision, Spawn decides to leave the Soul Crusher alive. At least Cygor is now forever loyal to him, and the Shadow Players have gained another enemy. The crew has a meeting, and Spawn wonders what happened to Medieval Spawn. He hasn't seen him ever since he came back from the island. He believes that his hideout is compromised, and it all started when they came along, so he wants both of them gone. Spawn goes outside to clear his mind and follows a lead, a man named Paul Green who used to work for the Shadow Players. He confronts him at his home and demands to know the location of his files, but something is wrong, and he hears noises coming from the basement. Spawn goes inside and finds a 22-year-old woman holding a baby. She was just 16 when Paul kidnapped her, and for the past 4 years, he has been abusing her and even had a child with her. Paul asks Spawn if he wants to have a go at her, claiming she's a good girl and won't mind. Spawn loses control like he hasn't in a long time, powering up and causing a massive blackout in the entire county. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Mark packs his things to move out but finds medieval Spawn's helmet inside his closet. He tries it on for a second time and instantly transforms into the hell Spawn that Spawn was looking for. Paul is actually a vampire and claims he only did what Spawn would have done, but he's wrong, and Spawn beats the crap out of him. He grabs a gun and tries to defend himself, but bullets have no effect on the Hellspawn's body. Chains break his jaw, and hundreds of cockroaches go inside his mouth and attack his body from within, causing him to black out. Spawn then transforms into Al Simmons and takes the girl to a doctor saying she needs help. He then returns to the house and tortures the vampire a little longer. He keeps him locked down there for 5 straight days without feeding, and the bugs inside his body slowly kill him. Spawn gives him a chance to save himself, but he first has to pass through a narrow tunnel filled with sharp spikes. Paul survives and reaches the other side, where his own dogs are waiting for him. They also haven't been fed in 5 days and are dying to taste his flesh drenched in blood. Spawn gives him a key and says he has to go back through the tunnel to open the door of the cellar and escape. But as soon as he goes back inside, Spawn sets the dogs free, who immediately charge at him and eat him alive. It doesn't take long for other vampire factions to be alerted to Spawn's presence, and they quickly come for him. One of the stronger ones, a vampire named Rebirth, goes inside the house searching for him, claiming he wants to make him an offer. He wants Spawn to join their side, claiming they are outcasts and are not loyal to either hell or heaven. Spawn refuses, even though he is part vampire. So Rebirth does something to him, which makes it harder for him to breathe. He then slams him against the wall and impales him with a stick right in the chest. But Spawn has an ace up his sleeve. He touches the ground, which quickly begins to shake. Out of nowhere, hundreds of undead come crawling out of the ground ready to help their master. Rebirth had no idea that Spawn had this kind of power. His master didn't know either. While being distracted, Spawn impales him from the back and then decapitates him, throwing the head on the ground in front of the other vampires. He lets them live, saying he wants them to deliver a message to their unknown master. If he wants to talk, then he needs to do it face to face and stop sending his lapdogs. Even though he was victorious, Spawn goes back to the hideout but is severely weakened. He can't keep doing this forever. Mark rose and wakes up in a strange place, surrounded by the corpses of a tribe of goblins. Luckily, he transformed into medieval Spawn, who kept him alive. Jim Downing shows up and takes Mark to a local diner because he wants to talk. He knows about medieval Spawn but doesn't understand why Mark never told Spawn about it. Downing doesn't trust Spawn, calling him too unstable and not worthy to wield so much power alone. If things go bad, he wants Mark to help take him down, but hopefully they will never have to do it. Out of nowhere, 5 angels show up and attack them, claiming they want to secure the Hellspawn. They were hired by the Vatican to bring back medieval Spawn, but they didn't expect to find Downing here. After transforming, the 2 Hellspawns quickly deal with the attackers and teleport away before more of them show up. Downing talks to medieval Spawn and offers to join forces, and because he shares the same memories as Mark, the Hellspawn agrees. At the same time, the Redeemer visits Al Simmons, but the costume attacks him instinctively. He easily brushes off the attack as if it was nothing and claims they have a lot to discuss. Centurion Spawn was running through the forest, desperately trying to escape his attacker. He was weak and got shot with a blast of energy that sent him to the ground unconscious. His attacker, the Forsaken, grabbed his leg and dragged him away as his prisoner. Spawn interrogated a man who used to be Cogliostro's friend, demanding to know where the old man was. The last time Spawn saw him, he was a prisoner on Omega Island, but the man told him he recently had a meeting with Fegredo, a mid-level lieutenant working for both sides. Spawn went to his house, but he was too late. Someone had already killed most of his men, and probably Fegredo too. But when he opened the door, he found Daniel Kilgore, aka Haunt, who viciously attacked him. Meanwhile, inside a secret underground base, a sect of angels was performing tests on all kinds of monsters and creatures. Cordelia informed Dr. Milner that she wanted to run a few tests on a group of Hellspawns who were being kept prisoners there, including Centurion and the Gunslinger. The fight between Haunt and Spawn had just begun, but there was something wrong with the attacker. It was as if he was a beast, one seemingly incapable of being controlled or reasoned with. Spawn ended the fight with a demonstration of power, which brought Haunt back to his senses. However, he wasn't alone. His brother Kurt Kilgore was also present in the form of a ghost, and said that his brother was poisoned by an angel named Lydia. The 3 of them decided to work together and explore the house, looking for clues. Spawn found a small cube, which was a communication device used to talk between different factions of the Shadow players. Back at the zoo, the Hellspawns were forced to fight each other to determine how strong each of them was and expose their weaknesses. The Forsaken demanded to know why they hadn't killed the enemy already, but Cordelia lied to him, saying it was God's will, even though they hadn't been able to talk to God ever since Spawn closed the dead zones. Spawn decrypted the device and found out that Arthur Sylvan gave the order to poison Haunt, and he was supposed to meet Cagliostro later that night. But Cog didn't attend the meeting. Instead, he asked an old woman named Iris to go in his place. Spawn showed up and claimed that Cog wanted to ambush them and he shouldn't be trusted, prompting Sylvine and her allies to attack. Back at the zoo, Cordelia chose the gunslinger to go on a mission, but he wanted his freedom in exchange. She showed her true form and transformed into a demon, similar to the Violator, trying to intimidate him. She then brought a creature that was able to mind control the Hellspawn, ensuring he would go through with the mission. A fight erupted between Spawn, Haunt, and the Rogue Angels, who were trying to kill Iris and get to Cagliostro. One of them told Haunt that the cure for his poison lay in heaven, and the only way to get it was for Spawn to open the dead zones. Spawn eventually won the fight, and Iris said that Cagliostro agreed to meet with him in 1 week's time. Haunt confronted him, demanding he open the dead zone so he could get the cure from heaven, but Spawn refused, saying the cure was probably somewhere on Earth, he just needed to find it. Meanwhile, Senator Rollins was announcing his run for the presidency while hundreds of people gathered to cheer for him. Gunslinger showed up with a hit squad and killed the senator, claiming he did it in the name of Al Simmons. Cordelia watched as everything was being transmitted live to the world and gave the order to shoot the gunslinger. Spawn went on a mission to retrieve the gunslinger's body, but he couldn't find it anywhere. Instead, he only found mercenaries who wanted him dead. The Forsaken was getting anxious and demanded to speak to God himself, but Cordelia continued to lie to him, saying he needed to finish his mission first. Spawn decided to ask Terry for help, and he was able to find CCTV footage of the Forsaken kidnapping Hellspawns. That could explain why some of the necroplasm signatures had been disappearing and reappearing all over the world. Mark moved in with Downing and decided to help him build an army, just in case they needed it against Spawn. Cordelia had a secret meeting with someone who was worried about the Forsaken, saying that God never forgave him and would never allow him to enter heaven again. He had the power to level entire cities, and if he ever found out they'd been lying to him, God knows what he'd be capable of. Spawn visited the Redeemer, who had just killed an enemy from his past. He wanted to know when heaven started creating Redeemers. Ever since the dead zones had been locked, Hellspawns couldn't be killed anymore, and their spirit just attached itself to another person. The same thing happened to the gunslinger, who took another human as its host, but not for long. A mysterious man attacked him and drained him of his powers, leaving nothing but an empty shell behind. As soon as Hell created their new breed of elite soldiers, Heaven began working on some of their own. They had many names across eons, anti-Spawn, Redeemers, but it all started with the Forsaken. In those early days, the Celestial Forges infused him with too much elemental fire, making him too strong for his weak mind to handle, driving him insane. He was now on a mission to hunt down and kill other Hellspawns, hoping to please God and be allowed to enter heaven once again. Meanwhile, Downing met with Haunt and introduced himself, saying he could help with his situation with Heaven and Simmons. Spawn and the Redeemer confronted the Forsaken, trying to stop him from killing another Hellspawn. Out of nowhere, other Hellspawns appeared, sent by Cordelia to bring him back to base. She was afraid that if Spawn won, he might find a way to control him, and she still needed him. The Redeemer confronted him and was able to refresh his memory, reminding him that God wanted to kill him and sent an army of angels to do it. Hundreds of images flashed across his mind in a split second, and he realized the truth, that Cordelia had been lying to him the entire time. He then went after her, vowing to kill her and her entire crew. Back at the Exodus Foundation, Cordelia was preparing to escape before the Forsaken arrived, destroying all of the creatures and erasing any trace of their existence. But it didn't take long for her enemy to arrive, hungry for her blood. When Spawn arrived, the entire place was already destroyed, and there was nothing left but dead bodies everywhere. The Redeemer recognized some of the species, claiming they were probably brought to Earth through the time hole created by Spawn. Mark was surprised by Overt Kill, who was brought back to life by Downing and was now loyal to him. After he was destroyed on Omega Island, Downing took his body and rebuilt him, hoping to turn him into a valuable ally. The Forsaken confronted Cordelia in her demon form and easily defeated her, stabbing her in the abdomen. But before he could finish her, he was confronted by Spawn, who went straight for his armor. He managed to crack it, which severely weakened the Forsaken, causing him great pain. He was forced to retreat but vowed to return and finish the fight. Cordelia claimed that when Spawn caused the time hole, he brought all kinds of monsters from different time periods, and now they were stuck on Earth. Even though he wanted to protect the world, Spawn had done the opposite, setting mankind on the path of annihilation. A long time ago, Cain, aka Cogliostro, lost control and killed his brother Abel with a rock to the back of the head. That dreadful sin followed him his entire life, and when he died, he ended up in hell. After arriving there, he knew right away that he wanted to take the throne and become the king. Eventually, he was recruited by Malebolgia and forced to fight in the war against heaven. He had extensive knowledge of necroplasm, so together with the Violator, they created the first Hellspawn symbiote. But instead of choosing the Violator to wear it, Malebolgia chose Cogliostro to become his general. In time, Cog rebelled against his master and wanted to overthrow him, but he failed. As punishment, he was sent back to Earth with only a fraction of his former powers. He spent centuries trying to find a Hellspawn worthy of helping him kill the devil, but none of them were worthy enough, not until Al Simmons showed up. After Spawn killed Malebolgia, Cog took the throne, but he wasn't strong enough to wage war against heaven and the green world, and he eventually got stuck on Earth when Spawn locked the dead zones. He just pretended to be old and weak while, in the meantime, he acquired as much power as he could, becoming stronger than ever and taking on the name Sin. He intends to force Spawn to unlock the dead zones so he can return to his throne in hell. Spawn meets with Cog and asks him how to close the tear in time, because it's creating a chaos bigger than he could have ever predicted. The old man agrees to help him under one condition. He wants him to open one of the dead zones, so he could return to hell and be a king. Spawn refuses his offer and attacks, claiming he's going to get the information one way or another. Seeing that he can't be reasoned with, Cog transforms into his true form, a powerful warrior infused with necroplasm. Ever since they first met, Cog disguised himself as a weak old man, fooling everyone into believing he is no danger to anyone. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Ever since the tear in time happened, he was able to consume the powers of all the other Hellspawns, becoming exponentially stronger. He wins the fight and begins to drain Spawn's power, but Spawn says he's hidden the power to unlock the dead zone somewhere else, and killing him won't accomplish anything. Before Cog could finish him, Cygor arrives to his rescue and takes him to safety. Meanwhile, Hunt was unable to find a cure for his poisoning, so he joins Downing, who introduces him to the rest of the team. In the week since his clash with Spawn, word of Sin's power has traveled far and wide. Many demons have come to pledge their allegiance to him, including Blood, the vampire lord, and a demon named Cadiclus. Downing informs his team that he wants to attack Spawn tonight, hoping to force him to release his control over the dead zones. Mark, however, wants to talk to him first, believing that he can convince him to work together, and Downing agrees to let him do it. Cadiclus used to work for the Violator and his crew of demons who are now on Omega Island. Under the island, however, there's a crack in the fabric of reality between this world and hell. Sin is intrigued and wants to hear more about this place, hoping he won't need the dead zones to enter hell after all. Mark confronts Spawn and asks him to find allies and work together in stopping the Shadow Players, claiming he can't continue to fight this war alone. But Spawn is pissed at him because he didn't tell him about medieval Spawn, saying he can't be trusted. Since he refused to cooperate, Downing and his team attack him from behind, saying the time for talking is over. A fight erupts between Spawn and Downing's crew, even though Mark always thought they'd be able to avoid this moment. Together they are able to overpower Spawn and pin him to the ground, but the decisive blow is done by one of his trusted bodyguards, who was being controlled by Downing for the past several months. Meanwhile, Sin and Blood arrive on Omega Island and make their way deeper inside, decimating the clown's forces with ease. Eventually, he comes face to face with the Violator, who was still alive somehow. Jim ties Spawn down and tries to reason with him, saying he is far too unstable and doesn't deserve to wield so much power. He claims he's not a Hellspawn anymore, and hasn't been one for a long time. He wasn't working alone, and out of nowhere, a portal opens, and Nyx walks out saying that Spawn is a threat to the entire planet and needs to be stopped. Nyx claims she took precautions in case someone would come after her, allowing her spirit to be resurrected after her death. It was Cogliostro who killed her, but Spawn didn't even investigate her murder. He was too busy fighting his war. She and Jim go inside his mind, trying to unlock the secrets of how to unlock the dead zones. But his mind looks like the apocalypse. It wasn't going to be an easy job. Sin defeats the Violator, but it wasn't actually him, just a mindless beast with no real power. Meanwhile, the clown was talking to Jericho, one of his generals, who was out on a mission trying to find someone and deliver a message. Spawn's mind was tougher than Nyx had anticipated, and his defenses kicked them out. They needed to be a lot more careful if they ever want to extract information out of Spawn. Meanwhile, Sin continues to destroy the clown's defenses, easily dealing with a constant wave of demons, but something was closing in on their location fast. It was the Forsaken, who is actually Sin's brother, Abel, whom he murdered a long time ago. The world was still young the last time Sin laid eyes on his brother, and before murdering him, the brothers had been boys who loved each other dearly. But Sin's betrayal was the first murder ever committed, and so they became the first human Hellspawn and the first Redeemer. Mark changed into medieval Spawn and wanted to help Simmons, but he was greeted by Overkill and Sigor. On Omega Island, Blood's forces sustained heavy casualties, and the sun was coming up soon, so he ordered his army of vampires to retreat. After Abel was killed by his brother, he was the first human to be allowed into heaven, but the purifiers wanted to experiment on him and see just how far they could push him. They brainwashed him and erased all of his memories. Only when he was pulled into this time did he finally remember everything. Sin was losing energy at an alarming pace, and the Forsaken eventually won the fight. Nyx goes inside Al's mind once again and finds the location of all the 14 dead zones on Earth. They were betrayed by someone in their crew. Haunt switches sides and helps to free Spawn, hoping to have a better chance at finding a cure for his poisoning with him. Downing urges Nyx to escape and locate the dead zones before Spawn moves them again, while he and his team stay behind to end the fight. A few weeks ago, Medieval Spawn visited Spawn and told him about Downing's conspiracy against him. He also told him about Mark and how the two of them are connected. Spawn then went and convinced Haunt to join his side and become a spy inside Downing's group. So this attack was no surprise at all. Spawn had known all along what Downing was planning. Meanwhile, the Forsaken prepares to land the final blow against his brother, but the demon Cataclysm surprises him from behind and stabs him in the neck. Sin then sends him flying with a powerful energy blast. Nyx tried to compromise all the 14 dead zones, but she only managed to do half of them before Spawn was able to secure the rest. She was once an ally who believed in his cause, but now she stands against him, and he feels betrayed. On Omega Island, Sin finds the gateway between Hell and Heaven and crosses it together with Cadiclus. He couldn't wait to sit on the throne once again as the one true ruler of Hell. Jim and Nyx have taken half of the dead zones and hid them in Greenworld, trying to prevent the other sides from getting to them. During one of her dream walkings, Nyx found a way inside Greenworld and met with Gaia, aka Mother Nature herself. She spent the next years learning new spells and training as hard as she could so she could one day serve Greenworld. After Cogliostro killed her, she was resurrected in Greenworld and given the title of Scion, aka Protector of Greenworld. But she wasn't the only one. Jim Downing had also been recruited to serve this place and given powers similar to a Hellspawn so as to not arouse suspicion. Ever since, the two of them have been working together, trying to secure the dead zones and keep this place safe, but they've only managed to secure half of them. The Mother of Existence gave birth to a number of children other than God, such as Satan and Gaia herself. Those other children are extremely dangerous, but luckily they are locked in other dimensions. Ever since Spawn's necroplasmic detonation, the dimensional walls have been damaged, and Gaia is on a mission to prevent her siblings from crossing. If another detonation happens like the one from before, it could destroy the entire reality as we know it. Greenworld has never interfered with the war between heaven and hell, but in light of the current threat, they decided to be a part of it. After his recent defeat against Sin, Spawn wants to even the playing field and asks Haunt to travel with him to heaven, where he plans to retrieve a weapon. Meanwhile, Sin and the demon companion arrived in the 9th sphere of hell and are making their way to level 1, where the throne resides. They arrive at the Tower of Wrath in the 8th realm of hell, where Lord Barbatos resides. Spawn enters the tunnel that leads to heaven but is confronted by one of heaven's warriors, who has been trapped here in complete darkness ever since the zones were locked. Luckily, Haunt's powers still work inside this place, and he deals with the attacker, who had completely lost his mind. They finally arrive in heaven, but the place looks very different compared to the last time Spawn was here. Lord Barbatos tells Sin that he was gone for 500 years, even though on Earth only 1 year had passed. During his absence, new players have gained power, and one such has taken the throne of hell for himself, a demon called Cataclysm. Spawn and Haunt continue to make their way through heaven, killing off the initial guards who tried to stop them. They torture one of them, who tells them where they keep all the weapons and antidotes. Lord Barbatos recounts a great war that happened between the different factions of hell, who were trying to take the throne for themselves. In their pursuit of victory, a new breed of warrior was created, called Cataclysm. This warrior's powers don't come from necroplasm. Instead, they come from obsidian, and his entire body is infused with it. Barbatos and Sin form an alliance, agreeing that this is the only way to take the throne back from Cataclysm. Spawn infiltrates the armory and takes the Divine Judgment, a weapon specifically designed to kill Hellspawns. But sadly, the antidotes for Haunt's poison were kept in another location called the Purifier Citadel. The two men retreat inside a cave and plan their next move, but they are interrupted by a warrior who demands to know who is responsible for him being trapped in heaven. This guy's name is Korvox, and he claims he got stuck here when the dead zones were closed. He wants Spawn to take him out, and in exchange, he offers to take them inside the Purifier Citadel, where they keep the antidote for the virus. Meanwhile, in the Infernal Keep where the Throne of Hell resides, Averon informs his father that Sin is making alliances and trying to build an army to overthrow him. Cataclysm asks him to take a group of soldiers and kill the old man before they become a threat. Korvok says that after the dead zones were locked, a new group of angels called the Purifiers took over heaven and slaughtered everyone who stood in their way. They are able to infiltrate the citadel and slaughter everyone who stands in their way. The Purifiers' leader, Rapture, is informed that the dead zones are beginning to reopen, and when they do, they will begin an invasion. In hell, Averron confronts Sin face to face, claiming he is the first son of Cataclysm, and he came to kill him for daring to attempt a coup. A brutal war erupted with both forces sustaining heavy casualties. This place was very close to a necroplasm reservoir that provided enough energy to power every Hellspawn in Hell's army. Sin is able to drain a lot of energy for himself, making him extremely powerful, and ending the fight with one swift blow to Averron's chest. He then cuts off the head of Barbatos, who wanted to run away during the fight to save his own life. Korvox is able to synthesize an antidote and gives it to Haunt, but finds it strange that the virus from his body wasn't strong enough to kill him. Apparently, by coming here for the antidote, it opened all of the dead zones, allowing Heaven's forces to attempt an attack on Hell. As soon as the zones were opened, the Purifiers went straight to Hell and began their invasion, and Haunt's virus was the key to everything. But taking over Hell wasn't going to be easy because Sin was now stronger than ever and faced the angels head-on. He and his forces are able to defeat the initial wave of invasion, and word of his victory traveled all across the 9 realms of Hell, garnering even more support in his fight to overthrow Cataclysm. It's already been 3 days since the dead zones were reopened, 3 days since Heaven launched its invasion upon Hell. But while this was going on, some residents of Heaven and Hell have run away, hiding on Earth, existing simply to inflict suffering. After dealing with one loner demon who's been causing a lot of trouble, Nyx visits Spawn and wants to talk. She knows he is the reason the zones are opened that led to a brutal war in Heaven, but she demands to know what happened. Out of nowhere, the clown shows up uninvited, claiming he just came to talk. He wants to join forces and form an alliance to take down Sin, even if he wants the throne for himself. They will have to deal with him later. Spawn finds out that Nyx is working for Greenworld now, and it pisses him off. As the war rages on, there is no clear winner, but if they don't act fast, Hell's forces might just get overrun. The Throne of Hell gives the user immense powers, allowing him to destroy entire planets, kill celestial beings, and even end the war in a matter of hours. But Cataclysm can't claim this power for himself. The powers coursing through his body do not originate from Hell, and Sin knows this, planning to expose the imposter and overthrow him. Spawn tries to recruit the gunslinger in the war against the forces of Heaven and Hell, saying that if he doesn't help him, Sin is going to take the throne of Hell. The gunslinger agrees with one condition, that he gets to be the one who puts a bullet through his head. Meanwhile, the Purifiers have completely taken over the 6th realm of Hell and were battling Cataclysm and Sin at the same time. Cataclysm's forces sustained heavy casualties, and he was forced to join the war himself. He was a skilled soldier after all. Next, Spawn recruits Haunt as well, who didn't want anything to do with him after what happened in Heaven, but the lives of billions of people on Earth are at stake. She-Spawn and the Soul Crusher have also been recruited into Spawn's crew, and together they make their way to one of the dead zones to join the war. Cataclysm was nearly forced to retreat his armies and spare himself the humiliating defeat, when all of a sudden, the Green World joins the war, fighting on his side against the forces of Heaven. The siege of the Fangs has reached day 5, and the Purifiers are slowly losing the battle. Gabriel gives the order to retreat, but it was too late. Nyx strikes him from behind with an energy blast and then takes him prisoner. She offers her services to Cataclysm, asking only for them to stay out of Earth when this is over, and he gladly accepts. Spawn and his small army arrive in Hell's 7th realm, but they are greeted by a swarm of demons. They quickly deal with them and head towards the Great War, but it takes them nearly a week just to get to the edge of the 7th realm. The Redeemer, Medieval Spawn, Gunslinger, and the Reaper are all united under Spawn's leadership, even though most of them blame him for ending up in this situation. Sin congratulates Cadiclus on being a loyal and admirable soldier, and vows to make him general of Hell's army when this is over. Out of nowhere, something comes flying towards Spawn and his crew at incredible speed. It was the Reaper, who is badly injured. Just a couple of hours earlier, a part of Spawn's crew was ambushed by acolytes who killed the Freak and captured Gunslinger and Medieval Spawn. Every time Sin uses his powers, his necroplasm tanks drain a bit more, so he kidnapped the 2 Hellspawns to feed on their energy. The clown contacts Cataclysm and offers to help him fight the war on 2 fronts. While he is busy fighting the Purifiers in Hell, the clown plans to attack Heaven and disrupt their resupply chain. But in truth, the clown is lying to him. He and the Forsaken have other plans in mind. The war in Hell continues on all fronts, with Cataclysm fighting to keep his throne in the east, and Sin making advances to the north. Spawn's crew is able to ambush one of the Purifier's supply ships, allowing them to travel undetected inside Heaven-occupied territories. She-Spawn expresses her concern about the outcome of the war, fearing that even if they are successful in stopping Sin, there's no guarantee someone worse than him won't take his place. Spawn knows she is right, so he plans to take the throne for himself, becoming the King of Hell. Jessica doesn't like Spawn's idea of becoming King of Hell and argues with him. The others feel the same way, thinking they were tricked into helping him get the throne for himself. A small confrontation erupts and the crew splits up, with Jessica and the others going back to get the Hell Spawns that were taken prisoner. The clown has begun his attack on Heaven, with the Purifiers suffering heavy casualties, but Rapture refuses to acknowledge the threat and says they need to focus on destroying Hell's armies. What Spawn didn't tell the others is that there is a faster way to reach the Infernal Keep where the throne is located, a dark route that runs through the underbelly of Hell. But the journey isn't easy. In fact, most who dared to cross this path lose their minds. But Spawn is running out of options. After making several advancements on the front line, Green World's forces come face to face with Sin himself, who can't wait to kill Nyx a second time. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hell, Wanda Fitzgerald comes all the way from Heaven in search of Spawn because she needs to speak with him. The brutal confrontation with Sin has finally begun, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Every time he consumes necroplasm, his powers change, making him even more unpredictable. One by one, Sin defeats the Green World army, including Downing, Overkill, and even Nyx. Meanwhile, in the underbelly of Hell, time moves slower, and Al and Wanda have been walking for months, reminiscing about the good times when they were married. She wanted to know if there was any other way to end the war without him sitting on the throne, but this only angers him, and he shouts at her. Hell isn't very welcoming to angels, and Wanda was starting to feel sick, being in constant pain. Sin returns victorious but is informed that his second-in-command, Cadiclus, has lost the front against Cataclysm and has been killed. Nyx and Downing were saved from the battlefield but suffered heavy injuries. The Emerald Parliament has ordered a full retreat, and she is to return to Greenworld as soon as possible. The other members of Spawn's crew have come to save the two Hellspawns who were taken prisoner earlier, and after a short confrontation, they all head toward the Infernal Keep. In Heaven, the Clown and his army are marching toward Hell, determined to kill Sin and prevent him from taking the throne, while the Forsaken stays behind to continue the fight against the Purifiers. Cataclysm is informed by his generals that Sin and his armies will arrive in less than 2 hours and that they should retreat. He refuses to leave and gets ready for the upcoming battle, but it only took 1 hour for his enemy to arrive. Rapture wants his troops to continue the attacks, even though they sustained heavy casualties. He was still confident they were going to win, but all that confidence disappears the moment the Clown and his army sneak up from behind. The fight between the two warriors is brutal, but Sin is easily the strongest between them. Spawn arrives in the middle of the final fight and says goodbye to Wanda while he runs to the throne room. Sin overpowers his enemy and vows to resurrect and torture him every day for eternity. By resurrecting and killing his son in front of him, he then gives the final blow and kills Cataclysm in front of his armies. Now the three main players all rush to get to the throne first, not knowing what to expect once they got there. Sin enters the throne room but is greeted by the Clown, who got there first. The two of them begin to fight. Their anger for each other is thousands of years old, and the Clown vows to never allow a human to become the King of Hell. He transforms into a beefed-up Violator, and the true fight begins. Malebolgia's skull was rotting above them, watching over their rivalry as he did for thousands of years. Spawn joins the fight and uses the weapon he stole from Heaven, but it's still not enough to defeat Sin. He teams up with the Violator, but the old man is stronger than both of them. The Clown injures him with his claws, making him even angrier and forcing Sin to go all out. He grabs the Violator's head and rips it right off, separating it from his body and ending his life once and for all. He then turns his attention towards Spawn and beats the living crap out of him. But just as he prepares to end his life as well, Spawn starts to laugh, and a green light engulfs the entire room. 5 minutes ago, Spawn met with Nyx in the corridors and asked her to sacrifice herself and take the throne, saying he can't do it because it will corrupt him, possibly making him worse than Sin himself, and that's exactly what Nyx did. She took the throne for herself and became the Queen of Hell. This was possible because she was marked by Hell a long time ago, when she became a Hellspawn herself and even traveled to Hell to save one of her best friends. She ends Sin with just a single blast, disintegrating his body and turning him into necroplasm ash. She then used her immense powers and teleported everyone out of Hell, including Spawn's crew, demons and angels alike. When everything was over, she sat on the throne and said that everything is about to change on Earth. Spawn arrives on Earth, but he wants to know what happened to Wanda. She meets with She-Spawn and both of them are attacked by 3 demons, but something is wrong. Neither they nor the demons have their powers anymore, and they are forced to rely on their physical abilities to end the fight. One of the demons says that Greenworld took over Earth while everyone else was busy fighting in Hell. Somehow they expanded all of the dead zones, becoming big enough to cover the entire planet, which means that neither Hell's nor Heaven's forces have powers anymore. Blood is informed that the dead zones have expanded, and both Heaven and Hell forces are now powerless. He wants to seize control of the zones and attack both sides in an attempt to take full control of the planet. Spawn visits Purgatory, a bar that's a neutral point between Heaven and Hell. He talks to one of the demons and asks if there's a way to cure vampires, but the demon cut a deal with Blood and doesn't want to mess that up. Losing their powers affected the angels more than anyone because they lack the strength to hold up the wings on their backs, wings which have been rotting down to stumps. 4 of them try to sneak into an abandoned warehouse and use one of the zones to return to Heaven, but they are ambushed and brutally killed. 2 vampires hunt down Spawn and track him inside a warehouse, but even though he doesn't have powers anymore, he still has his skills as a trained assassin. He holds his own and even kills one of them, but the fight takes a bad turn when a giant vampire named Alec appears out of nowhere. But Spawn isn't completely defenseless. A mysterious woman arrives to his rescue, and she still has all of her powers. She takes on both of the vampires at once, and since she still has powers, she must be some kind of hybrid. She easily wins the fight by cutting the larger vampire in half and then pins the second one to the ground. Spawn is curious why she still has her powers, but she doesn't want to answer and slams him against the ground. She then kidnaps the second vampire to interrogate him further, demanding to know Blood's location. The vampire lord was talking to a CIA agent, aka Fixer, who says they've broken Heaven's and Hell's influence, and they need to ensure it's permanent. Blood reminds him that he commands legions of vampires and is the one in charge. Once the meeting is over, he asks someone to follow Spawn and keep an eye on him, but not to engage him just yet. Spawn put a tracker on the vampire earlier and follows them to an abandoned warehouse. He finds the bodies of the 4 angels who were killed earlier and recounts the horrific events that transpired there. The killer was none other than the Reaper, who was turned into an angel-vampire hybrid and is working for Blood. The Redeemer had a vampiric side to him ever since he was bitten by vampires a long time ago. But now, without his angelic powers, the vampire inside him took control, and he transformed into the Reaper, who now follows Blood's commands. The mysterious woman ambushes Blood in one of his many mansions and stabs him with the Midnight Scar, a dagger powerful enough to kill the vampire lord. But sadly for her, this wasn't the real Blood. It was merely a changeling disguised as him. On her way out, she is ambushed by the Reaper and another vampire, but she takes the fight head-on without any sign of fear. However, she isn't strong enough to fight both of them and gets injured, but this time Spawn comes to her rescue. He tries to talk some common sense into Eddie, saying that Blood is poisoning his mind, but Eddie reminds him of how Spawn destroyed his family. Out of nowhere, someone shoots a missile toward them, causing a giant explosion that decimates the forest. Spawn and the mystery woman are able to escape, and he wants them to work together, but she isn't too thrilled about the idea and blames him for the situation they are currently in. The person who shot the missile is an assassin named Fixer, who is secretly watching both of them and is instructed to kidnap the woman. The person giving him orders is none other than Jason Wynn, who is back from the dead. 2 months ago, Cyan visited Al while he was sleeping and scared the crap out of him. He never used to need sleep when he had his powers, but now it's a different thing. Cyan says she talks to her mother in her dreams, but she isn't coming back and wants Al to move on with his life. In the present, Spawn and the mystery woman are running through the forest until they reach an opening, while Fixer is closely following them from the shadows, but he gets into a fight with the vampires and is desperately trying to stay alive. The mystery woman finally introduces herself, saying her name is Lyra, and she still has powers because she's a hybrid. The 2 of them are eventually captured by the vampires, and Blood makes a video call appearance. He knows that Spawn cares about Eddie, so he orders him to kill himself. The Reaper is under his full control and stabs himself with a giant axe right in front of Spawn. Jason Wynn is worried about Fixer, who hasn't been responding since the attack, but they have another problem. Jim Downing drops from the sky with his powers still intact, determined to save Spawn. Downing claims the new Queen of Hell sent him to retrieve Spawn, the Redeemer, and Lyra, and if they refuse, they will face her wrath. When she expanded the dead zones, she left vampires in charge, but she can easily take their powers as well if they piss her off. The vampires agree to let them go unharmed, and Downing teleports them to one of Spawn's old hideouts. Redeemer tries to kill himself again, this time by ripping the skin off his body, and Jim is forced to intervene and knock him out. He claims this was all a bluff, and he never talked to Nyx after she became the Queen of Hell. In fact, he wants Spawn to tell him what happened in the Infernal Keep. For now, he is here without the Greenworld's knowledge, who have been fighting amongst each other ever since Nyx abandoned them. Spawn asks him to take the Redeemer with him back to Greenworld, hoping that he will be cured there of the vampire curse. Spawn convinces Lyra to work together, saying they both need each other and they both want to take Blood down. Meanwhile, Wynn asks Fixer to return back to base, saying he has another team standing by to take his place. 16 years ago, Lyra returned and found her father butchering a man inside the kitchen. He explains that he and her mother are soldiers of hell and heaven and were sent to Earth to watch over each other. But over the years they fell in love with each other and had her as a daughter. However, her parents' love is forbidden and they've been hunted ever since, with both her parents doing everything possible to keep her safe. Lyra's mother was a demon from hell, but she was eventually found and killed for her betrayal. Her daughter is a hybrid, and the dad raised her alone, teaching her how to fight and defend herself against the forces that hunt them. She tried to have a normal life and even got a job and made new friends, but everything changed 2 months ago when the war in hell ended. Her dad was left without powers, and he was eventually found by the vampires and killed. Ever since that moment, Lyra has been trying to hunt down the one responsible for her dad's death, aka Blood. She wants Spawn to help her kill the vampire lord, vowing to become his soldier if they survive. Wynn and a team of doctors have been experimenting on demons, trying to invent a virus that could wipe them out, but so far they've been unsuccessful. Spawn visits Nero, a powerful wizard, and asks if there is a cure for vampirism. He is sorry to disappoint them, but if there ever was a cure, Blood must have destroyed it a long time ago. Next, they go to investigate a sect of demons who are trying to find ways to replace the powers they've lost, dealing with magic, technology, and gene augmentation. They find an abandoned warehouse, but the place is filled with dead demons, so they split up. Lyra finds a woman named Marjorie, who claims to also be a hybrid that was kidnapped by these demons. Spawn interrogates her and demands to see proof of her powers, but before she could explain, they were ambushed by a group of demons who were working together with Fixer, the agent sent by Jason Wynn, and they managed to capture Lyra while Spawn ran away to regroup. She was taken to a biotech lab where she was kept for 3 days until the doctors found a way to draw her blood and collect her genetic material. Jason Wynn is happy with the progress, confident that his doctors will find a way to make the virus, but he knows that Spawn is coming for the girl. After clearing his way inside the lab and killing more than a dozen men, Spawn finds Lyra unconscious on the bed and wants to take her to safety when someone appears on the intercom. It was a man named Alistar Prince, founder and CEO of Coprus, the company that's been trying to make the virus. But it wasn't actually Alistar. It was a changeling working for Jason Wynn, trying to blame everything on him. Before Spawn could interrogate him, he was already taken out by Wynn's people, and his body was left to rot on the ground. Nyx, aka the Queen of Hell, inhabits her previous human form on Earth and finds a horde of vampires that were brutally murdered. A new angel faction was turning into a real problem for Blood and his army of vampires, and they needed to do something about it. The curse had been helping these angels by creating weapons and building armor for them in the war against the vampires. The curse says he found a way to break the curse and give everyone their powers back, saying it's the only way to stop the vampires. He wants Spawn's help, but he refuses and leaves, calling him insane. On their way back, a man was viciously attacked by a bunch of evil creatures, and Spawn has a hard time dealing with them. Being without his powers is hard, and he won't be able to stay alive long enough to help other people in need. He begins to reconsider Curse's proposal, but tonight he decides to go back home. Nyx was waiting for him, telling him to abandon his pursuit of restoring everyone's powers, saying he's putting decades of her work at risk. She gives him a final warning, but he disregards her and does what he wants, like he always does. He and Lyra go towards one of the dead zones, the same one where the Angel faction are waging war against the vampires. Somewhere in hell, 2 warriors are digging a giant hole and dumping the bodies of all the victims from the Great War. Demons and angels are all stacked on top of each other and in the end, covered by a giant rock. Back on Earth, She-Spawn argues with Spawn, saying he's falling right into a trap and wants to go with him, but he refuses. She makes a reference to Wanda, which pisses him off, forcing him to slam her against the wall. He then feels overwhelmed and gives her a kiss, making Jessica blush. He needs her to stay behind just in case he dies, and he gives her a list of all the people he wants her to keep safe. He then arms himself to the teeth and goes to Blood's offices, but finds it suspicious that security is lacking that night. He is ambushed by Blood, who is immune to his bullets and who charges towards him. Without his powers, Spawn is nothing compared to the mighty vampire lord, who impales him using a giant pipe. Spawn's broken body is left to rot on the rooftop, and he gives his last breath covered in his own blood. Nyx shows up a second time and calls him a fool, saying that she warned him this would happen. Nyx had a plan. She wanted to attack God and take over heaven, making every angel her slave, but she needed Spawn and his symbiote to accomplish her goals. She picked up his body, and a powerful green light engulfed the entire planet, and when she was done, Spawn was resurrected once again. But not only that, she also restored his powers, alongside everyone else's, be they demons or angels. She called him reckless and wanted him to follow her orders, but Spawn didn't follow anyone. While her avatar was confronting Simmons, back in hell, Nyx gathered the corpses of the fallen soldiers of heaven, saying she needed them to be part of her executioner. She used her powers to merge all of the bodies together, creating a hideous monster of rotten flesh, while also vowing to bring Armageddon to God's doorstep. Back on Earth, Spawn claimed her avatar didn't hold any true power. She tried to use a spell against him, but he snuffed out her spell with little effort. He then used his powers to force her to kneel in front of him, claiming that on Earth, he was the true king. He then picked her up and destroyed her avatar completely, leaving nothing but a rotten corpse behind. 10 full minutes passed before he collected himself, when out of nowhere a large group of enemies appeared, who now had their powers back and vowed to take him down. Nyx had finished constructing her warrior, claiming she would conquer Earth soon enough, but first, she would attack God and burn everything he held dear.